Oh. Right. This is one of those games. Ba ba ba. Ba 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 ba. Wait. Oh, good. Na na na. Na na na. Na 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 na. God, it's hot. I have an idea how we can fix the heat. We're gonna kill the sun. Bum, 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 bum. I love this game. This opening. Oh, right. Stream announcement. I knew I was forgetting something. Hello, Ahmed. Oops. I meant to click in this window. So how are you, Ahmed? Give me a moment. I'm just having a little trouble getting my shit together. Alright. Wait, oh, there's the game window. So, where we last left off, was right here. Start of chapter 3. Bum, 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 bum. Also, it's hot. I'm dying. Give me a moment. Time to twirl! Kudu-kudu! I need more things that I can do with my stream. A, I don't know how to set them up, but B, I don't think I want you to be, guys, to be able to click a redeem and play a chainsaw on my stream at all times. I would fucking kill you if you did that, you know? I would sit there and kill you. And then they'd put me on trial, and I'd actually just have to awkwardly say, oh, shit. Oh shit! I didn't realize Tojiko didn't want my announcements. Tojiko and Random don't want my announcements. Got it. I'm so sorry, Tojiko. I'm so sorry, Tojiko. I don't check that often enough. I don't check that often enough. Oh no! I didn't say that! I didn't say that! I'm so sorry! I was asleep and then, no, I didn't say that! Fulamo, actually... Fulamo, I'm actually waiting. You said you're almost done, well, halfway. I don't want to comment until you're done. Like, Fulamo, I don't want to, you say you're almost done, so I don't want to look too closely until you're done, you know? Like, you don't need to show me the half-finished piece. When you're done, I'll look at it. You said halfway, right? Fulamo, Fulamo. Yeah, you said you were only half done, so I was waiting until you were done. I guess I know it's kind of weird. I don't really want to spoil myself, I guess. Like, but it looks good so far. You are really talented. By the way, this game's amazing. God, I'm dying of heat, you know? The day after the trial. During free time after breakfast, Ama gathered the girls in the lounge. How many of us are left? I'm kind of curious about something. Boop, 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 boop. personality. I'm just happy that you like me enough to make all this fan art of me, Fulamo. Emma gave the girls in the lounge. The surviving members were Emma, Sherry, Hana, Meradu, Margot, Coco, and Arisa. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Not Nanoka? Astral, actually, like, what, you know, it's, for some reason, my Seiki Maya streams get a ton of viewers, but when I play this, I don't. I don't get it. People love Dona Dona. People love Seiki Maya, which is objectively shit. Seiki Maya is objectively shit. I don't care if any Seiki Maya fans are in my chat right now. Even the missing Nanaka that made 8. Yes. 10 little magical girls stayed up late. 2 overslept themselves, and then there were 8. Okay, that's just, and then there were none. It's been less than a month since I was locked up here, and the numbers keep dwindling. So, serious question, are we gonna get a double murder this time? Emma-san, what is this about? Dona Dona is very hard to play. Like, not just because people are gonna get mad that you're playing it. It's exhausting. It is emotionally exhausting to play. It is actually exhausting to play. I've done 10 6-hour streams. Can I DM you? Give me a moment. But, no. Dona is incredibly hard to play. Not because, give me a moment. Anyway, Dona is legitimately exhausting. Like, I want to talk about escaping, actually. Ava reached into her pocket to pull out an old blueprint of the prison she'd found last night in the cabin of the rec room. Imachi doesn't learn. You almost got yourself killed screaming escape, escape. If that's why you called us here, I'm out. I don't want to sit around chanting about escaping all buddy buddy. Throwing cold water on the idea, Coco's words made Amos' hand freeze mid-reach. But, Coco-chan, listen. You get everyone's hopes up and it ends in disaster. Don't drag me into it anymore. Coco quickly turned and walked towards the exit. Wait, Coco-chan, don't you get it? I'm saying I don't want to be around you. Sorry. Okay, it's not just you. I'm just saying I can't trust anyone anymore. You never know who's gonna get homicidal when. Being alone is safest, right? That's not true. Emma's voice trying to stop her was weak, and with that, Coco left the lounge. Emma hung her head in dismay. Marco stood before her. I'm sorry to say this, but I agree with Coco-chan. I think we should avoid getting closer. Fuck you, Margot. No, even you, Margot-chan. The deeper our connections, the more strange frictions arise, and nothing good comes of it. Wait a minute! Did you just say friendship is what makes us kill each other? Wait, you did not just fucking say that. Tell me she didn't just say friendship is what makes us kill each other. That's friendship is what makes us kill each other. Right? If even a tiny bit of discomfort with someone can swell into a homicidal impulse, it's better for us not to be together. Does that mean you think we should all be alone? That's right. Hey, Emma-chan, don't you think it's time you realized that Sherry's a dumb fuck who's gonna get me killed? Yeah, if she's gonna punch me in the face and I die, that's just part of the beast. Eh? Realized what? We don't have any real bonds. Wait, what? Go back. What do you mean we don't have any real bonds? What about bondage? Do we have real bondage? Eh? Even you, Emma-chan, must have stopped trusting you right now, right? Do you want the real answer to that, Margot-chan? Margot-san? I actually never trusted you. Yeah, it's nothing personal. It's just that I think you're a rotten person. If there's no benefit for me, I won't lift a finger to help. I'm sorry. A gentle smile played on her lips, but Margot's words were utterly cruel. From Amy's throat came not a rebuttal, but a stifled groan. We don't have any real bonds. Margot-chan, I think the problem is you don't have any real bonds with other people. Were those bonds just wishful thinking on my part? Nothing but an illusion? Yeah. Please don't leave me too. Isn't that less than enough for you? Even Elisa spoke as if pushing away. Marco and Elisa left the room. Left in the room were Shady, Hana, and Meiru. But it's Meiru though. I'm realizing something uncomfortable. Shady or Hana has to be the next to go. No one spoke. What do I do? I have to say something, but I don't know what to say. I have an idea. I'm gonna make us some Kool-Aid and put cyanide on it. We can all commit group suicide. How does that sound? Group suicide. Oh shit, the lights went out. Oh, I forgot to turn my light on. There we go. And we can all drink the Kool-Aid at Jonestown. Yes! That's the perfect plan. Let's go out like Jonestown. Let's go out like Jonestown. Maybe everyone else thinks the same thing as Coco-chan and Marco-chan. Unfortunately, no. Sherry, I have to say this, Sherry's just too stupid to think that shit. Meiru is the mastermind, she's sticking with you. And... I can't really read Hana. I shouldn't trust anyone anymore. That's why I should be alone. I don't want to be alone. I'm scared. Just then, gently taking Ima's hand was Sherry. Yep. Ima-san, let's do it! Sherry-chan? Let's do what? Form a best friends group! What? Sherry-chan puffed out her chest and proudly declared, "Isn't it frustrating just letting them say all that? We're really becoming good friends, aren't we?" Yeah! Then let's show them! We're not splitting up! Best friends forever! Looking at Sherry's smiling face, Ima's eyes quickly welled up with tears. Sherry-chan? Hana, hands on her hips, let out a big sigh. Honestly, someone who can't read the room can be a bit of a lifesaver at times like this. After all, she can say such embarrassingly cheesy things without a shred of shame. Calling it cheesy is so mean. I just said what I felt. I was complimenting you. I didn't feel like a compliment at all. If you're gonna compliment me, say things like, Sherry-chan is so cute, I love her, and good job, amazing, genius. But you're not any of these things, Sherry. You are too dumb to be here. That's the problem. Sherry-chan is just dumb. It's not her fault. Some people just are too trusting for the death game. Are you too trusting for a death game? The sunrise? Like the nuclear bomb? Did you watch a nuclear explosion? That sunrise? That's, Soyuz. That's scary, but okay. Do people actually see the sunrise? The sunrise sounds kind of like a myth, you know? I see. I'd say that. Meridu was watching two staring their verbal spat, looking anxious. They said they were going to show them how close we are. The fighting isn't good. Meridu's tiny voice didn't seem to reach the bickering shooting Hana. Meridu-chan, I think those two are close in their own way. It's probably how they relieve stress. Do you really think so? Relieve stress. Watching the two of them messing around, Amos suddenly looked up at the start. Hey, everyone, listen. Finally, Shiri and Hana stopped their bickering and looked at Ema. I still don't think acting alone is the right way. Being with someone is definitely more fun. If you're alone with your worries, stress just builds up. That's not good, right? That's true. If the stress gets too strong, we'll become witches. I want to become a witch and eat everybody. Do you want to become a witch and eat everyone? I want to become a witch and eat everyone. Yeah, so let's do more fun things together. Fun things? If this person's trying to turn us into witches, we're not just going to go along with it. Let's have a death game. So here's what we'll do. We will all stick our hands in a guillotine and take turns cutting off strings. Of course, I still want to plan an escape, but we need to let off steam too, right? I like the taste of human flesh. Do you not? Let's just go out and have a blast together. Oh, great idea! We can show the others how close we are. Yes, well, it's not a bad idea. It's not like I particularly want to be in a best friends group, though. Tsundere. We'll just do things our own way. What should we do for fun? You have a good idea, don't you, Ema-san? Ema's words caught in her throat. A feeling of fear flickered in her chest. What if she said something and got cold stares? What if they were put out by her? I don't want to be hated. That cry from her... Sorry, I can't think of any. Group suicide. Yes. Group suicide. The end, Ema hung her head and apologized. Perhaps concerned for Ema's awkward state, Meridu hesitantly raised her hand, a rare set. How about a picnic or something? The grounds outside the prison are spacious. I think I could feel like we're going on a little trip. Meridu? I need to point something out. So the map we found, which points to, like, the way to escape, is outside? So there's something weird and specific, and, there's something. What's what I'm thinking of? Really weird and suspicious. That's it. About you saying, "Let's all go outside," because I feel like you're directing us.
それで行きまし
Oh, let's
ょ
do
う。みんな
that.
で
A
ピクニ
picnic
ッ
with
ク。
everyone.
私、お弁当作ります。
I'll make
仲
bentos.
良しピクニッ
It's
ク
a
大
best
作戦です
friends
ね。
picnic plan. Hooray!
みんなでピ
A
クニック
picnic
か。
with everyone. Even placed a
そ
hand
う
on
い
her
う時
chest.
間を求めていたのは
The one who longed for
みんな
moments
誰よ
like
り
these
僕
more
だ。
than anyone was surely me.
楽しい時間
If
を
I
想
can
像す
imagine
れば
happy times,
ま
I
だ
can
頑
still
張れ
keep
る。
going.
あ、そう
Ah,
いえ
come
ば
to think of it. The paper remained tucked away in her pocket. Ema had missed a chance to take it out.
一旦僕の中にだけ留
I
めてお
keep
こ
this
う。
to myself for
期
now.
待を持たせて巻き
I
込んじゃ
shouldn't
いけ
get their
ないよ
hopes
ね。
up and drag them into this.
もっと確信
I'll
を得
tell
て
them
か
when
ら
I'm
報
more
告し
certain.
よう。あれ
Where
こ
is
こって
this?
どこだっけ？
Uh-oh. Amy walked along down the corridor, a school corridor she recognized. The moment she realized it, her chest swelled with hope and her
魔
expression
女と
brightened.
か裁判とか
Witches,
殺人事
trials,
件とか
murders.
全部悪
It
夢
was
だ
all
った
a
んだ。
nightmare.
僕は囚わ
I
れてな
wasn't
んか
really
なくて、
imprisoned.
こ
I'm
うやって
here,
学校
at
にいる。
school.
そうだ。
Right,
急
I
が
have
な
to
いと
hurry
授業
or
が
I'll be
始
late
ま
for
っちゃう。
class. The moment she started running, scornful laughter reached her ears, and Emma's body froze with a jolt. Ah, the laughter came from the
教室を見
classroom.
ちゃ
I can't look
ダ
at the
メだ。
classroom. I can't
傍
be a
観者になっ
bystander
ちゃダ
again.
メだ。中にいる子を見ち
I
ゃダ
can't
メ
look
だ。
at whoever's
その
inside.
声を聞いちゃダメだ。
I can't listen to that
目
voice.
をそらさ
I
な
have
きゃ。
to look away. I have to
耳を
cover
塞
my
がなきゃ。
ears.
僕の心
Or
が
my heart would break.
終わる。
Though her heart screamed warning, Emma, as if control, appeared inside anyway.
ああ、エマ、
Ah,
待っていましたよ。
Emma, I've been
あい
waiting for
つ
you.
もこいつも
Everyone. Every
醜い
single one.
で
It's
す
so
よね。
ugly, aren't they? Oh, shit. So, subtext. Anyway, subtext, and if you missed it, Soryus, everyone before they commit murder has this little voice inside them. The voice of their witch saying, hey, you know what? Kill people. Hey, you know what?
生きているだけで
Just by being alive, they're
汚いですよ
filthy, huh? Ama? Ama?
みんな
Everyone should just
死ねばいい。
die. You know, I remember this from your opening. Ama? Saying this, she deliberately curled the corners of her mouth into an exaggerated, twisted smile. Ama's face, her eyes were dyed in despair. Ama sat up, gasping for breath. Ama has magic that kills people, doesn't she? Like... Okay. Everyone has... Okay, everyone's magic has an associated... I guess a taboo. Hers, it was being happy. She can control others. But desire to be seen... I have a theory about Margot. actually. That's not her real voice. But everyone's desire created their magic. Everyone's magic came from a desire. Anan wanted to be spoiled. Leia wanted her mother to look at her. Miria wanted to run away from her life, become someone else. Invitation. Coco wants people to watch her stream. No! Coco wants a dependency relationship to be stalker with her Oshi. She wants her healing. Healing, though. Okay, I think you're the mastermind, so I can't square healing with your trauma. That's the problem. Liquid manipulation. Noah's ability isn't Painting's move, it's liquid manipulation. The dream. But the thing is, we keep seeing these things. Every time a witch dies, it's good. The contents of Amma's dream quickly dissolved into vague oblivion. Confirming she was in her cell in the prison, she let out a breath of strange bullet relief. But as she caught her breath, she seemed to notice a terrible chill. Why? I feel so heavy. My whole body aches. Unable to stay sitting up, Amma lay back down in the bed. Did I get sick? She checked the time on her phone nearby. Morning had already come. Right, today we are going on a picnic. Amma-san, good morning. Another beautiful day. So, go back to the thing where... I relate to Amma. I relate to Amma. Let's get breakfast. Oh, Amma-san. Amma-san, you look really unwell. Sherry, Hannah, and Marudo entered the cell and immediately noticed something was wrong with Amma. Marudo rushed over and placed a hand on Amma's forehead. It's so cool, it feels nice. You have a fever, this is bad, we need to get you to the infirmary. It's nothing serious. I think I'll be fine if I just sleep a bit. But sorry, we meant to postpone the picnic. Don't worry about that. Yeah, we'll do it again when you're better. Just rest for now. I'll go prepare some things. Medicine, water, towels. After we finally prepared it, I'm so sorry, everyone. Feeling apologetic towards the three who came for her, Amma's consciousness drifted into slumber. Oh. Ever since the day she had that nightmare, Amma's condition deteriorated and she was bedridden for days. A low-grade fever of unknown cause persisted. She spent most of her time in the infirmary or in her cell. But perhaps because she couldn't stay still, whenever she found an opening, she slipped outside the prison. Guided by the X mark on her cloak, and as much time as strength allowed, Amma kept digging into the ground. I can't find anything. No, I can't give up. A previous prisoner must have left something behind that could lead us to escape. That's the gun! And the tip of her shovel hit something with a click. Eh? Ima. Yes! Let's die! Ima.
もしかして
Could this be some
何
kind
か
of
の手が
clue?
かりじゃ。
Emma dug on obsessed. After a while, what emerged was a small black lump. What is this? The moment... It's a landmine, isn't it? The moment Emma gently picked it up, a small sound came from the lump. Eh? After a thunderous roll that shook the ground, what remained of that spot was only splintered fragments of what was once Emma. Really? I know, okay, the moment I said I thought it was a landmine, but a literal landmine?
なんだろう。
What is it? Cautiously feeling with her fingertips, she encountered something hard and rough. It feels like a rock, and here I thought it might be a
何か
clue.
手がかりになるものかと思ったのに。
No, if someone hid
監視
something from
極
the
長の
guards
目
and
を
the
盗んで
warden,
何かを
they
隠した
wouldn't
な
bury
ら、
it somewhere in
穴
the
は浅い場所
shadow.
に埋めるはずない。
Emma shook her head and continued digging in a different spot.
もっと深
I
く
have
掘
to
ら
dig
ないと。
deeper. Deeper. Shivering with chills, Emma kept digging the harder day
絶
after
対
day.
外に出るんだ。
We're getting out of here, no matter what. The morning, Emma woke up feeling refreshed for the first time in a
熱が
while.
下がったのかも。
Maybe
いつも
my
より
fever
体が
broke.
軽
My
い。
body feels lighter than usual. Emma immediately sent a chat to Sherry, Hannah, and Maida. I'm all better. Let's finally go on the picnic today. All three immediately replied with okay, and Emma, smiling, headed out to the hallway. Who's dead?
エマさん。
Ah!
お
Emma-san.
はようございます。
Good morning.
元気になってよかったで
I'm
す。
so glad you're feeling better.
メルルちゃんおはよう。
Maida-chan, good
たく
morning.
さん心配かけちゃっ
Sorry
て
for
ごめ
making
ん
you worry
ね。
so much.
これから朝食
Are
に
you
行く
heading
の？
to breakfast now? Ah, no. Since we're going ahead
ピ
with
ク
the
ニックを
picnic,
結婚す
I
る
was heading
と
to
の
the
ことなの
infirmary to
で、
make lunch.
お弁当を作りに医務室へ。え、医務
Yeah?
室でお
You can
弁
make
当って
lunch in the
作れる
infirmary?
の？食堂のあれ
I
をバ
thought we
スケッ
just
トに
packed some
詰
of
め
the
るのかなっ
cafeteria
て
food
思
in
っ
the
てたんだけ
basket.
ど。
But,
牢屋敷の外
well,
に
there are
は
lots of plants
野
and
草や
herbs
ハ
outside the
ーブが
prison.
たくさ
I've
ん
been
ありま
collecting
す。
them.
森の方ま
If
で
you
行
go
け
as
ば
far as the forest, there are
キノコ
mushrooms
や
and
キ
nuts
ノコ
too.
もあるんで
You
す
have
よ。
to be careful with mushrooms, though.
キノコは気をつけないといけませんけど。
Wow, I had no idea. Uh-oh, that's gonna be relevant later.
食堂でいつも
I thought it
食
was
べ
just
ている
just
もの
eating
じゃ
the usual
寂しい
cafeteria
か
food
な
might
と
feel
思
a
っ
bit
たんです。
sad. So, can we go back to the part where Emma's magic seems to be tied to let's kill everyone? I wanted to bring smiles to everyone's faces, even just a little. That's all I can do.
メルルちゃんは優しいね。
Marudu-chan, you're so kind. Marudu's cheeks flushed shyly at Emma's words, but soon her brow furrowed with worry. I'm sure Nanoka-san must be living off these kinds of things too. I'm so worried she might be going hungry.
そうだよね。
Yeah,
ナノカちゃん
Nanako-chan
が
is
行方
still
不明の
missing.
まま
Why can't we find her?
外で生活
Living
してい
outside
た
must be
ら
so hard.
ナノカちゃんのことも探さ
We
ない
may
とね
keep。looking for Nanako-chan
実は
too.
もう脱
It'd
獄
be
で
great
き
if
て
she
るとかならい
already
いんだ
escaped
けど。
somehow. While talking together, Emma and Marudu started heading towards the infirmary. When they entered the infirmary, someone was already there. Elisa was crouched in front of the medicine cabinet, rummaging through it. Various medicine bottles lay scattered at her feet. Noticing Emma and Marudu had entered, Elisa stiffened
アリ
awkwardly.
サちゃん、一
Elisa-chan,
体
what are
何
you?
を？
関係ねえだろ。
None of your damn business. Despite her harsh words, Elisa strode over to Marudu.
例の物はどこだよ。
Where is that stuff?
例のブツ。
That stuff.
渡せません。
I can't give it to you.
あ
Huh?
おめえ逆らうつも
You're
りか
gonna
よ。
defy me? Elisa grabbed Marudu by the collar, threatening her. She looked somehow desperate.
話が見えないんだけど。
I don't know what's going on, but stop being violent. Elisa abruptly released Marudu and quickly left the infirmary as if playing. Is this alcohol or drugs?
メルルちゃん、大丈
Marudu-chan, are you okay? Emma rubbed the back of Marudu, who had sunk to her knees. Marudu's eye drooped sadly.
夫？メルルちゃん、アリサちゃ
Marudu-chan,
んと何かあったの？
did something happen to you between you and Elisa-chan? Marudu hesitated, but eventually began to speak
こ
bit
こ
by
に
bit.
捕まってすぐ。アリサ
Soon
さん
after
の
we were
眠れない
captured
って
here,
訴えてき
Elisa-chan
たんで
came to
す。
me saying she couldn't sleep.
薬品棚に
There were
精神
tranquilizers
安
and
定
sleeping
剤や
pills in the cabinet,
睡眠
so I
薬
gave
が
her
あったの
some.
で、 いくつかお渡ししたので
But it
す
seems the Lisa-san has been
ど
taking
う
too
やらア
much.
リサさんは大量服用しているみたい
Oh shit, she's doing OD.
大量服用
Taking too many.
それってよく
That's
な
not
いよね
good.
はい
Yeah, she runs out quickly and keeps asking for more. That can't be good for her body.
欲しいと
Oh,
とっても
I
とっても
was
浅はかで
so
した
thoughtless. I couldn't
辛
stand
そう
seeing
なア
Elisa
リサさ
San
ん
in
を見
pain,
て
so
られな
I...
くて私は
Meredith's face crumpled on the
言い
verge of
訳
tears.
なんてできません
I have no excuse. I'm an accomplice to this.
加害者です
You're an accomplice to her drug addiction?
そんなに
Don't blame
悩む
yourself
こ
so
とな
much.
い
You were
よ
just worried about
メ
Elisa
ルルちゃん
Chan.
はア
She
リサ
seems
ちゃんを心
fine.
配しただけだしアリサちゃんは元気だしはい
Yes, for now, there's no side
今
effects.
のところ影響
But
は
we
出
have
てい
no
ま
idea.
せん
We don't know what might happen.
でも
Meredith stood up shakily and
この
walked towards
先
the
は
bed.
わからないです
Then from between the sheets, she took out a single medicine bottle.
アリサさんの探していた
This is
睡
the
眠
sleeping
薬です
medicine Elisa-san was looking for. Good job, Sylvie! Oh god, you missed! You missed Amos' flashback. Also, I'm getting a distinct feeling that it's possible Ama might not have a reliable memory. It's something Ama said. You want to see this thing? She said, I can't be a bystander anymore. But let me actually kind of show you this. She said, you know, let's work together. Everyone rejects that. So they have a oh, I can just scroll down.
一人はエマさん
I also want to see the scene again.
まったく褒めた一人ですもちろんごめん
I can't.
みんなでピッツァ頼むそういえば期待を持たせて巻き込んじゃいけない
Okay, here we go.
あれ
And where is this? Ava walked alone through the corridor, down a school door that she recognized. The moment she realized it, her chest filled with hope and her expression
魔女
brightened.
とか裁判と
Witches,
か殺人事件
trials,
とか全
murders.
部悪夢だったんだ
Was it all just a nightmare?
僕は囚わ
I
れて
wasn't
なん
really
かなくて
imprisoned.
こうやって学校
I'm
にいる
here, at
そ
school.
うだ急がないと
Right,
授業
I
が
have to
始まっ
hurry,
ちゃ
or I'll be late for class. The moment she started running, scornful laughter reached her ears, and Amy's body froze with a jolt. Ah, the laughter came from the
う見
classroom.
ちゃダメだ傍観者になっちゃダメだ
I can't look at the classroom. I can't be a bystander again. What does that mean? I thought you were bullied. I can't look at whoever's inside. I can't listen to that voice. I have to look away. I have to cover my ears. Or maybe my heart will break. No, her heart screamed warning. Ama, as if controlled, peered inside anyways. Ah, Ama, I've been waiting for you. Everyone, every single one, is so ugly, aren't they? Just by being alive, they're filthy, aren't they? Everyone should just die. Don't we hear a similar voice? Saying this, she deliberately curled the corners of her mouth into an exaggerated, twisted smile. Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. Are we progressing Ama's witchification every time we kill someone in trial? It's like, ah, yes, I've killed another. Good job, good job. Oh, also, Elisa's addicted to sleeping pills. It's a strong one that works well, so it became Elisa's favorite. So I hid this one. I told her she couldn't have it for a while. I didn't plan to hide it forever. I was gonna give it back after some time. But that's what happened. Merudu-chan, let's make that lunch. What can I help with? Seeing Merudu so dejected, Ima finally spoke to her in an encouraging tone. A small smile returned to Merudu's face. So I think either Hana or Shiri is about to die. Elisa's going to be responsible. But she's targeting Merudu. You're right. Today is a picnic after all. Let's make a lunch that will make everyone smile. Yep. I'll go get the ingredients, so... Let's see. Ema-san, could you tidy up the medicines? Of course. Amy began picking up the bottles scattered in front of the
ここは
medicine
しっかり
cabinet.
調べたことなかったけど
I never really
すごい
examined this
たくさんの
place
薬
before,
がある
but there are so many medicines. Some of them were familiar, but many had unknown purposes. When Maiduru finished preparing the lunch, Amy decided to go call Shuri
今
and
日は
Hana.
息抜きの日
Today's the day to
切り替えて
relax.
楽し
So
もう
let's switch gears and have fun. But as soon as she started walking, the image of Elisa from earlier
ア
came
リ
to
サち
mind.
ゃん久しぶりに会ったな
I haven't seen Elisa in a
マーゴちゃんや
while.
ココちゃ
I
ん
wonder
も
what
何して
Margo-chan
る
and
んだろう
Coco-chan are up to.
よし
Alright. I'm sorry, Margo-chan is never gonna be Margo-chan to me. She's always gonna be Margo-san to me. Ema lifted her head, a determined glint in her eyes. Not just Shiri-chan and
みんな
Hana-chan.
を誘っ
Let's
てみよ
invite
う
everyone. Believing that the rift between them could still be mended, Ema hurried on her way. Oh. Interesting. Wait, hold up. Hold up! That's interesting. So, if I'm to believe this, originally there were only one guest house. Interesting. I wonder if anyone's here. Just to be sure, Ema peered into each cell along the underground corridor one by one. Then the cells shared by Hana and Coco. Hana was still there. Hana was sitting on the floor with her back to the door, focused on doing something. Hana-chan. When Ema softly called out, Hana's shoulders gave an exaggerated jolt. Hana and who? Hana and Coco.
あらエマさん
Ema-san, you
びっ
startled
くり
me.
しましたわ
Quickly, Hana hid whatever's in her hands under the
なんだ
blanket.
ろう
I wonder what that was. Uh-oh, is Hana about to murder?
なんでもねえですわ
It's nothing at all.
気
Please
に
don't
しない
mind
で
it.
くださいまし
Is Hana getting ready to commit a murder? Perhaps noticing Ema's puzzled gaze, Hana hurried out of the cell.
うん
Okay. Having hidden something in her hand, Ema looked a little dejected. Seeing this, Hana started to panic.
別に大したこと
It's
じゃあ
really
りません
nothing
のよ
major.
本当
Truly.
に危ないことをしているわけ
It's
で
not
もあ
like
り
I'm
ませ
doing
ん
anything dangerous. I want to do something dangerous. Hmm. Giving me a moment. There we go. I did something to change honest powers. That is true. I'm not doing anything dangerous. Well, I'm making a present to try and cheer Ema up a little.
るようにエマさん最近
Since
寝
you've
込
been
ん
laid
で
up
いました
recently,
し
I thought it might serve as a
お見舞い
get
には
well
なる
gift.
かなと
Averting her eyes, looking somewhat embarrassed, Hana spoke. I think they're gonna want to kill. I think they're gonna want to kill Sherry.
プレゼント
A present.
騒がなく
No need
て
to
も
make a
よろし
fussy
くて
here.
よ
It's really nothing
全然
special.
大したものじゃありませんから
Actually, it's because I think that they're gonna kill Sherry next, not Hana, that I think Hana is going to die and Sherry's going to
マ
live.
マちゃん
Hana-chan. Ema, overcome with emotion, her eyes swelling with
大
longing
した
tears.
ものじゃないんですから
It's really
もう
nothing
別に構わ
special,
ないで
so
くだ
please
さい
don't
ま
make
し
such a big deal out of it.
私先に行ってますね
I'll head out ahead now. Okay,
じゃあまた
see you
後で
later. Whether to hide her embarrassment or not, Hana walked away with an almost angry stride. Right, Gordon, let's go see Margot. On the sofa in the recreation room, Coco was sitting. What's that?
何それ
So funny.
マジな
For real? Tell me
ちょ
more.
っと詳し
It's
く
fine,
聞
it's
かせて
fine.
よ
I've got time.
大丈夫大丈夫私暇だし
Wait.
うん
Yeah. And then? So that's how it went.
そうきたか
Yeah. On the way to Emma had entered, Coco was talking to someone on her phone, eh? Emma stood frozen stunned, staring at Coco who was talking to her phone to her ear talking. Feeling Emma's gaze, Coco noticed her. Started Coco dropped her phone. Coco-chan, who are you talking to? Can that phone connect to the outside?
外と繋がってるの
She's pretending! Emma pressed Coco eagerly, but Coco awkwardly averted her gaze.
そ
Idiot.
んなわけねえだろ
No way.
外と連絡つくなら
If I could
どこに
contact the
助け呼ん
outside,
でる
I'd
わ
have called for help ages ago. She's faking it.
そうだよね
Yeah, I guess. And so that was her imagining she was on a call with someone talking to herself?
一人で話してたってこと
Coco's whole demeanor rejected any further
つう
probing.
か話しかけないでくれます
Can you not talk to me?
もう
We already
私ら
decided we're not
一緒に
sticking
いるのや
together
め
anymore.
たんだしでもここ
Hey,
ちゃん
Coco-chan, if you don't talk to someone you're going to.
かなり来てるんだうるさい
Shut up.
うるさいうるさい
Shut up. Shut up.
あんたなんか嫌い私は推しとしかつながりたくない
I hate you. I only want to connect with my Oshi. That's why her power is clairvoyance. She is one of those really possessive girls. Ow.
それ以外はいらない
I don't need anything else. Go away. Disappear. This is all just a
こん
nightmare.
なの全部悪夢だから
Coco curled up, covered her ears, and screamed. A call.
私
No ringtone was sounding. With unfocused eyes, Coco picked up the dropped phone. This is actually a type of girl on Twitter, on Japanese Twitter. There are these girls who are seeking a codependency partner or have these unrequited Twitter crushes on people they've never spoken to on Twitter. That's what Coco is.
はあ私だよ
It's me.
元気
I'm
元
fine,
気
fine. How are you?
そっちはどう
Yeah.
う
I see.
んそっか
Seeing such a painfully pitiable sight, Amy was at a loss for words.
もう妄想と
Coco-chan.
現実の区別がつ
She
いてない
can't
んだ
tell fantasy from reality anymore. Coco's back was rejecting the reality of the prison.
ここにいるのは悪夢なんか
But
じ
being
ゃ
here
なく
isn't
て
a
現
nightmare.
実なんだよ
It's reality,
ココちゃん
Coco-chan.
今日みんなで
Coco-chan,
裏
so
庭
everyone
でピク
decided
ニ
to
ッ
have
ク
a
しようっ
picnic
て
in the
話になったん
backyard.
だよかったら来
If
て
you'd
ほ
like,
しい
please come. We'll
待
be
ってるか
waiting.
ら
To Coco's rejecting back, Amos spoke earnestly. Coco didn't turn around. She kept talking to someone who wasn't there. I feel bad for Coco, but this is just very... Everything... Oh, this is gonna be Marco in the library. When Amos searched the library thoroughly, as she suspected, Marco was there. Marco, as if trying to avoid notice, was quietly reading in a dark,
あら
secluded corner.
エマちゃん
Ada, Emma-chan. So, by the way, I have a theory about Marco. We're not hearing her real voice. We're not hearing Marco's real voice.
マーゴちゃんその本
Marco-chan,
って
that book.
前に見せた
I
でしょ
showed you before, remember? It's an illustrated book about witches and magic. I've been able to read quite a bit of it lately. Eh? Really?
ええ
Yes, once you find the pattern, it's not difficult. Would you try reading it, Emma-chan? I'm not really good at
勉強とか
studying or
あんまり
anything.
得意じゃなくて
That does seem like
そん
you.
な感じがす
But
るわ
Emma-chan,
で
I
も
think you're
エマ
actually
ちゃん
very sharp. It almost looks like you're pretending you can't do it on purpose.
わ
そんな
No way, you're
買いかぶりだよ。
overestimating me.
ねえそれよ
Hey,
り
more
そ
importantly,
の本っ
does
て
that
何
book
か
have
重
anything
要なこと
important
書
written
い
in
てあ
it?
ったりしたのかな
そうね
Let's see. Margot stroked the spine of the book almost
私
lovingly.
たちにとって救済になるかはわから
I
な
don't
い
know if
け
it'll
ど
be salvation for us, but
あ
I
る
found a
儀
method
式
for
の
a
方
certain
法を見
ritual.
つけたの
Giski?
A ritual?
え
Yes,
で
but I'm
も
still
まだ読み解
deciphering
いて
it,
い
so
る途
once I
中だか
understand it
ら
a bit more, I'll
もう
tell you
少
about
し
it
分
too,
かったか
Ema-chan.
らエマちゃんにも教えてあげるわねあとはそ
And
う
yet there's something
この屋敷のどこかに
supposedly
魔女を
witch
殺
killing
す
medicine
薬があるらし
somewhere
い
in this
の
mansion.
魔女を殺す薬？
Witch killing
Eh?
medicine?
薬の名称はトレデキムラテン語で13を表す言葉みたいね
It's called Tridecium. It seems to be Latin for 13. Hold up. 13, huh? Like the number of us that are trapped here? There's 13 of us. There is 13 of us. I'm just saying. I'm just saying that, maybe this ritual involves all of us dying. We're playing out a sacrifice ritual.
その薬は
Apparently, when this medicine
体に
enters
入
the
ると
body,
副作用で死後に身体的な反応が現れるらしいわ
it causes physical reactions after death as a side effect.
ただこの情報もまだ読み解いている途中また詳しいことが分かったら教えてあげるわね
When this medicine enters the body, it transforms you into a witch. Looking close at Margot, she had dark circles under her
さ
eyes.
すがにマーゴちゃんも参ってる
I
の
guess
か
even
な。
Marco-chan is struggling.
ねえエ
Hey,
マちゃん
Ema-chan,
見てちょうだい
look at this. Suddenly, Marco took off her glove and gracefully extended her hand. It was a beautiful hand with slender fingers. What about
手
your
が
hand?
どうかしたの？
爪が長い
My
でし
nails are
ょ
long, aren't they?
これで
And I
昨日
just
切っ
cut
た
them
のよ
yesterday. Eh? Looking at Marco's fingertips, Ema was speechless. Indeed, they were lengths that didn't seem possible to have been cut
Gosh.
yesterday.
慣れ果てがど
You
ん
know
な
what the
姿を
guards
して
look like,
いるか
the husks look like,
よ
don't
く
you?
知っている
Oh! Marco's
魔女
witchifying.
化が進むとどうや
It
ら
seems
爪
that
が
as
伸びるのも
witchification
早くな
progresses,
るみたい
nail
ね
growth also
マーゴ
accelerates.
ちゃん、魔女化が
Marco-chan,
進んでるってわかるの？
you can tell your witchification is progressing?
あるの？
Do you have urges to kill? When Ema instinctively stepped back, Marco shook her head with a smile.
怖がらないで何もしやしないわ
Don't be scared, I won't do anything. I haven't progressed that far yet. I don't have any urges to kill. I think you're telling me a Jedi truth that, you know, Darth Vader killed your father. It's not, I don't have any urges to kill. I just want I think you are telling the absolute truth. You don't have urges to kill. You have urges to see people die. It's in your rotten personality.
そっか、よかっ
I
た。
see, that's good. You would induce others to kill.
魔女化が始まっていることは確かに
However, it's certain that witchification has
メリ
started.
ットがあることも判
Bye
明した
bye,
わ
Astral! Let's see what other benefits. Benefits?
持っている魔
The
法の
potency of my
効
magic
力が
is
強くなっ
increased.
ているの
Surely the further witchification progresses, the more powerful magic we can use.
強力な魔法が使えるようになっていくのこの本の図解にある通りにね
Hippos are cool. Just as the illustrations in this
魔
book
法が
show.
強くなったらいいことはあるかもしれない。
Having stronger magic.
慣れ果てになったら自我を失っておしまいだ。
Having stronger magic might be a good thing, but if you become a husk, you lose yourself in its
Meh.
over.
レイヤちゃんやアン
Hey,
アン
do
ち
you
ゃん
remember
の
the
処刑
executions of Leia-chan and
覚
Anan-chan?
えている
忘れられる
As
わ
if
け
I
ない
could
よ。
forget. Both of them were driven by murderous intent, committed murder, and were condemned as witches, and then they became
時
husks.
々悪夢になって出てくる。
They appear in my nightmares sometimes. They're pushing us to the brink.
どの段階で私たちの体は完全に魔女
I
化
wonder
し
at what stage our
死な
bodies
な
will
い体
completely
になるのか
witchify and
しら
become bodies that cannot
彼女
die.
たちは処刑によって死ななか
They
った
didn't die from execution. That means they had already
も
become
うけれ
witches,
ど
right?
外見には影響が出ていなか
But
った
their appearance wasn't affected.
個人
I
差な
wonder
の
if
か
it
しら
varies from person to person.
外見が少し異形化する子もいれば
Some
そのま
girls
まで
change
魔女に
appearance
なって
slightly,
しまう子
becoming
もいる
somewhat monstrous, while others become witches while
外
staying the
見で
same.
判断できたら
If we could
簡単
judge
に
by
魔女を
appearance, we
隔
could
離も
easily
できるわ
isolate the
よ
witches.
隔離ってそんな
Isolating
ひ
them
ど
is
い
so
こと
cruel.
あら合理的
Nada,
だ
I
と
think
思
it's
うけ
quite
れど
logical.
例
For
えば
instance,
私
I
は
should be
もうこの
isolated at
段
this
階で
stage
隔離
already.
すべきね
Shit, you're irrational. Rational actor. If we lock up with those with a high probability of becoming witches, the murders wouldn't happen. That's what should have been done from the start. Yeah, but we didn't know Leia had a high probability. Amy's brow furrowed and she shook her head. I can't do that. We didn't know, Anan. You're so kind, Emma-chan. My concerns are practical. That kindness is sometimes cruel. Someday you'll regret it.
いずれ後悔するわ
後悔なんてし
I
ない
won't
よ
regret it.
僕はみんなと一
I'll
緒に
escape from this
こ
prison,
の牢屋
together
敷
with
から脱
everyone.
出してみせるもう誰も死なせ
I
た
don't
り
let
しな
anyone
い
else die. With vacant eyes, Margot just stared blankly at Emma. Emma's pretty words likely couldn't touch Margot's heart even
それで
slightly.
もそれでも
Even
僕は
so.
マー
Even
ゴちゃ
so,
ん
I
と
want to
助
save
け
you
たい
too,
んだよ
Margot-chan.
マーゴちゃん
Margot-chan,
今
we're
日みんな
going on
で
a
ピクニッ
picnic
クに行く
today.
んだよかったらマーゴちゃんに
If
も
you'd
来てほ
like,
しい
I want you to come
みんなで
too.
楽しく過ごせたらいいなって思
It
う
would be nice if we could all have fun together.
そう
I see. Margot murmured softly and lowered her eyes to her book, looking
私
uninterested.
は行かない方がいいと思うの
I think it's better if I don't go. I might end up feeling murderous intent towards someone.
でも
But
でも待ってるから
we'll be waiting. Emma turned her back to Margot and started
僕たちに
walking.
絆
We
は
have
ある
bonds.
絆があれ
If we
ば
have bonds,
殺
murders
人
won't
事件は
happen.
起こらない
I mean, that's not what Margot said. Margot, before, she said, actually, if we have bonds, we'll fucking murder each other. If we have bonds, we'll fucking murder each other.
僕は
That's what I want to
So
believe.
신지다.
Gazing straight ahead, Amy clutched her fish tightly. Lounge. When Ema entered the lounge, she found Elisa sitting on the sofa. She had gone out to find everyone, but seeing Elisa made Ema hesitate. What should I do? Should I talk to her? Because of what happened earlier in the infirmary, Ema's feet felt rooted to the spot. Sakura-bakun, huh? When Ema was hesitating, Elisa spoke to her first. About earlier. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be so harsh, but I couldn't help getting irritable. Elisa mumbled, seeming to find it hard to say, suppressing Ema.
悪い子じゃないんだ
Alisa-chan isn't a bad person. I already know that.
気にしないで
Don't worry about it.
その
How
体
are
調は
you
どうか
feeling?
な
Hikami told you about the medicine, huh?
うん
Yeah.
神が過保護で大げさに言ってるだけだ。
Hikami's just being overprotective and exaggerating. Even if I take a lot, it doesn't
体に
affect
影響
me.
な
I'm
んて
used to
ねえ
it.
よ。
Oh!
薬には慣れてんだ。
You have a OD problem.
そうなの
Is that so?
勘違いすんな
Don't
よ。
get me wrong, it's not like
違
illegal
法
drugs
薬
or
物と
anything.
かじゃねえ。
Taking medicine just helps me feel at ease.
こんなところに
Being trapped in a place like this, there's no way I can
仕事で
stay
いられ
sane,
るわけね
so...
えだろ。
そうだよね
Yeah, I get it.
不
I
安に
understand
なる
feeling
気持ち
anxious.
わかるよ
But it's not good if it
で
harms
も
your
体
body.
に悪影響が出るのは良くないよね
Hey,
え今日
we're
はみん
going
な
on
で
a
ピクニッ
picnic
クに行
today.
くんだ
Alisa-chan,
アリ
won't
サ
you
ちゃん
come
も
with
一緒に来
us?
ない一人で思い悩んでるより
Instead of worrying
み
all
んな
alone,
でパーッと遊んだ
wouldn't it
方
be
が
more
気
fun
が
to
晴
let
れるよ
loose and play with
考
everyone?
えとく。
I'll think about it. Alisa looked completely exhausted, but her attitude towards Amy was considerably
アリサちゃ
softer.
んともっと仲良くなりたい
I want to get closer to Alisa-chan too. If everyone could just get along. Ema, you're no
殺人
Naegi.
事件なんて
The murders would never happen again. There's just one problem? Mako Tanaegi, in his heart of hearts, doesn't want everyone to die. You do. In your heart of hearts, you want
僕
people to die.
先に行ってるから かっ
I'm
たら
heading
来て
over
ね
now, so come if you want, we'll be waiting. Amy called out to Lisa enthusiastically and left the lounge, left behind Lisa. After letting out a deep sigh, she gazed at the ceiling. I guess it's about time. I'm in limit out now. I'm already.
うちは
Fuck. As Amy stepped out into the entrance hall, she immediately spotted Sherry.
あ、エマさん
Ema-san!
シェリーちゃん
Sherry-chan, perfect timing. I came to invite you to the
ピクニッ
picnic.
クに行こうって誘いに来たんだですよね
I knew it!
私
I
も
thought
そう
so
思っ
too.
て
So look, I found it.
見つけましたよ
What Sherry probably held up was for some reason a broom. Eh? What's this?
ほうきです
It's a
よ
broom!
いやそれは
Well,
見
I
たら
can
わ
see
かる
that.
けど前に探した
Last
時
time
は
I looked, I couldn't find the one that really
って
screamed
感じ
the
のやつじゃな
broom.
くて残念だったんです
So I was disappointed. You want to be a
それ
witch!
でずっと
So I've
探
been
してたん
searching
で
ever
すよ
since for one that really feels like a
ま
broom.
さにって感じのものを
One you can
掃
ride?
除道具入れにはなかったんですがなんと玄関前で見かけまして
Reasonable. It was in the cleaning supplies closet, but lo and behold, I spotted it in front of the entrance. And Sherry leaned close to Emma's ear. Her gaze was fixed on the guard standing in front of the
あの
entrance.
監修あんななりしてきっち
That
り掃
guard,
除
for
して
all
や
its
がるん
terrifying
ですよ
looks, actually cleans properly. Hearing this whispered secret, Emma found herself looking at the guard. I think we're gonna have someone who commits murder while trying to commit suicide. Poison. Grrr. The guard, as always, whether alive or dead was unclear, stood completely
誰かが
motionless.
料理とか掃除とか
Someone has to cook, clean, and restock clothes, after all.
私たちが
They probably do it during the hours of forbidden to go out.
働き者ですよね
Such hard workers.
いやー死んだ
Well,
方が手
I'm
に
just
入ん
thrilled
で
to
も
have attained new information. Unable to understand Sherry's sparkling eyed excitement, Eamon looked
で
confused.
もその
But
ほう
that
きを
broom,
一
what
体
can I
何に
use
使
it
う
for?
の僕が知らないだけで
Is it just that I don't know, and in the world, brooms are essential for picnics?
それは
That's a
お楽しみ
surprise!
ですというわけで
So with that, I'll go on
や
ahead.
ってますね
Broom in hand, looking delighted, Sherry skipped away. What do I do? I don't understand. She wants to fly. The only thing could understand was that Sherry was bright and full of energy. The ones who came to the flower field were the four. Emma, Sherry, Hana, and
みん
Madodo.
なに声をかけたけど
I invited everyone, but of course it's just us four again.
寂しい気持ち
It
もあ
feels a
るけ
bit
ど
lonely, but
でも
today, let's
今日
forget
はいろいろ
everything and
忘れ
have
て
fun.
楽しもう
The vast ground spread out with the green grass and flower fields, and in the distance the blue sky stretched endlessly. Hana and Madodo immediately began taking out food and placing it on the
こ
picnic
こ
sheet.
見晴らしいいですよね
The view here is so
常
nice.
に虹が出てるの不気味で
It's
すけど
creepy that there's always a
こういう
rainbow,
時は
but
な
at
んだ
times like
か
this,
嬉
it
しく
somehow
なり
makes
ま
me
すよ
happy.
ね
Everyone,
温かいお茶をどうぞ
Mina-san, please have some warm tea.
メルルちゃんありがとうあったかいお茶嬉しい
Aishi? Warm tea is so good. She says oishi, and it means good but
エマさ
tasty.
ん体調
You
崩し
haven't
て
been
ますも
feeling
ん
well,
ね
Ema-san.
辛かった
If it
ら
gets
すぐ
rough,
に
tell us
言ってく
right
ださい
away.
ありがとうシェリーちゃん
Okay, Shiri-chan, thank you.
きっと疲れ
I'm
が出
fine
た
now.
ん
I
だと
think
思
it
う
was just fatigue. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, wrapping in the scent of blooming flowers. It felt wonderful.
少し場所を
Just
変え
by
るだけで
changing locations
久
a
しぶ
little,
り
I
に
feel
穏や
peaceful
か
for
な
the
気持
first
ち
time in a
やっ
while.
ぱり気分転換が
Changing
必
your
要
mood
だよ
really
ね
is necessary,
これか
so
ら
I'll
もい
try
ろいろ
planning
探
more
して
things
み
from
よ
now
う
on.
カラオケとかゲーム大会
Karaoke,
とか
game
みんな
tournaments.
で一緒にやったら
Doing them
絶対
together would
楽し
definitely
い
be fun. The girls snacked on food, picked flowers, and laughed together. Time passed leisurely, unlike any
エ
other
マ
day.
さんすっごくいい笑顔ですね
Ema-san, you have a really nice smile.
そうかな
Really? It's
こ
been
ういう
so
の
long
久
since
しぶ
I've
り
done
だから
anything like
な
this.
んだか嬉し
I
くな
just
っちゃ
feel
って
happy. Spending time with friends, chatting. It's been so long. A scene from long ago, laughing and friends, flashed hazily through her mind. Accompanied by a strange pain in her chest, Amy quickly shook off the vision. Sorry for just assuming we're friends. I thought it might be different from being friends. Your understanding that we're friends is correct. Hana stated bluntly, then turned away shyly with a huff. Hana-chan, thank you. Yeah. We're already friends. We've been together so long, so we're BFFs. I don't think that word means what you think it means. Well then, it's time! Once everyone had finished eating, Sherry stood up. Are we going back already? No, wait, the main event starts now! Ta-da! From somewhere, Sherry produced a broom and held it up. Ah, it's the broom from earlier. What does she plan to do with it? What are you planning to do with the broom? Hana seemed to have the same questions as Emma and asked Sherry. I knew it! I'm glad you asked! I was thinking Hana-san could fly with this. Oh, so that's it! Broom in hand, Sherry pressed on Hana. When you think of witches, they fly through the sky on brooms, right? We grew up seeing witches flying on brooms since we were little, didn't we? Did we? Ever since the warden first mentioned witches, I wanted to see this so badly. In this insane situation right after we're captured, you were thinking about that? Oh god. I know your type. Sherry's an otaku. Sherry is the kind of person who looks at a maid and says, maids are filled with the dreams of all humanity. Aren't you just exaggerating to trick me into it? Hana-san, do it, please! Sherry thrust a broom towards Hana. You're a witch candidate too, aren't you? Why don't you do it? I'm a great detective, but I can't fly. And Hana-san can fly! Your one and only special skill. Don't call it my one and only. If possible, please let me ride in the back. Sherry's eyes sparkled, her expression completely having reverted to a child. Hana, slightly teary-eyed, turned a pleading gaze towards Ema and Madodo. Go in, Hana-chan. Oh, thank you for the raid, Bernie! Hello! This is Bootsy. What was Bernie playing? Let's go check. Bernie was playing... School Quest! Wait, that's US category. She might be... Wait, what? Wait, what's going on, Dr. 7-3 word? Oh shit, wrong. School Quest, and did Ironbark look out earlier? It was a horror game. This is a visual novel. This visual novel, like, welcome everybody, welcome. This is actually a really good visual novel. It's, Magical Girl Witch Trials. It's, it's basically Danganronpa meets Talentless Nana, and it runs in Madoka Magical Girls. Rules. Wait, the game wouldn't give us a prompt to pee off a radio tower? Is this like a game with like bathroom mechanics, or is this like some kind of weird Sierra puzzle solution? Is this the kind of like is this actually like something in for game mechanics? Like there's a bathroom mechanic, or is this like the actual solution to the puzzle and it just didn't trigger? Because this sounds like pee off the radio tower sounds like the thing you do in King's Quest or and you can't pee off the radio tower? What is the game expecting from you then? Like, this is actually sounding like the kind of weird Sierra puzzle. Oh yes, there's this clearly defined cliff right here, but this isn't the game's intended solution, so you can't actually pee off the cliff. And then the narrator will, of Monkey Island will say something, only savages would pee off the cliff. Something like that. So, that actually sounds so annoying. Is this a point-and-click adventure? Because the logic here feels like Monkey Island, or is it King's Field or King's Quest? King's Quest. Ah. That's kind of weird. I wish there was something I could do to help. I'm so sorry. I absolutely cannot fly. What should I do? Ah, pat. I think, when I was playing, Lady Night and Eclipse Night Saga, for whatever these were as NSFW games, they actually suffered from this same problem. That they would tell you to do a thing, but you couldn't just do the thing. You had to do, a set of specific things first before you trigger the event flag. And it was always felt so weird and arbitrary. I remember a scene in Lily Night Saga where they just want you to talk to a ship captain who will take you across the sea. But you can't just talk to the ship captain. You have to talk to 3 random NPCs that they don't actually label before the ship captain spawns in. It's kind of a thing I find annoying in games where it gives you a really simple task, but in order to accomplish this really simple task, you have to do, 2 or 3 really arbitrary things before the game's gonna let you do this really simple task. Yeah. And sometimes these hoops they want you to jump through are super arbitrary. Fine, I'll do it, alright? I'll do it. I'm gonna snatch the room from Sherry's hand. Yatta! Sherry jumped for joy, Emma let out a wry smile. Anyway, thank you for the raid. Big thank you for the raid, Bernie. Bum 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 bum. When it comes to it, Hana-chan is actually easygoing. And then, and then, so heavy. So heavy. Just as Siri had wished, Hana was flying through the air in the broom. Strictly speaking, she wasn't flying on the broom, but floating while holding it. Plus of Sherry riding on her back, she was wobbling along in low-altitude flight. Why? It feels like I've become a witch. You're not supposed to become a witch. So much fun! Tanoshii! I'm not having fun, you know? With a pained expression, Hana just barely managed to maintain the appearance of flying. Trying to grant Sherry's wish, her face was bright red as she struggled not to fall. Let's fly over the wall, just fly over the wall like this. Are you stupid? If I were going over the wall, I would definitely drop you in the broom, wouldn't I? Eh? Can't the power of the broom do something like that? This isn't a magic broom. It's a cleaning broom. I really want to drop you. I think this is the biggest weakness of Seiki Maya. Seiki Maya has no moments like this. This is just this weird, hardcore slice of life scene. It serves only the character build. And Seiki Man lacks moments that don't add to the mystery. Please don't drop me. Stop clinging to me. You're hot and bothersome. Sherry. Oh, I gotta see this. No way, I'm not letting go. Uh-oh. You're gonna crush her. Sherry clung to Hana even tighter as if trying to meld with her. Hey, if you hug me that tight, I can't breathe. You're too strong. Ah, please don't shake me like that. It's scary. I'm not shaking you. It's because you're so heavy. Hana's arms supporting Sherry on her own were trembling violently. Even if she wanted to turn back, they had drifted far from where Aimer and Merido were. Let's just land somewhere. That looks good. I can't anymore. Eh? What? Suddenly, Hana's magic gave out. The two fell into the bushes below. Fortunately, they had been flying low, so neither seemed to be seriously injured. Sherry's cheerful laughter echoed in the blue sky. Haha, fun! So how does this go to bad ends? The only one having fun is you. Lying on her back, gasping for breath, Hana glowed resentfully at Sherry. Hana-san, you look like you won't be getting up anytime soon. Shall we rest here for a bit? You can go back first, you know. I couldn't do that. After all, I'm the one who wanted to ride the broom. Sherry lay down next to Hana and took one deep breath. Ah, this is a nice place. I'm not good with people like Sherry. But it's not bad. Thanks to you, Hana-san, we found a nice spot. It's not like I wanted to come here or anything. Oh, come on, don't sweat the small stuff. We're feeling so good right now. I suppose it doesn't feel bad. A peaceful time unlike anything one would expect in a prison, wrapped around Sherry and Hana. Then suddenly, as if struck by an idea, Sherry spoke up. What if it's just we kept going, just the two of us, as far as we can? What do you say? That's obviously impossible. Why is it impossible? Why? Even if we ran, the guards would catch us right away. Then we just run in a place where they can't catch us. To a place where they can't catch us? The world is super big! There might be a place like that, right? Wait, what? At Sherry's words, Hana's eyes went wide, her eyes wavered with surprise and a hint of hope. If it's you and me, Hana-san, maybe we can do it. Oh no, I know the plan here. Sherry runs, and when Sherry can't run anymore, Hana flies. Sherry gently touched Hana's hand. Do you really think so? Wait, you're getting swept up in a weird atmosphere. You never know until you try, right? Faced with Sherry's small smile, Hana's eyes wavered even more. Maybe, just maybe, there's a way out of here that nobody knows about. Maybe we don't even have to become witches. I wouldn't look for that kind of future. Yes, you're right. With that face that looked like she might burst into tears at any moment, Hana smiled. I'd worry about you if you went alone, so I'll graciously accompany you. Hi, let's become free together! No matter how desperate to hope, they couldn't help but cling to it. That was how much this environment had cornered and exhausted them. Ah, but those two. Realizing she meant Ima and Meridos, Sherry smiled even more gently. Once we're free, and have a proper place to stay, let's come back for them. Not just Ima-san and Merido-san, but everyone who survived. And then next time, we'll all have a picnic together. With lunchboxes full of everyone's favorite foods, in a warm, sunny place. That's a wonderful idea. Well then, let's go. Together. Believing that the dream could become reality, Sherry and Hana stood up and took each other's hands. At that moment, a single tear rolled down Hana's cheek, was carried away by the gentle wind. Sometime later. Sherry-chan? Hana-chan? Where are you? We're worried. Please answer us. Ima and Merido had come to look for Sherry and Hana. We couldn't find them at all! If I could fly, this wouldn't have happened. It's not your fault, Merido-chan. I bet they got off the broom and are hiding somewhere together, right? I mean, Sherry-chan seems like she'd enjoy that kind of thing. Hiding? Yes, let's look a little more. Okay, but no matter how much they searched, they never found Sherry and Hana. After this, Aim and the others never saw the two of them again. Wait, what? Sherry and Hana run away without us. They leave us to die on the island of death. Bad end. Dude, there's an actual term for this. Wait, for real? It is, the term is Meriba. Meri bad end. Where, oh my god, we got a Meri bad end. Where Hana and Sherry run away, leave us, and go off into the sunset together. Did you really do this? What? Make sure you keep your balance. You don't need to keep saying that. Bickering back and forth, Shady and Hana raced across the blue sky. They wobbled off into the distance, and soon their conversation faded away. Marudo and Ama watched them and couldn't help but smile. Ah, that was the best. Hana and Shiri had flown far away, but they walked back. Hana-chan, you worked hard. I'll pour some tea now. It's gotten cold, though. Cold was fine. That was quite a workout, honestly. I know, I'm so hot, I'm dying. The four of them sat back down the picnic sheet, and a relaxed atmosphere settled over them. If only this time could last forever. By the way, Ima-san. Sherry started a conversation, and Ima leisurely turned to face her. What is it? What kind of relationship did you have with Nikaido Hiro? It really seems like there was something between you two, didn't it? What kind of conflict did you have? Eh? Suddenly Ima's expression stiffened. Hey, Shiri-chan, asking like that. We still barely know anything about each other, especially about the time before we were captured here. If we're friends, isn't it natural to want to know more? That's true, I suppose. About the time before we get captured. It's true, I don't know anything about everyone. I want to know about everyone too, and I want them to know about me. Hiro-chan is my childhood friend. Yeah, I've heard that much. So how did this go from childhood friend to you're evil, I want you to die? There was a time where we were friends, but for some reason she ended up hating me. And she joined the bullies? It was my fault, but I don't really remember much about that time, so I don't really know the reason. Before I knew it, I had angered Hiro-chan, who was a central figure at school, and then everyone started ignoring me. It turned into this atmosphere like I was being bullied. Oh. What is that all about? That's unforgivable. Ima-san, going through something so terrible. Oh. That means that Hiro-san instigated, right? That was like a bully and victim relationship. Maybe, but it just became complicated. Even now, I think of Hiro-san as something special. I never imagined we would reunite in a place like this, and what things would turn out that way. Even now in Ima's pocket was the fountain pen Hiro had dropped. Ima gently gripped that fountain pen. Now, Shiri-chan, Hana-chan, and Mirudu-chan are here with me. Thank you all for listening. I feel a bit better. Relationships can be so complicated. I've been ignored by everyone before too. You seem like you would be. Your reaction to me is way too different to your reaction to Ima-san. Even I'll cry, you know. The problem is that you're being ignored because you're obnoxious. Not you, Hana-san. Before being captured here, what kind of life did you lead? Me? Not expecting to be asked, Hana's demeanor became flustered. Oh, isn't it obvious I'm a rich
今
young
日の
lady?
花よとちやほや育てられましたの。毎日贅沢三昧。あの頃が懐かしいですわ。
Wait, what? I was pampered and raised with love and care. Every day was pure luxury. I miss those days.
怪しいな。食べ
Suspicious.
方も振る舞いも。
Your eating habits and mannerisms seem pretty common in our life.
私の話はも
That's
う
enough
いい
about
でし
me,
ょ。
okay? What about you,
シェリー
Sherry
さんはど
chan?
うなんですの？
Right, because I remember Sherry saying, I've seen a lot of dead bodies,
私
you
です
know?
か？あらら、ハンナさん、
あら、ハンナさん、you wanna know about me?
私のこと知りたいんですか？興味津々
You're so interested. I'm overwhelmed. If you want to know that badly, I suppose I
そん
could
な
tell
に知
you.
りたいなら、話してあげてもいいですよ。
Tell us about dead
あな
bodies.
たが聞いたから
You're
で
the
し
one
ょ？
who asked.
いちいち
Stop
煽ら
provoking
な
me
い
at
で
every
ください
turn.
まし。いいですよ。
Alright, I'll tell
話
you.
してあげましょう。私は、
I was, a pretty ordinary kid through elementary and middle school.
強いて言うな
If
ら
I had to say
ミステリ
something,
ー小説にハマってミステリー
I
オタ
got
クに
into
なった
mystery
くらいで
novels and became a mystery otaku.
そんなの見て
Anyone could see that.
思ったより面
Sorry, it
白
was
く
less
なくて
interesting
ご
than
めん
you
なさい
expected. But what about the dead
面
bodies?
白くなくても大丈夫だよシェリ
It's
ーちゃ
okay
ん
if it's not interesting, Shiri-chan.
で
Ah,
も
but there is one
一
thing.
個ありました私みなしごで施設育ちなんです
I'm an orphan raised in a facility.
なので義父母とは血の
So I
つな
have
がり
no
があ
blood
りま
relation
せ
to
ん
my foster parents. Sherry said this so casually that Emma and the others were speechless.
いきなり
Dropping a bombshell like that out of nowhere.
仲良しってわけでも
We
な
weren't
かったで
particularly
すし
close anyway,
私
so I
の
don't
場合
think my family
家
is
族
worried
も
about
心
me.
配していないと思います
But that's not
そ
true.
んなことありません
I love how she says, oh, by the way, I'm an orphan. Like, she could have just dropped anything like there. Oh, by the way, I killed my parents. Oh, by the way, I was a member of Aum Shinrikyo. Oh, by the way, I'm a Moonie. Oh, by the way, I shot Shinzo Abe. Oh, by the way, I'm actually the devil. Unusually, Maidou raised her voice. Her shoulders trembled and she looked on the verge of tears. Maidou-chan,
血のつながりがなくたって
even without blood
家族は
ties,
大
family is
切
still
な存
important.
在です
Shut up! Don't talk to me with your high-minded words about
シェ
family.
リーさんのご家族は
I'm sure Shiri-san's family is worried about Shiri-san. Yeah, right? Maidou, you can say something like this because you had parents that loved you. Your father didn't hate you because... Your father didn't pick a vicious dog over his own child. Shut
胸
up.
が張り裂けそう
They must be thinking of Shiri-san every day.
毎
Their
日
heart's
シェリ
about
ー
to
さんを
break.
思っているはずです
Perhaps unable to hold it in any longer, Maidou's tears spilled
私
over.
は家族に会いたい
I want to see my
こん
family.
なところはもう嫌です
I hate this place. I want to see her.
会いたいよ
I want to see her. You know, okay, maybe it's just that I'm already sus of Maidou, but just hypothetically, is her the Grand Witch? Is that who you miss? Who you want to see? You want to see the Grand Witch?
メルルさん
Maidou-san, please don't cry.
メルルちゃん
Maidou-chan. Maidou was timid, but on the other hand, she never showed the weakness inside her to others. You're not timid during trial? You're not timid during trial? And yet now sobbing, Maidou poured out her true feelings. It was gut-wrenching. All the girls felt the same way. I want
そ
to
ろ
see
そろ
my
自由
family.
時間が終わります戻りましょう
Free time will end soon. Let's head back. You know, Maidou does not feel timid during trial. The atmosphere had become completely somber, and Emma and the others began preparing to return to the prison. Thud, thud, a deafening noise echoed, shaking the entire prison. But now what? When Emma opened her eyes slightly, she was on the bed in the now familiar underground cell. An earthquake?
エマさん
Emma-san, big
大変
trouble!
ですわ
Bursting to Emma said was Hana.
Hana-chan,
Hana-chan,
ohayo.
good morning. What's this noise?
何シェリーさんです
It's Shiri-san.
シェリー
Shiri-san
さん
is
が暴れているん
rampaging.
ですわ
Eh? Why?
どうして
Seeming to instantly wake up fully, Ema hurriedly got out of
ゴ
bed.
リラ女いつか
That
暴
gorilla
走す
woman.
るんじゃないかと思っ
I
て
knew
いま
she'd
し
go
たわ
berserk
暴
someday.
れてどうにかなる
As
な
if
んて
causing a
そ
riot
んな
would
わ
solve
けありま
anything.
せんの
It's
に
impossible.
牢屋敷を壊そうとする
Trying
な
to
んて
destroy the prison like
看
this,
守に
she
殺
might
さ
get
れて
killed by the
しまうの
guards.
どこが頭脳派
Some
探偵ですわ
intellectual detective she
脳
is.
みそ筋肉
Her
お
brain is
花
just filled,
畑ですわ
it's just flower fields of muscles. Hana, for her part, seemed to be panicking as well, her eyes spinning as she
ハン
thought
ナちゃん
about.
落ち着いて
Hana-chan,
To
calm down.
止めに行
Anyway,
か
we
ない
have
と
to go stop her. Ema and Hana, tripping over their feet, rushed out of the cell. Inside the mansion, the hallways had broken windows, holes in the walls, it was a complete mess. The roaring sound was now coming from the library. Ema and Hana rushed inside. The bookshelves in the back had fallen like dominoes, looking like the aftermath of a major earthquake. Books were scattered everywhere in complete disarray.
エマさんハンナさん
Ema-san,
おはようござ
Hana-san,
います
good morning. As if nothing had happened, Sherry smiled
何
brightly.
を考
What were you
えていま
thinking?
すのそうだよシェ
Yeah,
リーちゃん
Sherry-chan.
こんな屋敷をめち
Making
ゃくちゃ
such a
に
mess
して
of the
一
mansion?
体ど
What
う
are
い
you
うつもり
claiming?
なの
Sherry probably picked the
ほ
bird
ら
with its finger.
よくあるじゃないですか本棚を動かしたら隠し部屋のスイッチが出てくるやつ
Oh my god.
そういうのないかな
I
ーって
was
思い
thinking
ま
like
して
that, so I was just
探して
checking.
みてたんです
Yeah, but okay. Hear me out. Hear me out. Oh, she's not wrong, genre savvy, but if we look at the map, if there was a place to have a secret room, there's a place on the map, clearly marked. Oh, also the question mark room.
だからって
Even so,
こん
doing
な
this
破
much
壊行動した
destruction
ら
would get you
看守
taken away
に連
by the
行され
guards
て
and
消
sent to
滅
the
の一
punishment
になり
cell.
ますわよ牢屋敷内を破壊してはいけないって
It's not in the rules that you can't destroy the inside of the prison, so it's
いや
fine.
そりゃあなたくらいしか破
Well,
壊
that's fine
行
because
動
you're
がで
the
き
only one
な
who
いか
can
らで
cause
し
this
ょう
much
で
destruction.
も実際
But
監視
actually,
は
the
来て
guards
い
haven't
ない
come.
いつもだって
Normally
す
they'd
ぐに
rush
駆
over
けつ
right
けてくる
away.
のに規則を破って
If
い
you're
な
not
ければ
breaking the rules,
割
maybe
と
things
許
like
さ
this
れ
are
るものな
allowed.
のかもそれでも
Still,
咎
there's
め
a
ら
high
れる
risk
危
of
険
being
はあるよ
punished.
やっぱ
You
りこん
really
なこ
shouldn't
と
be
すべ
doing
きじゃ
this. Don't be the reason Monokuma rewrites the rules. Sherry seemed unwilling to listen and returned to her destruction of activities.
おとなしくできま
Can't
せ
you
ん
just
よ
behave?
おとなしくするのはもうやめました
I'd
皆さん
stop behaving.
Well,
Everyone
get
sees it's their limit anyway.
ハンナさんもエマさんも
Ema-san, Ema-san,
その
you
空
both
気
feel
感
that
じ取って
atmosphere,
ま
don't
す
you?
ね
Ema feels silent. Several things
取
came
り
to
憑かれ
mind.
たように本を読んでいたマーゴちゃ
Margo-chan
ん
reading her book as if possessed.
現実逃避して
Coco-chan escaping reality by living in a world of delusion.
それに何よ
And
り
above all,
メルルちゃん
Meru-chan
が鼻に
crying
泣
like
くなん
that.
てシェリーちゃんの言う通りだ
Shitty-chan is right.
みん
Everyone's
な
at their
もう
limit
限
already.
界なんだ抗いたいんです
I want to resist. I hate not being able to do anything.
だからって暴
But
れ
causing
た
a
とこ
riot
ろで
won't. Sherry not listening resumed her destruction of the library. Anna and Ema watched her for a while.
私だって
I hate it too.
嫌です
But you know, this is gonna get you killed by Margot.
でも
But doing something like this won't change anything.
何にもならないじゃないの
He had her. Hannah's clenched fist trembled. Tears glistened at the corners of her eyes.
バ
You're
カ
an
よ
idiot. A complete
天
idiot.
才にバカとは何ですか
Calling a genius an idiot. How
脳
rude.
筋バカ飲んでるクソ女
Muscle-brained idiot. Cactus
たま
woman.
には褒めてください
Praise me once in a while. Even as she destroyed bookshelves, no path leading to
なん
escape
だか
appeared.
痛々しいよ
It's somehow painful to watch Shady-chan.
Shady-chan
I guess Shady-chan is also
stressed
being worn down by stress.
いや
No,
そ
if
れ
I'm
を言う
saying
なら
that, show her your map.
ココちゃん
Coco-chan,
Maru-chan,
Maru-chan,
Meru-chan,
Miru-chan,
アリサちゃん
Alisa-chan,
ハンナちゃんだ
even
って
Hana-chan,
僕だって
even
魔
I.
女になるか
I
も
might
しれ
become
な
a
いん
witch
だ
too. You already are becoming a witch. When she arrived at the obvious truth, Ema felt the ground beneath her slip away. Oh no. Suddenly a pained cry echoed throughout the library. Apparently lured by the commotion, Margot had rushed over and now was hurriedly approaching the scattered books. It was the first time they'd seen Margot flustered, so Ema and the others were dumbfounded. Margot gave the books to herself as if pulling them in and then
こ
had
こ
a deep
にある
sigh.
本はとても大切なことが書かれているのよ
The books here contain
大
very
切にしてほ
important
しいわ
things,
ね
so I wish you'd treat them with care.
ああよかった
Ah, thank
無
goodness,
事
it's
だったわ
safe. Margot seemed to have found the book she was looking for and hugged it to her chest
み
with
んな
relief.
が目を通したいかと思って置いておいたのだけ
I
ど
left it here thinking everyone might
自
want to
分
look
の
at
手
it,
元
but
に
I should
置
have
いて
kept
お
it
く
with
べきだ
me.
ったわね
それって前に
That's
見
the
せ
book
て
you
く
showed
れ
us
た
before,
本です
isn't
よ
it?
ね
そうよ
Yes, it is. It's a
と
very
ても
important
大
book.
切な本なの
With what's
こ
written
の
in the
本に
book,
書
I'm
いてあ
planning
る
to
こと
conduct
で
an experiment.
実験
No, a ritual.
儀式どん
A
なことを
ritual?
する
What
んで
kind
し
of
ょう
ritual? Uh-oh.
あなたたちには教えたくないわ
I don't
私は
want to
失
tell
礼
you.
す
I'll be
るわ
going now. Margot stated coldly and left. Emma and Hana looked at each
僕
other.
らも図書室散らかした共犯だって思われた。
Does she think we're accomplices in trashing the library too?
最悪ですわ。
This is
私
the worst,
そんな
even
こ
though
と
I
してい
didn't
ま
do
せんのに。
anything.
まったく。シェリーさんはどれ
Honestly,
だけ
just
迷
how
惑
much
を
trouble
か
is
け
Shiri
ます
going
の
to cause? We're cleaning this up. Buttering complaints, Hana began picking up books, and Emma started cleaning up alongside her. Emma, Hana, and Sherry, joined up by Meridu, ended up having to do a large-scale cleanup of the prison. However, Shiri's rampage also brought a positive aspect for the girls. A hole had appeared in the wall, and apparently neither the guards nor the warden seemed to have noticed it. Since the guards only checked on prisoners by peeking into their cells, it might be possible to go out even at night. Shiri experimentally puffed up her blanket as a decoy and tried wandering around at night. Her scheme succeeded. Although it came with some risk, being able to secure longer free time meant most girls came to benefit from it. And then...
こっちこっちです。
Over here! Kochi!
シェリーさん、声は小さくですわ。
Shiri-san, keep your voice down. If we're found, we'll be in big trouble.
夜は
The night is so dark. The atmosphere outside is so scary.
怖いです。で
Hmm.
も夜に
But
外
going
出
out
る
at
と
night is
な
kind
ん
of
かワク
exciting
ワ
too.
クするよね。
Amy and the others had slipped out of their cells and came out for a nighttime stroll. With Sherry leading the way, relying on the moonlight, the girls walked along the cobblestone path. Around the prison, the surveillance owls weren't flying either. It was a very quiet
少
night.
し危ないけど、あの場所にも通えるかも。たくさん時間があ
It's
れ
a
ば、
bit dangerous,
何
but
か
I
見
might
つ
be
け
able to
ら
get
れ
to
る。
that place too. If I have enough time, I'm sure I can
こっ
find
ちです
something.
よ、エマさん。
This way, Amy-san. Okay. Called by Sherry, Emma, who had been lost in thought, ran over to the
シェ
other
リー
three.
さん、声を落としなさいって
Sherry-san,
言
I
って
told you
ま
to
す
keep
で
your
しょ。
voice down, didn't I?
はーい。
Okay.
でも、あの塀があって油断してるのか、本当に誰も
But
見回
maybe
った
they
りして
become
ないん
careless
です
because
よ。
of that wall. But really, there's no one
僕らは
patrolling.
塀の外に出られなければ、
So
逃げ
unless
ら
we
れ
can
ない
get
ってこ
outside
とだ
that
よ。
wall, we can't escape.
あの塀さ
If
え
only we
越
could
え
get
ら
over
れ
the
たら。
wall. Hannah murmured painfully and shook her head as if to shake off the
それ
thought.
で、シェリーさん
So
は
Shiri-san,
私た
where
ち
exactly are
を
you
どこに
taking
連
us?
れて行くつもりですの？
Before they knew it, the group had come to the back of the prison. Emma had checked this area several times during her
この
explorations.
辺りって確か
Around
開
here,
か
there
ない
was
扉
that
があっ
door
た
that
よ
wouldn't
ね。
open. As Emma predicted, Sherry and stopped in front of that unopenable door. It was a heavy iron door. Although part of the prison building, it was structured so you couldn't enter from the mansion. In other words, it could only be accessed from outside. Wait. The sunroom? I told you I found something amazing. After saying this proudly, Sherry easily opened the door. Inside is a vast warehouse. On the concrete floor, neatly arranged shelves and racks lined up. On those shelves and racks were densely packed supplies, materials, and
こん
cardboard
なと
boxes.
ころがありましたの？
A place like this
すごい
existed.
物資の数。で
So
も
many
なんで
supplies,
扉が開
but
い
why
た
was
んだ
the
ろう？
door open?
おそらく私
Probably
た
the
ち
door
が
was only
出
open
入
during
り
the
禁止の
hours
時
we're
間の
forbidden
た
to
め
go
扉
out.
が開いてるんじゃないでしょうか。囚人の生
They
活
stored
備
a
品や
prisoner's daily
食料
necessities
なん
and
かを
food
保
here.
管していて、夜間
And I
に
deduced
看守
that the
が
guards
持ち運
carried
ん
them
でい
in
る
and
と
out
整
at
理でき
night.
ますね。それなら、
If
そ
that's
の
the
うち
case,
看
won't
守
the
が
guards
来る
come
んじゃありま
eventually?
せんの？その時はそ
We'll
の
cross
時で
that
す。
bridge when we come to it.
これ
It's
だけ
fake
広い
here,
んです
so we
から、
can easily
余裕
hide.
で隠れられます。見
Look,
てくださ
there's so
い。
many cans. Good.
缶詰がたくさんあります。
Looking in the direction Marudu had called out, she saw a huge pile of
あ
canned
の
food.
くそまずい料理か
We
ら
might be freed from that
解放
god
さ
awful
れる
food.
かも。あれ、
Huh?
でも
But
ハナちゃ
Hana-chan,
ん、
aren't
これ
these all
って
cans of that terrible
あの
food?
やばいお料理の缶詰ばっかりじゃない？
Eat. Hana, getting worked up, started looking for different kinds of cans. Marudu was
小
also
麦粉
excited.
や砂糖があれば
If there's flour and
私
sugar,
は
I could make
パン
sweets
なんか
and
も
bread.
作れます。なんとしても探すのよ、メルルさん。
We must find them at all costs, Marudu-chan. Yes. As Amy was intently observing the various supplies, Shiri came to stand beside
私
her.
たちをこの島に閉じ込めておくために、これだけのものが備蓄されているんですよね。
Dojiko! They keep us trapped on this island. They've stockpiled all these
ゲスト
things.
ハウスがあるんですから、
Yes, there's a guest
定
house.
期的に
I
島
thought
外
someone
から
would
誰か
come
来
from
る
the
と思っ
outside
ていたんです
regularly.
が、こんなに物資の
But
備
with
蓄
such
が
a
あるのでは、
stockpile of supplies,
島外から
visits
の
from the
訪問は
outside
期
might be
待薄かも
unlikely.
しれません。そうだね。
Yeah.
ヘリが飛んできたらワンチャン、ヘリ
I'm
ジャックして
doing
逃
okay.
亡も考えていたんですが、
If a helicopter came, I thought there might be a chance to hijack it and escape. Too bad. Wrong genre, savvy Sherry, but that's a good plan.
倉庫
Yeah.
を見つけたのはすごい
Finding
発
the
見だ
warehouse
け
is
ど、
a great
逃
discovery,
げ場は
but
な
I
いの
guess
か
there's
な。
no way out. How are you doing, Tochiko? Hana and Marudu, perhaps not having that thought that far, were excitedly looking at the various foods and canned
ネガ
goods.
ティブになっちゃいけないよね。
I shouldn't be so
僕たちも
negative.
何かい
Let's
い
go
も
look
の
for
がない
something
か
useful
探そう
too.
よ。
We might be able to
他
find
に使える
something
も
we
の
can
見
use
つ
to
けそう
escape.
ですね。
You're right. In the shadow of a shelf, a single girl quietly watched the commotion of Ama and the others. Grrr. Hi, Nanoka. Now over the walk around at night, Ama came to the spot marked with the X on the map every night, shovel in hand. Grudging even the time for sleep, Ama tirelessly dug into the earth. Wiping away the dreaming sweat, she kept digging without pause. Her hands were numb from the prolonged work. Ever since falling ill days ago, Ama's symptoms hadn't fully healed. Her whole body felt heavy and a slight fever persisted. Moreover, whenever she slept, she had the same nightmare every night. A dream where Ama was at the school, and peeking into the classroom made her feel like her heart would break. What are these symptoms? Is my witchification progressing too? Your witchification is progressing. I'm scared to sleep. Thank you, Tological. I don't want to have that dream. To avoid sleeping at night, Ama immersed herself in digging. Perhaps due to lack of sleep, Ama's eyes are vacant. Then finally the shovel struck something. Ah! It was hard to see in the darkness, but it seemed to be something like a tin can. Discovering something clearly buried and hidden, light returned to Ama's eyes. I finally found it. This is surely the clue to getting out. Ama in a frenzy dug the earth under their hands and pulled out the buried tin. Opening the can with a small smile on her face, inside was a letter. It was a letter left by a girl who had been imprisoned here in the past. As she read its contents, Ama's strength left her and she slumped to her knees. No way. Everything I've done? There's no way to escape from the prison. The conclusion reached by a girl once imprisoned here simply plunged Ama into the depth abyss of despair. Emma-san, shall we go to breakfast? Next morning, Hana came to the cell, and Ama, who'd been lying in a daze, lifted her head. Yeah. I can't move. Everything hurts. Hana peered at Ama's face, then she placed a hand on her forehead, and her expression turned to shock. Ama-san. Oh no, you have a terrible fever. So you hadn't gotten better after all. I told you so many times not to overdo it. It's nothing. I'm fine. There's no way you're fine. And these hands. Hana took Ama's hands, trembling violently. They're covered in cuts. What have you been doing? Hey, but I've been thinking every night. Every single one of you. What idiots. Am I surrounded by nothing but idiots? This is why Hana has to die next. She's a stabilizing force. Scolded by Hana, Ima laughed weakly. Stay strong, Ima-san. I'll go get Shiri-san and Midori-san. I'm fine. Really? By the time she said it, Hana was already gone. Her hazy consciousness, unable to resist, melted away. Let's hear the voice of your witch. Oh, let's not. When Ima next opened her eyes, she was on a bed in the infirmary. Ima-san. You're awake. Midori was by the bedside, peering worriedly at Ima's face. Sorry, I guess I wasn't fully recovered. You slept for a whole day. I think your body must have been at its limit. A whole day. I was unconscious that long. You mustn't push yourself. When I think of something happening to you, Ima-san. Midori gently wrapped her hands around Ima and held them tight. Sorry for worrying you, but I feel much better now. No, you don't. Not being able to sleep lately must have been a big factor. Having slept a long time, Ima's body felt considerably lighter. You mustn't move yet. You were delirious with a high fever the whole time. Everyone was so worried. And on top of that, even Shiri-san. And did something happen to Shiri-san? Ima-san, I'm over here! A lively voice came from the next bed, and Ima turned her gaze in that direction. There was Shiri sitting up in bed. Her leg was heavily bandaged. You're injured? Hi, I had a little accident, so I just came to the infirmary a while ago. It's a serious injury, and my healing magic can't fully heal it. Please rest quietly, Shiri-san. Merida's tone became a bit firmer as she made Shiri, who'd been sitting up, lie back down. What happened to Shiri-chan? Just as Ama was about to voice her question, into the infirmary, Elisa, Margot, and Coco filed in one after another. Is it true that Sakuraba woke up? Don't blow the chat so early in the morning. Well, I'm going to sleep now anyway. We were also worried. I'm so glad, Ama-chan. Shiri-chan is injured too. Shandy, still in bed, was waving her phone around enthusiastically. Apparently, Sherry had informed the other girls in the prison that Emma had woke up. Emma checked her own phone, and it was just before 6 a.m. before the morning unlocking.
みんな自由時間
Everyone's
以
just
外
walking
に
around
普通に
freely
歩
outside
き
of
回
free
ってるよ
time
ね
now. Wait, what? When Emma looked at Maidado, Maidado gave a
ハッ
wise
シュさん
smile.
の目が甘いって気づいてからみんなおと
Ever
なしく
since we
牢にいなくなっ
realized
ちゃ
the
いま
guards
したね
aren't so strict, everyone stopped staying obediently in their cells. Haha.
そのうち見つかって
I
懲
hope we don't
罰
get
もいき
found
に
out
な
and
ら
sent
な
to
い
the
といいけど
punishment
ね
cell. Hypothetically, if Maidado is in fact the mastermind, she's just saying, let's do
ね
this.
えエマちゃん
Hey,
高
hey,
熱で
Emma
ずいぶ
chan.
ん汗を
You
か
must
い
have
ていた
sweated a
か
lot with
ら
that high
きっと
fever.
気持ち悪いでし
So you
ょ
might feel uncomfortable.
私が体を拭いて
Should
あ
I
げま
wipe
しょ
down
う
your
か
body for you?
うわキモ
Ah, Kimoy.
孫に触らせるの
Amici,
だけ
if
は
there's
や
one
め
thing you
といた
shouldn't
方
do,
がいい
it's letting Marco touch you.
腹減ってるだろ
You hungry? Want me to bring you something from the
持って
cafeteria?
きてやろうか
I want to see something. Huh. Everyone.
溝がどんどん
I
深
thought
く
the
なって
rifts
い
were
ってる
getting
と思っ
deeper
て
and
たけ
deeper,
ど
but everyone came
みん
running
な
for
僕
me.
のために駆けつけてくれたんだ
Hi, hi. Sherry-chan wants to
リン
eat
ゴが食べ
apples.
たいです
おめえに言ってねえよ
I wasn't talking to
Emma-chan,
you. Emma-chan, come on, let's get these clothes off.
絶対やめ
I'm
といた方
telling
が
you,
いいって
absolutely don't let her.
マジ怖い
Seriously scary. The
こ
scariest
れ
thing
が
is
一番
coming
怖
here.
い
Everyone, please be quiet. In the place of sick and injured people.
静かにしてください
Sick and injured. Give me a minute. Whew, okay. When the girls gathered, the place instantly became lively and bright. For Amy, it was such a happy sight
僕
she
らに
almost
絆
cried.
はあるんだ
We really do have bonds. There was Maidado, there was Sherry, there was Margot, Coco, and there was Elisa. And the scene was Amos' fleeting dream, the one had been on the verge of breaking. Days where everyone laughed together in friendships and lived happily. Nothing else was needed, it was Amos' tiny, tiny
僕らは
dream.
まだ間に合う
We still have time.
あれ
Huh? Then Amos felt the sense of distance in the scene.
足りない
Someone's missing. If only she hadn't noticed. A dark mist rapidly spread in her chest, and Amy was overcome with an uncontrollable anxiety. Right after that, a faint smell of burning reached Amy's nose. The smell, what is it?
何
A notification sounded from all their phones. Wait. And then all the girls checked the screens at once. Time for the early morning announcement. It seems there's a fire coming from the guest house area. We're starting firefighting efforts, so everyone please be
火
careful.
事
A
火
fire?
事ってまさかこっちまで
A
来たり
fire!
す
It's not
る
gonna
の
spread
か
here.
心配ね
Wait, who's...
見に行ってみましょう
Hana's not here! Hana's not here! Hana's not here!
僕も
I'm
行くよ
going too. Emma also got a been fouled.
私も
Me too.
シェリー
Shady-san, you can't. You're in no condition to
さんは
move.
そんな
No! Held back by Maidado, Shuri was made to return to her bed. For some reason, Emma was struck by violent palpitations, and she hurried on, clutching her chest. Going outside the prison, Emma and the others witnessed the scene. One of the guest house buildings was ablaze.
大変
Oh my, how
Wow,
terrible.
Marisa.
Whoa, it's for real. Filled with a sense of foreboding, Emma walked unslowly
おい
towards the guest
桜
house.
危
Hey,
ねえよ
Sakaba, that's dangerous. Elisa instinctively grabbed Emma's wrist, but Emma shook her hand off. Emma's eyes were fixed solely on the burning guest house.
一体どう
Sakaba, what's wrong?
足りなかっ
Because
た
someone was missing.
You
Someone
got
wasn't there.
いる
Someone
は
who
ず
should have been there
いなか
wasn't.
ったそんなわけないよ
That
ね
can't be it, right?
僕
I'm just
考え
overthinking,
すぎだ
right?
よね
The one burning was the building closest to them, the salamander chamber. Its name suggested it was engulfed in flames. Unfortunately, it seemed the fire was around the building, but the entrance area was still safe. Emma placed her hand on the doorknob of the closed door. The doorknob was intensely hot and burned Emma's hand. Moreover, it was locked and wouldn't open. Ooh, I will open it. Elisa moved over and shouted. When Emma quickly dodged aside, Elisa unleashed a powerful flame at the door. The door, already extremely hot, caught fire from the flames and crumbled away, and then the sight burst into Emma's eyes. The room temperature had risen sharply, like being inside of a furnace. Thick smoke filled the room, obscuring visibility. Then, fanned by the smoke, swaying gently as if hung from the ceiling, there was a thing. Dolls hung from the beam with ropes, spinning around like a baby mill wheel. Hung from the beam, Hana Tono. It was clear that the rope around her neck had handed Hana's life. Her body hanging limply was like a beautiful doll. Wow! From Emma's throat, only meaningless screams came out. The world Emma dreamed of, the beautiful world was collapsing. The jewel-like sparkling memories spent with precious friends. The days she believed they could spend peacefully and happily from now on. Stained pitch black, painted over. Emma's eyes wide open, she groaned like a beast and simply, endlessly screamed. Soon her throat gave out, tore, and the taste of blood spread in her mouth. Even so, Emma couldn't stop screaming. She couldn't cry. I have to take her down. The dolls are what's creeping me out. As Emma tried to rush into the room, Elisa grabbed her from behind. Stop it, Sakura! It's dangerous! Emma struggled. No! I have to be by Hana-chan's side! Without long any objection, Elisa dragged Emma back. No! No! Emma reached out a hand for Hana, her hand not reaching just below the empty air. Her Hana was too high to reach. No! A notification arrived from the warden, and girls gathered in the lounge. Upon hearing that Hana was dead, Marudu sobbed and wailed. Sherry lay on the sofa staring blankly. Elisa was stumped in the corner dejected. Coco with unfocused eyes was talking to someone. Margot hung her head. Come to think of it, where did Nanako-chan go? Emma thought about that absent-mindedly. Then, accompanied by the sound of flapping wings near the ceiling, the warden appeared. Yada yada. Another one, a murder? It's so early in the morning. I wish they'd consider the time. Let's see, we'll hold the witch trial at noon. At noon? For real? I feel a sense of weirdness. Why are you always so arbitrary with the time? I did think about it deeply, you know? To make sure you are all driven into a corner as much as possible. No, so that you can have a pleasant day as possible. Are you fucking kidding me? It's better to get unpleasant things over quickly, right? Please be sure to identify the murderer from among the current prisoners. That person will be executed as a witch. If you can't identify them, everyone will be executed as usual. Suicide. Hear me out. She hung herself. Set the fire, hung herself. The reason I say suicide is, when we were building the balloon, who were the people who made it? Wasn't it Miria and Hana who were doing the sewing? Hana is handy. Hana made the dolls. By the way, we displayed all the surveillance dolls to put out the fire in the salamander chamber. It was quite a hassle. Do your best with the investigation and identify the culprit. Did that thing just say do your best? Isn't it just getting more and more arbitrary? I don't know how long this person has existed, and maybe even it's tired of the cycle of murders and witch trials. Resta, this isn't something that can be handled carelessly. Amy and the others didn't move from that spot for a while. Investigate, there's no way I can. I missed this the first to show movement with Margot. If it's a murder case, we have to identify the culprit. If we don't, everyone will die. Uttering those words softly, Margot left the lounge. Next, Coco and Lisa slowly filed out. Shady also got off the sofa. Shiri-san, you're in no condition to
私
move.
は名探偵なんですよ。
I'm a great detective, you know. There's no way I can just sit still. Perhaps unable to stand, Sherry's body wobbled and Mirudu
ど
quickly
う
caught
か
her.
じっとしていてください。
Please just stay still. If something happens to you too,
シェリーさん
Shiri-san.
まで何かあったら嫌です。
No, even if I have to crawl, I'll investigate.
メルルちゃん、
Mirudu-chan,
シェリ
take
ーちゃんを
Shiri-chan
医務室
to
へ
the
連れて行って
infirmary.
エマさん、
Ema-san,
これが殺人
if
事
this
件
is
だ
a
っていう
murder
なら
case. No, even if it isn't, I have to
そ
find
う
the
じゃなくても
truth behind
僕はハンナちゃんの
Hana-chan's
死の
death.
真相を確かめなきゃいけない。ハンナちゃんのため
For Hana-chan. Ema stated quietly when, without looking back, she left the lounge. Oh. So we're confined to the first floor. Interesting. Let's start with the infirmary. I want her
シェ
testimony.
リーちゃん大丈
I
夫
hope
かな。
Shiri-chan's okay. When Ema visited the infirmary, Mirudu and Shiri were there. Mirudu was checking Shiri's leg, blood was seeping through the bandages. I see, it's gotten worse because you forced yourself to move.
かなり傷が
The
深いの
wound
で
is quite deep,
シェリーさん
Shiri-san.
動
You're
け
in
る
no
状
condition
態
to
じゃないん
move.
です。
I'll give you a sedative now.
今鎮静剤をお出しします。いえ、鎮静剤はいいです。
No, I'll pass on the sedative. It might make you sleepy, and I need
頭
to
も
keep
ク
a
リア
clear
にして
head.
おかないと。裁判まであまり時間がない
Besides,
で
there's
すし。
not much time until the
シェリ
trial.
ーさんは裁判だって出られ
Shiri-san,
るような
you're
状
not even in a
態で
condition
は。
to attend the trial.
シェリーちゃん、少しでも休んで
Shiri-chan,
て。
please rest as much as you
無理に
can.
薬を飲
I
めと
won't
も
force you to
言わ
take
ないけど。
medicine.
ありがとうございます、
Thanks,
エマさん。
Ema-san.
不甲
I'm
斐
so
ないです。
useless. You've always been useless.
捜査は僕の方で進めてお
In
くから。
fact,
ここも少し調べさせてもらってもいいかな。
the most useful thing you've done in this game is get injured. Like, you are actually more useful to me as a detective, crippled in bed, than you are. I know this sounds mean, but you are more of a help to me in bed than you are outside of bed. It's not your fault, Sherry. You're just not a very good detective. I'm sorry. It's really not your fault.
はい、
Of
構いま
course,
せん。
but please, Ema-san, don't
でも
overdo it
エマ
either.
さん
You've
も
only just
無理
recovered.
はしないでくださいね。
The fire is a red herring. The fire is to cover up the suicide, and potentially to frame Elisa. She just can't. She had come because she was worried about Sherry, but Ema began investigating the
僕
infirmary
が
anyway.
のうのうと寝ている間に、
Why, sleeping
ルミア
soundly,
ちゃんは
Hana-chan was. Perhaps out of anger at herself. So remember how Hana was making a surprise for us? She was making the dolls. She was making dolls for everyone. And when we worked ourselves to death, Hana lost her shit and killed herself. That is my conclusion for the truth of this case. Yes, this is the truth I embrace. As the truth of this case. Then on the bed, the old blueprint had fallen. It must have fallen from her pocket while she was asleep.
これも何かの
This
手が
might
か
be a
りに
clue
なるか
too.
もしれない。
She searched for anything else, but aside from finding the blueprint, she didn't find anything particularly
メルルちゃん、
noteworthy.
シェリーちゃん。
Mirudu-chan,
僕は他のところを
Shiri-chan, I'm
探し
gonna
に行
search
くね。
elsewhere.
はい。
Yes,
お気を
please
つ
be
けて。
careful.
よろしくお願いし
I'm
ます。
counting on you, Ema-san. Encouraged by the two, Ema left the infirmary. Since we're right here, physically, let's check the warehouse. When Ema went to the warehouse behind the prison, despite it being daytime, she was able to enter. The lock had been broken. Ema stepped into the dimly lit warehouse and began
こんなところに
investigating.
来ても何もないかもし
Even
れない
coming
け
to a
ど。
place like this, there might be nothing. You know what I'm actually feeling a tangible sense of? And this is something I like compared to Danganronpa. There is this tangible sense that the order running the prison is actually unraveling.
でも少しでも手がかりを
But I
見つ
have
け
to
ない
find
と。
a clue, even just a little. that we are just no longer at this point, we are openly and brazenly defying Monokuma's rules. She thought she was alone in the warehouse, but a sound came from the shadows. Ema snapped her head towards it. Who's there? It's me. The one who appeared was Nanoka. Her expression was twisted in slight pain.
ナノカちゃん、
Nanoka-chan, I've been looking for you.
近寄らないで。
Don't come near me. Eh? As Nanoka pointed her gun at her, Ema
私
flinched
は
and
この
froze.
牢屋敷の誰も信
I
じ
don't
ていない
trust。anyone in this prison,
誰
not a
一人
single
とし
one.
てよ。
Born before Nanoka's eyes held a somber
ナノカちゃん、
darkness.
これまできっとここに隠れてたん
Nanoka-chan,
だ。
she must have been hiding here all this time. Many days had passed since Nanoka disappeared from the prison. And lived in hiding, this large warehouse of its food supply was
真相を
perfect.
明らかにするため
To reveal the
最後に
truth,
当
I'll
て
attend
る
the trial. Nanoka turned on her heel and left the warehouse. Ema let out the breath she'd been holding, then decided to return to investigating the warehouse. After walking around for a while, she found a concerning mark on the floor. Is this a bullet hole? So let me tell you what happened. What I think happened. I'll tell you how Shiri got injured. Shiri broke the lock to this building, came in here, confronted Nanoka, and got shot. Amy remembered the gun Nanoka had pointed at her earlier. Nanoka hadn't
い
fired
つ
it
これ
then.
を撃ったんだ
When
ろ
did she fire this? Tilting her head in confusion, Amy continued searching for anything else. Then she found an open box on the shelf. This
う。ろう
is
そくにマッチに爆竹。
candles, matches, and
これがあれ
firecrackers.
ば
With
火
these
を
I
つけ
could
るこ
start a
とがで
fire.
きるかも。
She recalled the night in the burning guest house. She remembered the sight of Hana's body hanging there and shook her head. As if trying to forget the sight, she walked on, continuing her search of the warehouse. But she couldn't find anything else that seemed like a clue. Ema gave up and left the warehouse. Let's go in front of the guest houses. I love this music. In the area near the prison where the guest houses stood, in the salamander chamber, the closest one to the prison, flames no longer rose. The building itself hadn't collapsed, and the fire seemed to have been put out with minimal damage. Using her phone, Ema took photos of the
なん
building's
でサラ
exterior.
マンダーの間で火事が起こったんだ
Why
ろ
did the fire break out in the salamander
う。
chamber?
誰かが火を
Did
つけ
someone
た。
set it?
そ
Or
れ
did
と
some
も
kind of
何ら
magic
かの魔法
activate?
が発動した
As Ema was deep in thought, she heard approaching footsteps. She looked up with a start to find Elisa standing before her. Sakuraba, are you okay? Your hand.
その
You burned it.
あ、す
Ah,
っか
I
り
completely
忘れてた。
forgot. This is nothing.
なの全然ハンナちゃんの苦し
Compared
み
to
に
Hana-chan's
比べたら
suffering. Ema shook her head to avoid thinking too deeply, then looked towards Elisa, who was
この
investigating.
辺りに燃えた痕跡がある。
There are traces of burning around here.
ここだ。
The fire probably started here.
外
Maybe
ばか
someone
り
set it from outside.
誰かが火をつけたのかもな。
Well, I know you're innocent.
本当だ。
You're right. Standing next to the salamander chamber building, at the spot Elisa pointed to, there were some traces of flammable material having been
やっぱ
burned.
り誰かが火をつけたのか
So someone set it after
そう
all.
だ。
Who knows?
ただ
But if someone set the fire while the Tono was hanging inside, the culprit was the worst.
遠野の死体ごと燃やそうとしたってことだろう。
They tried to burn Tono's son's body too. That's something a human would do. I can present a theory. Shit! Okay, I can present a theory where someone would burn the body. Shiri came upon Hana's suicide. Knowing that Ema would be heartbroken if she saw this, Shiri went to the other room, squabbled with Nanoka to get the matches. In fact, they had a fight in which she injured Nanoka, grabbed the matches, and burned the building down.
それでも誰かが
Still, someone
や
might
った
have
の
done
かも
it.
しれない。それこそ魔女
That
だ
would。truly be a witch. Having spat out those words, Lisa left, probably to investigate elsewhere. Amy decided to look around the area a bit more, scanning her surroundings. What's this? On the cobblestone path, there was some unnatural paint adhered to it. No, that's blood. When she came near the guest house, this wasn't here. Just in case, Amy photographed the paint and ended her investigation there. Let's check out the body now. Ema entered the building closest to the prison from among the row of guest houses where the fire occurred, the salamander chamber. Margot had arrived first.
エマちゃんも来たの
Ema-chan, you
ね
came too. Inside the room after the fire was put out, the smell of burning lingered like a remnant. It seemed the interior hadn't suffered much damage. Furniture and other items, slightly coated in black soot, remained almost exactly the same as they were. It was a sight she didn't want to see, but in the small room it forced its way into Ema's vision. Hana was still there, just as Ema had seen her though. Hanging by a rope from a ceiling beam.
ハンナちゃん、
Hana-chan, Emma gritted her teeth and began photographing the scene with her phone. When the smoke cleared, Hana-chan's condition was easy to see. Mirudu, Sherry, Nanoka, Coco. Wait, hold on. Hana, no, wait. Mirudu, Sherry, Emma, Nanoka, Coco, Marco. Wait. Someone's missing from the scene. Who else is there? What am I missing? What am I missing? Elisa. I figured it out. Let me explain step by step what happened. There are Hana body and hanging in the ceiling corner was the one where dolls surrounding the imprisoned girls. Could these be the dolls Hana-chan was making by hand? There are 2 dolls missing from the ensemble. Elisa and Hana herself. So let me posit what actually happened. Elisa hung herself, hung dolls of the other girls, except Elisa. She's basically framing Elisa for a group suicide. Yeah, she was making them for everyone. She wasn't very honest, but she was a girl who cared about her friends. Even biting her lip, tears started to spill from Emma's eyes. Don't cry. I decided I'd find the truth to Hana's death. Emma forcibly suppressed her feelings and looked around the room. The room's a mess. What happened here? As she was taking photos, Marco approached her side. Emma-chan, this must have fallen because of the fire, but I'll give it to you. What Marco held out was a doll resembling Emma. Emma-chan said she was preparing a present. This must be it. The handmade doll sewn together, modeled after Emma, was warm. Emma's hands trembled as she received it. That's strange. Hearing the murmur, Emma looked over. Marco was tilting her head in confusion. What is it? Did you find something? There's no doll of Elisa. No, investigating the scene still hasn't revealed anything, but I was here last night. Eh? I don't want to say it because it might make me look suspicious, but I was performing a magical ritual here. The ritual you mentioned before. The one written in the witch's book? Yes, and this room should have been locked by the guards before bedtime. But then, when we rushed here before because of the fire, it was locked. Again, another locked room murder. Why does this keep happening? The state of Hana-chan's body, the hanging dolls, the fires, the locked room, it's full of mysteries. This game loves locked rooms, doesn't it? I'm not complaining, it's just an observation. Do you like locked rooms? I like locked rooms. No, not really. I think locked rooms are a device at this point. It is a way of trying to be clever. I think we need to come up with a new device. Something that isn't the locked room murder. Yeah. Having finished a preliminary investigation and finding nothing else, Emma left the scene. Let's check the main chamber. Emma entered the middle building among the row of guest houses where the fire had occurred, the Undine chamber. Since this building hadn't catch fire, the inside was just as it had been. There doesn't seem to be anything here. There's a statue of the warden. Thinking this, Emma touched the statue and it lost its balance and was falling. What? Emma quickly caught it and carefully let
そう
go.
重心が不安定みたいだ
The statue seems unstable. Is it because of how it's made? After that, she did a quick search of the room but found nothing in particular. Emma left the building. Emma left the furthest building among the row of guest houses where the fire had occurred, the gnome chamber. Since this building didn't catch fire, the inside has a bed. Inside, Emma encountered Coco, who was sleeping in the bed.
ここで何
Chan, what are you doing here?
あ
Emma-chi.
エマッチ
I haven't been sleeping enough.
私寝不足でさ裁判の時
I
間ま
thought
で
I'd take a little nap
ち
until
ょっ
the
と仮
trial.
眠取っておこうかなっててっきり捜
I
査
thought
に
for
出た
sure
と
she'd
思
gone
って
to
たのに
investigate.
いや
I mean, I
私も
thought
調
about
べようっ
investigating
て気
too,
はあったよ
I really
で
don't
も
want to see
現
the
場はやっ
scene.
ぱあんま見たくないしでまあ他のと
So
こ調べ
then
よ
I
うかな
thought I'd check out the other buildings, and I saw this nice looking
良
bed.
さそうなベッドが目に入ってそっか
I see.
何
Now what's that look?
嘘
Annoying. It's
別
fine.
にいいだろ
Leave me
ほっとけ
alone.
よ
Coco, looking sulky, turned her back to Emma and
コ
went
コ
to
ちゃん
sleep.
もう仕方ない
Coco-chan is hopeless.
僕
I'll
は
just
僕
do
に
what I
や
can
れるこ
do.
とをやろう
Emma began to thoroughly search the
この
room.
殺害現場
This
じゃ
isn't
な
the
いし
crime scene, so
意
I
味
was
がないの
meaningless,
かもし
but
れないこの部屋
the
荒
room
らされ
has
て
been
る
ransacked. I
コ
don't think
コちゃんがやっ
Coco-chan
たん
did
じゃ
it.
ないだろうけど一体どうして
Then she found something lying
ア
on
リ
the
サちゃ
floor.
んの人形は
Elisa's doll? Did Hana-chan make this? She looked for anything else but found nothing
時間
besides
も
that.
ないし他の
There's
と
no
ころを
time, I'll
探そ
search
う
elsewhere. And as she left the room, Emma glanced back at Coco
ない
once.
わあいつうなされてうるさかったし最近めっちゃヒステリックに騒いでたし
She was noising
いなくなって
every night with her
先生
moaning,
するっつう
and
の
lately she was always screaming hysterically. It's a relief she's gone, I'll tell you. Coco's back, pretending to be asleep, seemed to tremble slightly. Suicide! It's suicide! She's trying to take us all with her. As Emma rushed around investigating, a solemn bell rang throughout the
時間
prison.
だ
It's time! Hearing the notification sound, Emma checked her phone. It's time for the witch trial. Everyone, please be sure to bring your own phones and promptly gather in the courtroom. Those who do not comply will be forcibly taken by the guards. Emma clenched her fist tightly and headed to the courthouse. How do we all feel about 2 cases today? The surviving girls were already assembled in the courthouse. Emma, Shady, Merudu, Coco, Marco, Elisa, and Nanoka.
黒部なのかさん今までどこ
Kurobe
にいたんです
Nanoka-san,
か
where have you been all this time?
ずい
We
ぶん
looked
探
for
し
you
たん
quite
で
a
す
bit, you
よ
know.
まあ
Now the
今
witch
は
trial
魔
takes
女裁
priority
判が
now,
優先
so
で
we'll
す
deal with Nanaka Kurobe's
黒部
punishment
なの
later.
かさんの処分については後で
You said this last
あ
time!
んさ
Hey,
そ
you
れ
said
前
this
回
last
も言
time,
ってたよ
too.
ね
You
絶対
definitely
真面目に
didn't
探して
seriously
ね
look
えだ
for
ろ
her. He did not.
心外ですね
How hurtful.
私は
And
こ
here
ん
I
なに
am working
働い
so
ている
hard.
のに
Oh well.
まあいいです
Let's get
さっさ
started.
と始め
Start
て
quickly and end
さっさと
quickly.
終わらせま
Let's
しょう
do it. The 7 girls stood at the witness stand, and as if enduring pain, looked at each other with expressions of
そ
deep
れで
anguish.
は魔
Now
女裁
then,
判
the witch trial is now in
開廷です
session.
3度目の裁
The
判
third trial.
ハンナちゃんが死ん
Hana-chan
で
is dead,
残
so
ったの
only
は
7 of
7
us
人
remain.
こんなの
How long
い
will
つまで
this
続
go
くん
on?
だろうで誰がお嬢を
So
やっ
who
たわ
offed
け
the princess?
それをこれから
That's what
明
we're
ら
about
か
to
にするん
find
だ
out.
そんなことは分
No
かって
shit.
自白してくれ
Isn't
る
there
人
anyone
は
who
い
will
ない
confess,
の
is
か
what you're trying to
そ
say,
う
isn't
いう
it?
犯人がいたとしてする
Even
と
if there
思う
is
の
a
かしら
culprit, do you think they would?
きっと
Surely that won't
そんな展開
happen.
にはならないんでしょうねならやっ
Then
ぱ
we
り
have
みん
no
なで
choice but
話
to
すし
talk
か
it
な
out
いよ
together.
何があったのか
About what happened
そ
and
して
about who
誰
the
が犯
culprit
人
is.
なのかを話し合いの結
I
果
don't know what awaits
何
us
が
after
待っ
the
ているのか
discussion.
わからないけど今は
But now we have to
前
move
に進ま
forward.
ないとでは起こった
So
こ
let's
とを整理
organize
し
what
ましょうか
happened.
今回の被害者は
This
当
time's
の
victim
ハンナ
is
さん
Tono Hana-san.
被害者は
Seems
別
she
の
was
ハ
found
ウ
in
ス
the
で
guest
発見
house.
された
ええ
Yeah,
そ
should
れ
I
について
explain
は
about that?
私から説明した方がいいかしらま
Let's
だ
hear your
きちんと
testimony.
見ていない人もいる
After
で
all,
し
some
ょ
of
う
us
し
haven't properly seen the scene yet.
死体が発見さ
The
れたの
body
は
was found in the guest house on the
屋敷の
outskirts
外
of
れ
the
にあるゲス
mansion.
トハウスよそのうちの一つのサラ
Specifically
マ
in
ンダ
one
ー
of
の
them, the salamander chamber.
死体は部屋の中で
The body
首
was
を
found
吊られ
hanging
た
by the
状
neck in
態
the
で
room.
発見さ
The
れ
cause of death is without a doubt
死
death
因
by
は間違い
strangulation.
なく窒息死よ
間違いなくて
Without a doubt?
そ
You
ん
sure
な
you
簡
can
単
say
に
just
断
say
定
that?
していいのかよ
私はお医者
I'm
様
not a
や
doctor
検
or a
視官じゃ
coroner,
ない
so I
か
don't know
ら
the
詳しくは
details.
わからないけどでも
But there were
首
clear
には
marks
しっ
from
かり
a
と
rope
ロ
on
ー
her
プの
neck,
跡
weren't
が
there?
残っていたわ強い力で
Her
首
neck
が
was
締ま
strangled
っ
with
た
force. Wouldn't it
と
be
なれば
reasonable to deduce
そ
that was
れ
the
が
cause
死
of
因
the
だ
death?
と考えるのが妥当な推理じゃないかしら
ハンナさんの身
What
に
could have happened to
何が起こ
Hana-san?
ったのでしょうかもしかしたら
Could it be
犯人
possible
なん
there
て
was
い
no
なく
culprit
て
and it was just an accident?
それはおかしいよいや
No,
メルちゃん
Merudu-chan, I don't think it was an
ないと思うん
accident.
だ。 今回の状
In
況
this situation,
たと
even
え
if it were
偶
an
発的な
accidental
事故だった
event,
としても
I think
ハ
it
ンナ
would
ちゃん
be
だけはあり
impossible
え
for
な
it
い
to
と
have
思う
happened to Hana-chan.
確かにパッと見は
At
自
first
殺
glance,
か
it does look
も
like
しくはそう思
suicide.
わせようと偽装した
Or
殺
murder
人
designed
事
to
件
look
にな
like,
る
to
ね
look like
け
suicide.
ど
But why can you say
なんで
only an
事故
accident
だ
is
けはありえない
possible?
んだ。
Because Hana can
ハン
levitate.
ナちゃんの死が事故ではない理由
The reason
それは
her death can't be an accident is
ハ
her
ンナ
magic.
ちゃんの魔法を思い出
Remember
して
Hana-chan's
ハン
magic.
ナちゃんの魔法は浮
Her
遊す
magic
る
is
魔法
levitation.
もしも何かの事故があ
Even
っ
if
たと
some
して
kind
も
of accident
ハンナちゃん
happened,
なら体重が
Hana-chan
か
could
か
have
る前に
prevented
窒
death by
息死を防げるは
strangulation
ずだ
before her
よ
full weight was
で
on the
も
rope.
上でしょどんくさそうだし魔法を使う
But
前に
she's the
首が
princess,
キュ
right?
ッと
She
か
seems kind
あ
of
りそうじ
clumsy.
ゃね
Maybe her neck would snap before she could use her
そうか
magic.
もしれないけれど、
That
そ
might
れ
be
でも私
possible.
は桜
But
庭の
still,
意
I
見に
agree with
賛成
Amy
だ。
Sakura's
そもそ
opinion.
もあの体勢で事
If
故に
she
な
had
っ
an
たという
accident
な
in
ら
that position,
ロープに
she
首を
would
吊るそうとしていたはず
she。would have to have be trying to put the rope
どんな
around
状
her neck.
況であ
No
れ
matter the
事故だった
situation,
と
I
は
can't
思
see
えない
this as
が
an
ハ
accident.
ンナちゃんが自分から縛られる趣味でもあった
Unless
のなら
Hana-chan
事
had
故
a
かも
hobby
し
of
れな
tying
いけど
herself
ね
up, it might have been an accident.
で
But
もどう考
no matter
え
how
て
you
も
look
あ
at
の
it,
死体は自
the
殺
body, suicide, or
もしくは
homicide made to
そう
look that
思わ
way.
せよ
I
う
think
と
it's
した
one of the
他
two.
殺そのどちらかでいいと思うわ私としては
Personally, I'd like to
自
pursue
ら
the
命を絶った
possibility she
線
took her
も
own
追いた
life.
いけどね
あいつが自殺した
Do
っ
you
て
think
の
she
か。
killed herself?
え
Yes, because the scene speaks for itself.
現場の状況がそう言っているもの
Oh my god, it was fucking Sherry.
改めて
Shall we
それ
talk
に
about
つい
that
て
again a
少
little?
し話しましょう
It was Sherry.
僕は寝込んでもいた
I was
し
bedridden
みんなの
too.
話をよ
I
く
need
聞
to
いて
listen
置いていかれ
carefully
ないよ
to
うにしな
everyone
い
to
と
make sure I don't get left
エマ
behind.
さん
Emma
皆
san.
さん議論の流れを邪魔しないように
Sometimes to keep
詳しい
discussion
説
flowing,
明を
everyone holds
控
back
え
on
ていること
detailed
があります
explanation.
もし疑問に
If
思
you
っ
have
た
any
ことがあ
questions,
った
don't
ら
hesitate to
遠慮な
ask.
く
You might
聞い
hear
ておき
something
ま
that
しょ
helps
う
your
ね
reasoning.
あ
Okay,
りが
thank
と
you,
うベルル
Meruno-chan.
ちゃん
ハンナちゃんが発見され
Judging
た
by
時
the
の様子からした
Hana-chan was
あ
found
れ
in.
は首吊り自殺よ
It was clearly
現場
suicide by
にはロ
hanging.
ープもあった
There was
し
also a rope at the
踏み
scene
台
and
になるよ
something
うな
that
も
she
の
could
も
have
あっ
used as a stepping stool.
たそれにさっき議論
And
し
just
た
as
通
we
り
discussed a
ハン
moment
ナ
ago,
ちゃんは
Hana-chan
抜
could
くことが
float.
できたわハンナちゃんは踏み台なんて使わなくても
Hana-chan could have
自
put the
分
rope
で
up by
縄を
herself
かけれ
without
たの
needing any stool.
まああえて言うなら多少部屋の
Hmm.
中が荒らされていたことは不自然といえば不自然かしら
Which may be a little
で
unusual, I
も
suppose.
自殺するぐらいさ
But she was just trying to kill
ハンナ
herself.
ち
It
ゃん
would
で
be
やった
strange
と
if
しても不自然
Hana-chan
には
had
な
made
い
the
わ
mess
ね
herself.
これらはすべてハンナちゃんの自殺として
All this
説
can
明
be
でき
explained
る
by Hana-chan's suicide. I don't think anything else unusual happened at the guest house, do you?
不自然なことはないって言うけど事件には大
You
きな
say
不
there's
自然
nothing
があったは
unusual,
ずだ
but there's
よ
one big unnatural thing about the case.
それは
And what would that
そ
be?
の現象について説明をお願いしてもいいですかエマさん
You explain the phenomenon,
事件にあ
Emma-san?
った大きな
The
不
big
自然
unusual thing about the case is
これだよ不自然も何も
it's not just
明
unnatural,
ら
it's
かにおか
obviously
しいよ
strange.
僕たちが見つけた時ハンナちゃんが
When
い
we
た
found
ゲ
her,
ス
the
トハウ
guest
ス
house
は燃え
where
上がっていた
Hana-chan
んだ
was on fire.
ハンナちゃんによる自
If it
殺
was
なら
suicide, that
そん
couldn't
な
have
ことあ
happened.
りえないはずだよ
そうかしら
Is that so?
自分の死体を
Maybe she
見ら
tried
れ
to
た
burn
く
it
ない
down
から
because she
燃
didn't
や
want
して
anyone
し
to
ま
see
お
her
うとし
body.
た中から放
Setting
火
a
す
fire
る
from
なんて
inside, isn't that
い
a
じらしい
touching
乙女
display of
心じゃ
maidenly
ないかしら
sentiment? No! It could be that she tried to frame Elisa, so we all die. No,
そ
that
んなわ
can't
けは
be.
ないんだあの火事がハン
The
ナちゃ
fire
んの
itself
自
is
殺を
proof
否定
that
している
Hana-chan
証
didn't
拠
commit
そ
suicide,
れ
and
は
here
こ
it
れ
is.
だよ
Hmm.
確かにこれも火に関
Hearing
わ
the
るもの
fire
だ
it
し
sounds like it's
もっと直接的にあの火事がハンナちゃんの自殺を否定している
wait.
証
Oh,
拠
the
それ
scene
はこれだ
outside.
よ
Burnt down. burn mark.
それは
This
これ
is
は何かを
this is
思い
burn
出
mark
け
from
アリサ
something.
ちゃんが言うには
Alisa Chan said the
元は
source
こ
of
の
the
痕
fire
跡
was
のあった場所
where these
ゲ
marks
スト
were
ハウスの
outside the
外ら
guest
しいんだ
house.
間違い
That's
ない
right.
わ。あの焦げ方、火元は間違いなくそこだ。
Judging by the burn pattern, the fire definitely started
あれ
there.
は外から火
I
を
can
つけられ
guarantee
た
it
も
was
の
set
だ
from the inside.
そうだったのね。知らなかったわ。
The outside. I said so, I didn't know that.
確かに、それは不審な点と言え
That
るわ。
certainly is a suspicious
自
point.
殺の線が完全に消えたとは言えないけど、明らかな不審火なのは確か
I
だ
can't
な。
say the suicide theory is completely ruled out, but it's clearly a suspicious fire. At the very least, the arsonist must have known Hana-chan's body was there.
つまりその人
That
の殺
person
人
is
犯
highly
の可
likely
能
to be
性
the
が高い
murderer.
っ
Is
て
that
ことで
right?
すよね。
Oh my god. Sherry set the fire!
確かに
Indeed, that
そ
might
う
be
か
the
もしれ
case.
ないわね。
つかさ、それならやっぱ怪しいやついるじゃん。
Sherry set the fire! Sherry's being. Okay, Sherry didn't do the murder, but Sherry set the fire. She's just being a dumbass.
そこんとこ
Let's talk about
ちょっ
that.
と話そうよ。
Wait, what?
放火って言ったら簡
When you
単
think
に
of
で
arson,
きるや
isn't
つ
there
が
someone
い
who
る
could
じ
do
ゃ
it
ん。
easily?
そ
They
い
could
つ
set
な
a
ら
fire
火なんて
anytime
捨
they
て放
want,
題
right?
でしょ。
てめえ、
You
うちが
did.
やった
Are
って
you
言って
saying
ん
I
だ
did
ろ。
it?
だって一番
Because
怪し
you're
い
the most
んだ
suspicious,
から
of course
疑
I'd
うのは
suspect
当
you.
然じゃん。あんただったら
But
好
see,
き
you
な
could make the fire flare up
燃
whenever
や
you
がらせ
wanted,
ること
couldn't
だ
you?
ってできるわけだし、燃やして証拠隠滅しようと思った
If
ら
you wanted to burn evidence, no one could do it.
簡単にできんのはあんた
Could
し
do
か
it
い
as
ねえん
easily
だ
as
よ。
you.
それとも
I
勝手
can
に
say
燃
that
や
it
が
caught fire on its own. It ignited on its own? Like that could never
あ
happen.
るわけないじゃん。
燃える時間を
I'm not
自由
skilled
に
enough
調
to
整で
fully control when it
器用じゃ
burns.
ねえよ。
しかし、現場には
However,
燃
there
やし
must
た
be
くなるほど
been
の重
important
要な
evidence
証
in
拠
the
があっ
scene
た。
worth building.
という
Is
こ
that
と
what
な
you're
んでしょ
saying?
うか。
でもそんな証拠
Was such
本当に
evidence really left behind?
残されていたのかしら。
何にせよ、
Either way, I'm glad
部
the
屋
room
が
didn't
燃え
burn down
尽きなくて
completely.
よかったです。 メルルちゃんの言う通り。エマさん。違和感。それもしハンナちゃんの他殺なら、みんなの話と食い違う部分があるのかも。放火って言ったら簡単にできるやつがいるじゃん。だって一番怪しい。あんただったら好きなタイミングで燃やして証拠隠滅しようと思って、それとも勝手に燃やが燃える時間を自由にちょっとしかし、現場には燃やしたくない。でもそんな証拠。証拠はあったんだよ。
There was
僕
important
たち
evidence.
が見たら、
Something that would immediately reveal the culprit if you saw it. The culprit tried to destroy the evidence. What is it?
いいじゃねえし。燃えてないなら、今も現場に残ってるはずですよね。
It didn't burn, it should still be the scene, right?
その証拠
Tell
が
us, Emma, what is the evidence? Well, the
死体
body.
に犯人がわかる痕跡が残っ
でマッチ何
桜庭今。
全
Aw.
力がエマさん。違和感。現場を直接見て。やってみるよ。
He said it.
放火って言ったら簡単にできるやつ。だって一番怪しい。あんただったら好きなタイミングで燃やして証拠隠滅。
The goal wasn't to
そ
destroy
れはおか
evidence.
しいよ。
It was to destroy the body!
待ってココちゃん。犯人は本当に証拠隠滅
Oh
を
my
目的だったのかな。
Did we just... Oh, Jesus Christ. Did I just get hung up on a semantic argument again? Oh my god.
どういうこと？
What do you mean? Not
証拠
trying
隠
to
滅
destroy
が目
evidence.
的じゃないって。首絞めた後で
You mean after
改
strangling
めて
her,
念
they
入りに
carefully
炎
used
で
fire
と
to
どめ
finish
さ
her
せよ
off?
うとしたと。いや、そういう
That's
意味
not
じゃ
what
な
I
くて、
mean.
もし証拠隠
If they
滅の
set
た
the
め
fire
に
to
放火し
destroy
たとしたら、
evidence, that means it
そ
was
れ
a
は自殺とか
suicide.
じゃなくて、
But that
ハ
someone
ンナ
tried
ちゃ
to
んを
kill
殺した犯
Hana
人
chan,
は
right?
存在したってことだよね。だとしたら、
If that's the
犯人
case,
はどうして死体を首吊り死
why
体
would
に
the
偽装
culprit
なん
go
て
to
し
the
たんだ
trouble
ろ
of
う。
staging the body as a hanging? Ah,
犯人はハンナちゃんを自殺に見せかけるため
the
首
culprit
吊り
made
に
it
見
look
え
like
る
a
証拠を
hanging to
作っ
make
た。
Hana-chan's death appear
で
as
も証拠
suicide.
隠滅のために放火するなら、
But if you
そ
were
もそ
going
も
to
あんな
stage
工
it
作
to
する
destroy
必要
evidence
な
of
いんじゃない
fire,
かな。
why bother staging that in the first place?
言われてみ
Come
れ
to think
ば
of it, that might be true.
確かにそうかも。でもだとすると、どうして
But
火を
that's
つ
the
け
case,
たん
why
で
did
し
they
ょう
start
ね
the。fire?
中は
They didn't
燃
want
やした
to
く
burn
ない
the
けど、
inside, but
外
maybe they
は
wanted
燃
to
や
burn
し
the
たく
outside.
ないとか。
確かにあの日
The
の
way the
回り
fire
方
spread, if they intended to burn
最
it
初
down
から
from the
全焼
start,
させよう
it
と
does
した
feel
の
a bit
に
off.
その他の可能性としては、放火と殺
Another
人は別
possibility is
々
that the
犯
arson
人によ
and
る
the
もの
murder
だ
were
った
committed by
とか
different
ですか
people.
ね。
Yes, Sherry, we're looking at you!
その可能性もあ
That's
りそう
possible
ね
too. A murderer and an
殺人
arsonist,
犯
two
と
different
放火
people
犯
might
の
have
2
had
人に
different
よる
intentions.
別
二つの出来事
Are
に
the
関
two
連は
events
あるんでしょう
interrelated?
か。そ
We
も
don't
そも
even know
ハ
when
ナちゃん
Hana's
の死ん
son
だ時間
died.
もわからないですし、
Can we
殺人と放
connect
火を
the
結
murder
び
and
つ
the
けちゃってい
arson?
いんですかね。
Sherry? Let me give you some advice. You're in the room with Kitty Kitty. Shut the fuck up already! Like you're actually giving
あ
yourself
あ
away.
それなら
By the
ハ
way,
ンナちゃん
the
が
time
死んだ
Hana-chan
時間
died,
ね
I have a rough idea about
それ
that.
なら
本当ですか
Really?
ええまず間違いなく深夜でしょうね私たちの外出が禁止さ
Yes,
れている時
almost
間
certainly late at night, during the time we're forbidden from
そう
going
な
out.
んですか
Is that so? I'd like
そ
to hear
の
the
理由
reason in
詳し
detail.
く聞きたいです。
いいわよ
Sure.
昨日あの部屋サラマンダーの間では私たちが
Yesterday in that
魔法
room,
の
in the
実験を
salamander
行
chamber,
って
we
い
were
たの
conducting a magic experiment. Magic?
えここにはいろいろな本があるでしょ少しずつだけれど文字を解読して読めるようになってきた
Yes,
の
there are many books here, aren't there? Little by little, I've been deciphering the text and learning to
だ
read
か
them.
らアリサちゃんとココちゃんに協力してもらって
So I had
魔法の
Elisa-chan and
実験を
Coco-chan
していた
help me, and
の
we conducted the magic
一人じゃ
experiment
できな
because
い
it
こと
wasn't
だった
something I
か
could do
らね
alone.
マジで迷惑。
What a pain.
でも放っておいて
Still,
なん
if
か
we
や
leave
べ
her
えこと
alone
に
and
なって
something
も
bad
困
happened,
る
that'd
か
be a
らな
problem.
うちは見張りとして
I went with her as a
高所
lookout.
につ
I
い
thought
て
it was
た
just nonsense, though.
ただのヨタ話だとは思ってたけどな
あら
Ah,
魔法が
magic
存
exists,
在
doesn't
する
it?
のよ
Even if the book's
本
contents
の
are
内
real, it
容
would be
が本物
surprising,
でも
right?
不思議じゃないでしょ
まあ実際はな。
Well, nothing actually
こんな
happened,
だ
though.
けね。
あらどうか
But
しら
is that so?
も
Maybe
しか
that's
す
what
る
took
とそれ
Hana-chan's
がハン
life.
ナちゃんの命を奪ったのかもしれないわよ知らないうち
Perhaps that is
に
no
未知
unknown
の
effect
効
was
果を
triggered.
発動し
Or
て
maybe we summoned something bad.
良くないものを呼び寄せてしまったとかね
呪いみたいなこ
Something
と
like a curse. No
ある
way.
わけ
So, anyway,
それはともかく
Margot, just
昨
shut
日
up.
の夜私
Last
たち
night,
はあ
we
の
were
部屋
in
で
that
魔法
room
の実験を
conducting
し
an
ていたの
experiment.
だからハンナち
So
ゃ
the
んは
time,
その時点であ
Hana-chan
の
was
部
in
屋
the
に
room.
そしてその後
After
もあ
that, she
の
couldn't
部屋
enter
に
the
は
room
入
either.
れなかっ
入れなかった。
Couldn't enter. What
何
happened?
た昨日の晩
Last night when we
実
finished the
験を
experiment and
終
tried to
えて部屋
return
に
to our
戻ろう
rooms,
とした
we
時
happened to run into a guard.
偶然看守と鉢合
Wait, what?
ったってそろそろ戻りましょう
Well,
か
it's about time we headed back.
たく
Jeez, making us do such pointless
付き合い
things.
すぎやがって
Get
私たちが
when
ド
we
アを
opened the
開
door
け
and
て
went out,
出た
seems the
時
guard
に
was coming in
ちょう
to
ど
lock
看
the
守が
guest
ゲスト
house.
ハウスの鍵をかけに来たみたい
Wait, what?
もう少し
If
出
we
る
had
の
been
が
a
遅
little
れて
later
いた
leaving,
ら
we might have been
危
trapped
うく
inside,
閉
you
じ
know?
込められるところだったかもしれないわね
看守さんの鍵ですか。
The guard's locked.
ね。
Locked, doesn't
そ
that
れっ
mean?
てさ、前みたく
Like
監守
before,
が
aren't the
関わっ
guards
てんじゃ
involved?
ね。
もしかして、
Are
ま
you
だ
still
疑って
suspicious
ます
of us?
疑惑を向けられていると思ったなら弁明したらいいんじゃないかしら
If you think you're under suspicion, you should explain yourself.
まあそう言われると思って対策はしておいたんですよ。
Well, I expected that, so I
対
prepared.
策
Prepared?
看守の顔をよく見てください。
Please look closely at the guard's face. Sure.
あの目の部分
There's eyes. There's surveillance
監
cameras.
視カメラになってるんですよ。
Wait, what?
はあ。
Eh?
ずっと
You've
私
been
らの
watching
首
us the whole
張ってる
time?
ってこと？
いえいえ。
No, no,
あ
we're
く
just
までも
recording and
録画
storing
して
data. We're
デ
not
ー
always
タを残し
watching.
ているだけです。ただ、
But
そこ
it
に
records
は
footage from the
監
guard's
視視点で
perspective.
の映
So
像
when
が記
something
録さ
happens,
れ
we
て
can
い
look
ま
back
す。
at it. In other
な
words,
ので、こうして何かあったとき、振り返ることができる。つまり、昨夜、
last night before lights out, the crime
殺
scene was
害現
definitely
場、
locked.
そして朝に
Until the
火
fire
災が
broke out in the
発
morning,
生
the
する
lock
まで
never
それ
never
を映
opened.
像で証明
You
で
can
き
prove
る
that with the footage.
なるほどね。
I see. So last time the salamander chamber was
Salamander
definitely
の窓
locked.
ええ
Yes, it was
しっか
securely
り
locked.
鍵をかけていましたよ。
あら、そうなるとおかしいわね。
That's
昨日
strange.
の晩うちらがいた時は
Last
誰
night
も
when
い
we
な
were
かっ
there, there was no one.
ということはその後も誰も
That
入れ
means
な
after no
か
one
ったと
could
い
enter the
うこ
room.
とでつまり
In other
密
words,
室殺人です
a
ね
locked room murder,
密
isn't it?
室なんて実際は存在しないわ。だって現に当のハンナは中で殺されているのだから。
The locked room doesn't actually exist because Hanatono was killed
そ
inside.
れを解き明かすのがミステリーの醍醐味なんです。密室というのは謎を暴いてこその密室なんですよ。
That's the best part of a mystery. A locked room is only a locked room if we solve the
なら
mystery.
話し合いましょう
Then let's discuss it.
昨
What
夜
exactly
一
happened
体
last
何
night?
が起きていたのかその机上の
This
密
means
室を
this
解体
theoretical
するた
locked
めに
room.
昨日の晩
Last night, I had Lisa-chan and Coco-chan help me out and conducted a magical experiment.
魔法の実験をしていたわ
私は無理
I
や
was
り
just dragged
付き合
into
わ
it
され
against
た
my will,
だけ
though.
なんですけど。
うちだってそうだ
Same here.
その結果ハン
And
ナ
as
ち
a
ゃん
result,
が
Hana-chan
死んで
ends
しま
up
った
dead. Perhaps because of
も
this.
しかすると
This was
これ
because of the
魔
magic
法の実
experiment.
験のせいかもしれないわねきっと呪いが彼女を殺したのよ
Surely a curse killed. What the fuck?
呪いなんてそんなもんあるわけね
A
えだろ
curse? That kind of thing? Maybe that's real.
昨日の詳しい状況を聞きたいわ昨夜
Looks
その
like
場に当のハン
Hana-chan
ナが
wasn't
いな
here,
かった
correct?
いたら気づくに決まってんだろ
If she was, you would have
でも
noticed.
でもそれって証明できないです
But
よ
still, you
ね。
can't prove that, can you? You might have just overlooked her.
もしかしたら隠れていたのかもしれませんよ。
Or she was hiding in there.
それな後でこっ
Then
そ
she
り
was
自殺
secretly
した
committed
線も
suicide
思い
later.
ますよね。
Maybe the three of you are in cahoots. What the? The three of you are in cahoots.
もしく
Hmm.
は3人が口裏を合わせているとか。
うちら3
You're
人が
saying
共
the
犯
three,
だっ
we
て
three
の
are accomplices?
ふざ
Don't
けて
mess
んじ
with
ゃねえ
me.
ぞ
可能
I'm
性
just
の
talking
話
about
です。
possibilities here. You can't get mad at
怒
me.
っちゃダメですよ。
こいつ
You little.
ともかく
Anyway, after we finished the magic experiment and opened the door, there was a guard standing in front of the room.
部屋の前に看守がいたの
なんかされるかと思
I thought they might do something to us, but
特
nothing
に何
happened.
も
They
され
just
ず
locked
に
the
部
door
屋
after we
で
left and went
ど
away.
っか行ったよ。重要なのは
The
昨
important
日
thing
の
is
晩
what
こ
happened
の部屋
last
が
night.
どん
What
な
was
状
the
況
state
だ
of
った
that
のか
room?
証明できそうなものはあるかな。
昨日の晩
Hmm.
私はアリサちゃんとココちゃん私は無理やりうちだってその結果ハンナちゃんが死んでしまったきっと呪いなんてそのもかく昨日昨夜その場にいたら気づくでもそれって証明もしかしたら隠れていたのちょっと待った待ってシェリーちゃん
Right,
昨
Shida-chan.
日の夜
Last
あの部
night
屋
there
に
should
は
have been
誰
no
も
one
い
in
な
that
かったね
room. Hey,
そう
is
なん
that
です
so?
かそれを証明す
The
る証
evidence
拠は
that proves it's this.
これだよ いやいやエマさん適当な証拠ごめん昨晩誰かが見てそれを証明する証拠はこれだよ
I mean, is it really this easy?
それって
Is that the camera attached to the guard? Yeah, according to the warden, nothing suspicious was
昨
shown
晩
on
の
last
カメラ
night's
の映
camera
像に
footage.
怪しそうだよね
Right,
局
warden?
長
ええ、も
Yes,
ち
of
ろん
course.
それって
Can we
信用
really
でき
trust
信
that?
用できない
If you
なら
don't trust it, let's have them show us the footage.
問題ないよね
That's fine, right?
ね
Yes, well, that much is. Huh? I
私
have to
は
do it?
おめえ以外に
Who
誰がや
else,
ん
who else
だ
would do
よ
it?
はあ
Retrieving data
デ
from
ー
the
タを
server is
サ
such
ー
a
バーから
pain.
取り出すの
Well, please wait a moment.
面倒なんですけどね。では、さて、
Alright, I've copied last
映
night's
像を
footage.
見るのも
Watching
時
the
間
footage
が
would
か
take
かり
time
ます
too,
し
so I've
ね。
printed it out simply.
簡
Please
単
take a
に
look.
印刷して
見てください
Look, there's no Hana-san's body in the room. There's no rope either.
つまり
That
昨夜
means
こ
it's proving
の部屋
that
に
the
鍵
room
を
was
かけ
locked
られた
last night. Hanatona was not inside.
でもそれってどう
What
いう
does that mean?
密室殺人
A locked room murder.
いえこれはも
No, this is already an impossible crime. Sherry, what the? Sherry's doing an Asahina. Sherry's trying to stage a group to get us all killed.
昨日の晩から
It's
誰もサ
suicide.
ラマンダーの間に
Sherry
入る
wants
こ
us
と
to
が
look
でき
like
なかった
murder. Since last night, no one could enter the salamander chamber. Sherry they tried to burn the body to cover up the suicide. We would all blame Elisa. And then we all
で
died.
も朝扉を
But
開
when
け
we
ると
opened the door in the morning,
そこには
Hana-chan's body was
死体が
there.
あったこれは
This is
で
what?
は
This
一
is
つ
one
だけ
thing we
分か
learned.
る
Huh?
当のハンナが死んだのは夜間
Hanatono
こ
died
れ
at
を
night.
確
This
定
should
し
be
たはずだ
confirmed now.
なぜなら昨晩の
Because
事
as
件
of last night, her
彼女の
body
死体
wasn't
は
in
部
the
屋
room.
つまりハンナさん
The
は夜の
Hana-chan's
間に
son
死んで
died
どう
through
にか
some
して
during
密
the
室
night
の中に
and
入り
somehow
込んだ
got
っ
into
て
the
こと
locked
ですよ
room,
ね
right?
そういや
Come to think of it,
夜
I heard a loud
大きな
noise
音
at
を
night.
聞いたな
いい
Eh?
ちょっと寝つき
I
が
had trouble
悪くて
sleeping, so I was walking
外
outside.
を歩いてたんだ。
あら、規則違
That's
反
against the rules. Eh? It's not like you
現行
caught me
犯
in
じ
the
ゃねえんだ
act.
からいいだろ。
It's past the statute of
時効だ時
limitations.
効。
半日も経ってな
It's
いけ
been
ど
half a day. Is this okay?
国長は特
The
に
warden
気に
doesn't
してない
seem to
みたい
mind. Well, Nanaka's
なのかちゃんもここに
on
いる
this
し
here too, so maybe the trial takes priority now.
音は2回のタ
I
イミン
heard
グで
sounds
聞
at
い
two
た。
different times.
1時に1
Once
回。
at 1 a.m. and several times at 2 a.m.
どっちも外で聞こえた音だ。
I know what this is! This is Shiri's encounter with Nanoka.
何それ
What was that?
録音
Didn't
と
you
か
record
して
it?
ねえの
してるわけね
No way I
そう
did.
かいな
Useless.
んだとてね。
What did you say?
まあま
No,
あ
no,
こ
we
こ
have
に
new
来て新しい証
testimony
言
here.
が出たんですその音が何
I
だ
know
っ
what
た
this
の
sounds
か
for. Let's all
みん
share
な
our
で意
thoughts.
見をすり合わせてみましょう
Nanoka, I want your testimony.
最初の音は
The first sound
夜
was
の
at 1
1時
a.m. I was checking my phone at the time, so I was
ちょ
sure
う
of
ど
it.
スマホで時間を確認した時だったから間違いないと思う。1時に何
At
か
1 a.m. there was some kind of popping sound or
爆
explosion.
発音みたいな。爆竹とか
It
そう
sounded
いう
like
のに近い
firecrackers or
音が
something, and
一
it
貫した
happened once.
どこからした音とか
Do you know
わ
where it
か
came
らない
from?
んですか
確か倉庫の
I think it came from the warehouse direction, but I'm not sure.
確証はねえけどもう一つの音
Maybe
は
the sound was at
夜
2
の2時ぐらいだったと思う。
Wait a minute. Firecracker. At 1 a.m., the sound of firecrackers. Was firecrackers being used to crack the door lock?
こっちは説明するのが難しい音だったな。爆発って感じじゃなかったが、あまり間を置かず2、3回何度かしたと思う。
直下型の地震でも起こったのかしらね。
Maybe it was a direct earthquake
現場
at
で
the
は
scene.
部
The
屋の
furniture
中
in the
の
room
家具が
smacked
倒れて
over.
たりし。しかし、
ああ、そんな
That's
感
close,
じ
but
が
I
近い
didn't
け
do
ど。
any shaking.
ただ、揺れた感じはしなかったけどな。
地震なんてあったらもっとみんな気づいてると思うけ
If
ど
there was an earthquake, I think more people would have noticed. Maybe you were mistaken.
な
Huh?
わけねえだろ。うち
No
の
way.
勘
Do
違
you
い
have any proof I was
で
mistaken?
もココちゃ
Yeah.
んの言う通り勘違いだったって可能性もあるよね
Like Coco-chan said, there was a possibility it was just a mistake,
ま
right?
あ可能性はあり
Oh,
ま
that's
すね
possible.
私はアリサちゃんの証言は信用に値
I
する
think
と思う
Lisa-chan's testimony is
発
trustworthy.
言の内
Her
容に
statement
は
is
具体
specific
性
and has
が
no
あるし、矛
contradictions.
盾点もない。
Besides, she
それ
doesn't
に
look
嘘を
like
つい
she's
て
lying.
るように
Oh,
は見えないもの。
that's not the way we do it?
うちは嘘なんかついてねえ
I'm
から
not lying.
エマさ
I
ん
don't
の
think
言
what
ってる
Ema
ことは
san said is
間
wrong.
違いではないと思いますけど否定する証拠でもない
But
限
unless
り
there's
は
evidence to deny it, it probably won't convince anyone.
そうだよ
Yeah.
それにしても
Anyway,
アリサちゃん
sounds
が
like-
聞いた音か
I know what they were. They were
その
gunshots.
正体が分かればいいんだけど
最初の音は夜の1時だったな。
ちょうどスマホで1時に何かの破裂
They were gunshots.
そういう
Maybe it wasn't firecrackers.
待ってアリサちゃん
Wait,
その
Elisa-chan.
音って
That sound, I don't
爆
think it
竹
was
の音じゃ
firecrackers.
ないと思うんだ
はあ
Huh?
そりゃうちも夜中に
Well, I
爆
also
竹の
don't
音
think
な
I'd
んて
hear
聞こえるわ
firecrackers
け
in the
ねえ
middle
と
of
思
the
っ
night.
て。
エマちゃん、
Ema-chan,
何
do
か
you
そ
see
れ
the
を
second
証
prove
明
it?
できるものはあるのかしら。
1時に倉庫の
I
方
think
か
that
ら
the
した破
popping
裂
sound
音
from the
が
warehouse at
爆
1
竹
a.m.
の音
wasn't
じゃないという
firecrackers,
証
that
拠
is.
それは
Oh, one bullet hole.
夜中になった破
The
裂音
popping sound in the middle of the night
そ
just
れって
means
つまり銃声
that's
だったん
probably
じゃないか
gunfire,
な
right?
銃声
Gunfire.
確か
If
に
it was
銃の
gunfire, it
音
wouldn't
だ
be
な。
strange.
違和感はない音だったな。
破裂音なんてそう
Popping
そうある
sounds
も
aren't
のでもない
exactly
です
common.
ねそして音がした方
In
向
the direction of sound, the
倉庫には
warehouse, there were
銃
traces
が
of a
発砲
gun
され
being
た痕跡
fired.
があったんだこの銃を撃った
Now,
の
you
は
want
も
to fired
ち
the
ろん
gun, of course. Nanoha.
なのかちゃん
Nanoha trying to see you, isn't it?
え
Yeah,
え
that's
そう
right. I have a question. Why did you not just say this?
銃
A
を
gun?
夜中になんで撃ったんだよ。
Why did you fire it in the middle of the night? You didn't like shoot someone else.
誰か
別に隠すつ
I
もりは
didn't
な
intend
か
to
っ
hide it. It's just
たただ誰が襲ってき
I
たの
wanted
か
to see who attacked me.
襲ってきた。
Attacked? Could have been you were attacked.
ごめん。
ええ
Yeah.
何者かが闇
Someone
に
was
紛れ
sneaking
て
around in the dark,
倉庫を
rummaging
漁
through the
ってた
warehouse. I
私は
noticed
それ
and
に
woke
気づい
up,
ては
but
来たんだけど向こうに気づか
they
れてし
noticed
ま
me,
っ
then they attacked me.
たそしてだから反撃を
So I
した
fought back, that's all. It has nothing to do with the case.
この事件には何も関係ない
本当なんかやましいことでも隠
Really,
してん
aren't
じ
you
ゃね
hiding
え
something
の
shady?
そんなことありませんなのかさんは本
That's
当
not
の
true.
ことを言ってますよ
Nanaka-san is telling the truth because she
あ
attacked you.
ら、シェリーちゃん、 何か知
Shiri-chan,
っ
do
て
you
る
know
のかし
something?
ら？
Yeah, of course. It was you.
怒ったの
Because,
私です。
because I'm the one who attacked her. Remember how I said this an hour? Didn't I say this like what, 30 minutes ago?
は
Huh?
私を昨晩
Last night I went to the warehouse where
ナナカさん
Nanaka-san
の
was
倉庫に
hiding.
行ったんです。
Hey, that
だ
told
って
you all.
銃を持っ
Because
て
if
た
she
ら
had a
また
gun,
殺人が起きた
another
かも
murder
しれ
might
ませんし
happen.
ね。
Preventing that in
事件
advance
に
is
して
also a
るの
great
も
detective's
名
job.
探偵のお仕事です。
あなたは
You,
Nanti
what an
bikin ako
unnecessary
to.
thing to do.
まあまあいいじゃ
Oh,
ない
well,
で
it's
すか。
fine,
事
isn't
件
it?
には
It's
関
not
係
really
ない
the
ことで
case.
すし。
私はその時
Because of the
の
injury
今
from
も
then,
右手が
I
使え
still
ないん
can't
だ
use my right hand. Yeah, are you okay?
大丈夫ですか？
I'll treat you later.
後で治療しますね。私も左
I
足
can't
が
move my
動
left
か
leg
せた
either.
ら
So
お
we're even.
互い様ですね。
What the fuck?
もうこいつが
Can't we just say this one's the culprit?
そんなことあり
That's
ま
not,
せん
not
って
true
ば。
at all. Even I
私
can't
に
break
も
through a
実は
locked
突
room.
破できませんよ。
確かにそこが解
Indeed,
決
unless
さ
that
れない
is
と
solved, not
シェ
just
リーち
Shiri-chan,
ゃんだけ
but
じ
no
ゃ
one
な
could
く
have committed
誰
the
も
crime.
犯行はできなかったことになるわ。
ならそこの怪力ゴリラが
That
鍵を壊
means
して朝
that
ま
means
で
the strong girl broke the lock.
修理してたとかは
Repaired it by morning.
確か
Which is either the lock sound at 2 a.m. That could be the sound of
そ
breaking
れ
the
が
door.
扉を壊した時の音だったってこと？
さすがに素人
If
が
the
んなこと
amateur
し
did
たら
that, when they
直した
fixed it, it would be obvious.
ちょっと待って
Wait, what is
バレ
this
な
a way
い
to
方法
avoid
があったとした
detection?
らどうかな。
んだよ
What do you mean a way to avoid detection?
あの火事だよ。
That fire!
犯人は扉を
The
壊し
culprit might
た
have
ことを
set
僕
fire
ら
to
に
the
悟
guest
らせ
house
ない
to
ため
prevent
に
us from realizing
ス
the
ハ
door
ウ
was
スに火をつ
broken.
けたんじゃないかな。
でも火は
The
す
fire
ぐ
was
に
put out
消火さ
quickly.
れたわよね。それなら犯
If
人
that
の
were the
目
case,
論
the
見は
culprit's
失敗
plan
に終わ
failed,
った
but
こ
there
と
were,
になるけど
but were there any traces
扉
of
が
the door
壊
being
された
broken?
形跡はあったかしら。
壊されてなか
If
っ
it
た。
wasn't
なんだか
broken.
エマさんの話を聞いてると行き先が見えなくて不安になっ
Listen
て
to
きます
Ima-san's
ね。
theories. I can't see where we're going. This
不安
makes
に
me
させちゃっ
anxious.
た。
I'm
殺害
making
現場に
anxious.
限らず
Not
付
the
近に
crime
何か
scene, but
視野を
the
広げて
unnatural
もう一度考えてみよう。
vicinity. Paint.
私を昨晩あなたさんだって銃を持ってたらまた殺人があなたはまあまあいいじゃない。私はその時の件私も左足だもん。もうこいつがそんなことありませんってば。確かにそこが解決されないと。ならそこの怪力ゴリラが確か2時に大きなさすがに素人なんだ。
That'd be obvious. Then how'd the princess die?
サラマンダーの間には隠し
Maybe the
通路
salamander chamber had a hidden
があった
passage.
んじゃないかしら。
If Hana-chan
そ
snuck
れで
into
ハンナ
that,
ち
it
ゃ
would
んが
make
忍び
sense.
込んだとしたら筋は通るわ。ハンナちゃん以外
There
の
were no
誰
traces
かが
of
ゲス
anyone other than Hana-chan entering the guest
トハウ
house.
スに入った痕跡なんて残っていなかったのだしね。
確かにあの部屋
It's
に
true
そ
there
れ
was
らしい
nothing
も
like
んは
that
なか
in
っ
that
た
room, but her committing suicide.
あいつが自殺なんて
Hmm.
セリーちゃんが夜にナノカちゃんと争ってたなんて。
What are you doing,
何やってんの
Shiri-chan?
セリーちゃん。それにしても本当に誰も消す何かこれまでに見落としているようなことは。
The only thing I can think of is secret
私
passage.
は昨晩あなただって銃を持ってたらまた殺人があなたはまあまあいいじゃない。私はその時の件私も左足だもん。もうこいつがそんなことありませんってば。確かにそこが解決されないと。ならそこの怪力ゴリラが確か2時に大きなさすがに素人なんだ。じゃあお嬢はどうサラマンダーの。
間にはか
そうだよ。
That said, the salamander
サ
chamber
ラマン
must
ダ
have
ー
a
の
hidden
鍵は
passage.
隠しそれっぽい
Was there any place that looked like
知ら
that?
れざる謎の隠し通路でそれはわかんないけどあったらいいな。
I don't know, I just thought it would be nice if there was one.
何の根拠もなく言ってたのかよ。
Or
ち
something
なみにう
confident.
ちも
願望と推
お説教となると殺害現場に限らず視野を広げてもう一度考えてみよう。私は昨晩あなたさんだって銃を持ってたらまた殺人があなたはまあまあいいじゃない。私はその時の件私も左足だもん。もうこいつがそんなことありませんってば。確かにそこが解決されないと。ならそこの怪力ゴリラが鍵ココちゃんの言う通り
Like Coco-chan says, maybe someone broke the lock and worked hard to fix
仮
it
に
by
そう
morning.
だとす
If
る
that were the case, how
鍵は
exactly would
金
they fix
属で
it?
できていたのよ。
The lock was made of metal.
素人
I
が
don't think
強
an
引に
amateur
成し
could
遂げら
easily
れ
do
る
that.
とは思
They
えない。
replaced the lock.
それはほら
You know,
溶
welding.
接とか
Anisa-chan melted with her magic. What? Don't mess with me. Why would I do something like that?
そんなことするかど
What
う
if
か
she
は
could
ど
do
う
it on our side?
それなら
There
溶
should
接
be
痕が
welding
残る
marks
は
if that
そ
were
も
the
そも
case.
修理どころか壊さ
適当な
アリサちゃんに鍵に細工がされていない殺害現場に限る視野を広げてもう一度考えてみよう。
That's what I'm trying to say, but I don't know how to introduce that. The locks are swapped.
私はその時の件私も左足だもん。もうこいつがそんなことありませんってば。確かにそこが解決されないと。ならそこの怪力ゴリラが
The lock was
セリーちゃん
broken.
の怪力なら 扉の
Oh,
鍵は
Shuri
簡
Chen's
単に
strength.
壊
She
せ
could
るよ
easily
ね。
break the door lock,
そん
right?
な野蛮なことしま
I
せん
wouldn't do
よ。
something so
それ
barbaric.
に
Besides,
鍵
if
を
the lock
壊
was
したんだ
broken, there
か
should
ら
be traces of it,
そ
right?
んな跡はなかったな。
There were no such traces.
放火して炎の
We
熱
could
で
consider a
鍵
method
を
like
変
setting
形
fire
さ
to
せ
the
て
form and
壊
break the
す。
lock with
そ
heat.
こまで火の手は進んでなかっ
So
た
the
し。
fire didn't spread that
そう
far. That's
そう
probably
な
not
ら
it. Then
鍵
let's
を
assume
壊したわ
that
け
the
で
lock
も
was
も
broken.
うエマさん
Jeez,
言いがかり
Amy-san,
は
stop making false
笑
accusations.
顔で怒られ犯人がいたな殺害
Wait,
現場視野を広げて
What
もう一度
the?
考えてみよう。
Not that?
私は昨晩あの子さんだって銃を持ってたらまた殺人が起きたなと。まあまあいいじゃない。私はその時の件で私も左足が動きもこいつがそんなことありませんって。確かにそこが解決されないとならそこの怪力ゴリラが鍵を
Not broke the lock.
確
Not
か
repaired it.
2時に大きな音がしたとか言ってた。さすがに
素人がんなこと
There was a way to avoid detection.
バレない方法。
んだよ。
What do you mean, wait?
犯人は扉を壊したことを僕らに悟る。
でも
What,
そ
we
れ
saw that.
なんだ不安に殺害視野を広げてもう一度考
Alright,
え
we
て
did
みよ
that one
う。
already.
私は昨晩あの子だって銃を持ってたらまた殺人があなた。まあまあいいじゃない。私はその時の件。私も左足が動くもうこいつがそんなことありませんって。確かにそこが解決されないとならそこの怪力ゴリラが鍵を確か2時に
It's
大
not
きな音が
broke,
したと
it's not
か言ってた。
repaired,
素人がな
not obvious,
間には
not hidden passage.
アンナちゃん
以外の誰
There are traces of
ち
entry?
ょっと待った
Wait, what? Wait, there
マ
are.
ナちゃん犯人の残
I
した
don't know
痕
if it's been
跡かは
traced
わからない
left
けど
by a culprit.
他にも議論されてない怪
It's
しい
that
ものがある
Lisa's
んだ
doll
よ。
was removed.
あら
I thought there was nothing else left in the room.
そう
Yeah,
だ
you're
ね。
right. There
あ
might
の
be
部
no
屋に
traces
痕
in
跡は
that
なかっ
room.
たかもしれない。でもゲスト
But
ハ
there
ウ
were
スに
traces
誰か
someone
が入
entering
っ
the
た痕
guest
跡
house,
は
and this
残
is
されて
it.
いた。それはこれだよ。
それって
That's
うちの人
my
形。
doll.
うん。
Yeah,
こ
this
の
doll was
人形
found
は
in the
ド
gnome
ームの
chamber.
間で見つかったんだ。
は
Huh?
これには血がつ
There's
いて
blood
る。
on this. It means
つ
there
ま
were
り誰
traces
か
of
がそ
someone
こに入っ
entering.
た痕跡が。
ふざけてんじゃねえぞ。それがそこにあ
That
る
can't
わ
be
けね
there.
えだろ。
それは昨
We
日
used it in the magic
魔法
experiment
の実
yesterday.
験に使ったのよ。
Wait, what?
サラマンダーの
In the
間で
salamander chamber.
詳しく聞かせて
Can
も
you
らえ
tell
る
us
か
more
しら。
details? Yeah, I'll tell you.
してやるよ。
Wait, what?
あれは昨日の魔法の。
That was just in yesterday's magic study or research or whatever.
ええ、そうね。確かにそ
Yes,
れが
it's
ノー
strange.
ム
It's
の間にある
certainly
なんて
strange
お
it's
か
in
し
the gnome chamber because we left it in the salamander
い
chamber.
わ。サラマンダーの間に置いていったんですもの。
ゲストハウスは昨晩どの部屋も密室だったはずです。だとす
That's
る
right.
と
All the rooms in the guest house should have been locked. In that case, the doll would have had to transcend time and space,
と
wouldn't it?
なると考えられる可能性は魔法
And the possibility we consider is
テ
magic, I
レポー
suppose.
ト、すり抜け、透明。
Amazing.
そ
Invisibility,
の
if
あた
someone
り
could
の
use
魔
that
法
kind of
が
magic,
使
they
え
could
たら
ignore the
密
locked
室を
room,
無視
couldn't
する
they?
こともできるのかしら。
んなもん誰が
How
使
could
え
you
ん
use
だ
something like that? Marco, just shut up. Who knows?
も
Maybe
し
it's
か
not
する
someone
と
among
こ
us.
の中にはいないのかもしれないわ。第三者よ
A third party,
幽霊。
a ghost.
え
They
え
anchored the
昨日の実験
spirits.
で良くないものを呼び出し
そうだよ。
That's it. There was
僕
someone
アン
besides
ナ
us.
ちゃんを殺したのもきっとその人だよ。
エマちゃん、第三
そう
Oh,
考えちゃ
yeah.
辛いけど、ちゃんと現実を見なくちゃ。
Oops.
あれは昨日の魔法の。勉強だか研究
だからそうね。確かにそれがゲストハウスは昨晩どの部屋も密室だったとなると考えられる。テレポート、すり抜け、透明、なもん誰だ。もしくは第三者や幽霊。そんな。
That's
で
gotta be a
そう
lie.
で
If
も
it's
ない
not the stated room, can't be explained.
とあの部屋の状況は説明できないもの。
超常現象を否定は
No,
し
it's
な
not
い
a
けれど、
supernatural phenomenon, but
何
I
が
can't
起こっ
just
たの
accept
か
it
分から
without
ずに受
understanding
け
what
入れるわけ
happened.
にはいかないわ。
なら逆にどんな現象
What
が
kind
起こ
of
ったの
phenomenon?
か考
Oh, I was trying to say that someone.
えどうでしょ
I
う。
wonder what kind of phenomena happened instead. What the
天
weather
気とか
influence of wind?
音とかはどう
What
かな。
sound? At least I try and heard sounds at night, right? Yeah, that's
だ
right.
ったら
Then maybe there was a huge roaring sound that led to Hana-chan's
具
death.
体的に
How
どう
exactly
死に
did
つ
it
な
lead
が
to
っ
her
た
death?
それはこれから考えようかと。
No, I thought we
考
could think
えて
about
から
that
発
now.
言してほしい。
What?
考えがちゃんと根拠
What the-
何か現実的に考えてありえそうなものってないかな。
Okay, I'm gonna need this.
あれは
Maydadu! I choose you! Give me a hit, Maydadu!
ゲストハウスは昨晩どの部屋も密室だったとなると考えられる。テレポート、すり抜け、透明、なもん
Not
誰
any
だ。
of those three.
もしくは第三者や幽霊。
A ghost?
そんな、でもそうでも。
ないと。
What do
部
you
屋
have
の
to say
状
the
況
room?
ってどんな状
Let's say
況だ
what's
った
it
の
in?
昨日の
Last time when we left the room, we should have left it
私たち
clean.
が部屋を見た時
監視のカ
It
メ
was
ラ
on
に
the
映っ
guard's
てい
camera,
た
right?
だ
The
ろ。
furniture inside wasn't
別
messed
に
up.
中の家具が荒れたりはしてなかった。
棚の上
Things
の
falling off shelves that would only be possible if it was a
部屋の
poltergeist.
状況は以上。
That's the state of the room. Do you understand,
私
Amos-san? turn.
あれは
昨日の魔法のそうね確かに
それがの
Interestingly, the Undine Chamber is in pristine condition. The Salamander and Gnome Chamber are not. You want my take? The Undine Chamber is a fake room. There's an elevator in the Undine Chamber,
ホームのマニア
ゲストハウスは
but no one has vibration.
となると考えられるテレポートすり抜け
The only way it could be is a third party,
もしくは第三者や
and she's already shut down third parties.
超常
現象を否定は
はしないけれど
This thing is
ただ逆
What
にどんな
phenomena
現象
happen
が
inside?
起
For
こった
example, the
のか
weather,
考
the
えてみ
influence
る
of
のは
wind.
どうでしょう例えば天気とか風の影響と
For example, the weather, the influence
そ
of
んな
wind.
自然現象
As a
に道
tunnel
路
could
が
be
殺
killed
さ
by
れて
some natural phenomena.
How did
No
that-
way. Huh.
昨日マーゴちゃんたちは魔法の実験をマーゴちゃんたち3人が嘘
Something
を
wrong
と
with
した
you.
ら昨日の夜何が起こったのか詳しく聞く必要があるのかもしれない
あれは
昨日の魔法のそうね
確かにそれがノームの
マニュアルなんてゲストハウスは昨晩どの部屋も密室だったとなると考えられるテレポート
とすり抜け
同盟かそんなの
Vibration.
誰ってもしくは第三
者や幽
昨日の実験そんなでもそうでもない
Oh, good
超
point.
常現象を否定はしないけれど
Vibration.
正だよ
Ah!
メルルちゃんの言う通り
Mr. Chan says
現
there
場
must
に
have
は
been
何かの
vibrations
影
that
響で
seem
振
to
動
do
が起
some
きたはず
effect.
だよ
I know what caused the vibrations. I figured it out. Hear me out here. The one, look at the one. I noticed this earlier. The 1F blueprint. I noticed this yesterday versus 1F. There's only one guest house. The Undine Chamber is a fake room, I think. I think it's an elevator. The vibrations of the elevator caused the decorations of both the gnome and salamander chamber to tilt. Like Maynard said, there must have been vibrations that seemed to do some
確かに
effect.
部屋の中は荒れてい
The
ま
room was
したよ
certainly
ね
messy. Thinking about
地
that,
震があっ
could
た
there
ん
have
で
been an
しょう
earthquake?
地震で部屋が大きく揺れ
If
た
the
なら
room shook violently
影が
from an
倒れて
earthquake,
人
it
形
would
が
be
動いても
strange
お
for
かしく
furniture
は
to
ないと
fall
思
and
う
dolls to move.
何か
Maybe
そ
that
れが影
affected
響して
something.
それはちげえだろうがちょっと待てよ
Wait a minute.
確かに地
It's
震が
true
起
that
き
if
た
there was
な
an earthquake,
部
things
屋
in the
の
room
中
might
の
get
もの
messed
が
up.
割れるかもしれねえけどよ
But the doll used in the
決め
experiment
使
fell
った
in the
人
gnome
形が
chamber.
落ちてたのは塔の死体があ
Kano's
ったの
body was there.
うちらが魔法
The
の
room
実
we did the
験で
magic
使っ
was
た
the
のも
salamander chamber. The
Salamander.
seance is a red herring.
地震があったと
Even if
して
there
も
was an earthquake, it wouldn't have anything to do with the
関係
case,
な
would
い
it?
んじゃねえか
そもそも
First of all, that's not really the same one. Maybe it's a different but similar one. What the fuck, Sherry?
あらそれは
That's
大
fine, I
丈
had
夫
paint
よ
on it.
ちゃんと塗料がついていたものあの塗料は昨晩私がつけたのゲストハウス
No, no.
の近くの花を何本か摘んですりつぶしてだから似ている人形の
I'm
はずがない
saying
間違いなく同じ
that the
人形
gnome and salamander chamber are actual guest rooms. The Undine chamber itself is an elevator. It is an elevator that goes underground. The salamander and gnome room chambers were built, and they were turned into guest houses to hide the true nature of the Undine chamber. When the elevator runs, it disrupts the room. We saw both rooms were ransacked. You see, when we were we didn't take a picture, but when we were in the gnome chamber, where we found the doll, the stuff on the wall was kind of tilted. And the warden statue. The warden statue on both the gnome chamber and the salamander chamber is tipped over. But it stands upright in the Undine chamber. In the Undine chamber, the warden statue is a switch. QED. It's never the same doll. Come to think it, there was some bloodstains in the cobblestones in front of the guest house.
あれは宝生マ
So
ー
that
ゴ
was the
実
paint
験
that
に使った
Hosho
塗料
Marco
だ
used in her experiment.
そうなんだ
I see.
メ
I
モ
should
を更
update
新
my
してお
notes.
こうアリサちゃんの人形の移
How
動
does the chance down move? What does this mean?
これが真実です
Oh,
な
fuck.
るほど
I
分
see.
か
I
っちゃい
figured
ま
it
したよ
out. You're gonna push us to
シェリー
suicide.
ちゃん
What?
事件の真
The
相
truth,
です
the case. It's all
エマ
thanks
さ
to
ん
you,
のおかげです
Amy-san.
よ
Eh? Really?
は
Uh-oh.
い。
Alright.
どうやって
How
ハンナ
Hannah
さん
San
が死んじゃった
died.
の
I'll
か
explain it.
説明してみせましょう。きっとハンナさんは
Hannah San must have been in the cell in the chamber from the very beginning.
す
Already
でに
killed,
殺され
perhaps
死体
as
と
a
なってい
corpse.
たのかもしれませんが、
うちらがいた時
Are you saying that when we got
あそ
there,
こに
the
死体
body
があっ
was
たっ
already
ての
there?
そうです。
That's right. She must have been near the ceiling, or on top of a shelf or something.
What
What the fuck?
けれど昨日撮
However, nothing appeared on the guard's camera from yesterday, did it? Cherry? What the
お
fuck
そ
are
ら
you
くト
smoking?
リックを使った
They
は
probably
ず
used
で
a
す。
trick.
ミステリでよくある
We're
もの
talking
といっ
about
たら
common mystery
鏡
tropes
とか
like
ですよね。
mirrors or something.
きっとカメラに映ら
They
ない
must
よ
have
う細工がされ
done
ていたんで
something
す。
to keep it from being filmed. The image can be easily altered.
画像なんてい
There's
くらで
also
も
a
修正で
possibility
き
you
ます。
mistook it from a different room. The three mistook the room.
部屋を勘違いしていたって可能性はあるよね。
でも
But we were all
私
three
たちは
together.
3人一緒にいたのよ。1人だけなら
If
ま
it's
だ
just
しも
one person,
3
maybe
人
all
同
three have
士で
the same
撮っ
memory
ちゃ
error.
うな
That's
んて
impossible,
あ
don't
り
you think?
集団幻覚を見ていたんですよ。魔
You
法
must
の
have a
実験
collective
では
hallucination. You
赤い
used red
花を
flowers
使っ
in
た
a
んです
magic
よね。
experiment, right? Wait, what?
あれは幻覚
Could
作
those
用がある花だ
have
とい
been
うの
flowers
は
with hallucinogenic
赤いケ
effects?
シの花って
They're
言い
red
ます
poppy
よね。
flowers, right?
あら、あれは花からではなくて
It's
果
just
実
your
から
fancy
生
the fruit,
成
you
す
know?
るのよ。
Just picking the
あ
flowers,
の
don't you
その
think?
ところで
僕に同意を
Even if
求
you
めら
asked
れ
me
た
to
まあ
agree.
何か幻覚を見たならまだし
Well, if we had seen some
私たち
hallucinations,
何
that would
も
be
見
one
て
thing, but we
ない
didn't see
それ
anything.
に監視の
Besides,
カ
if
メ
you
ラ
look
の
at the
映像
guard's
を見
camera
れば
footage, you'll see
ど
we
う
didn't
かし
mistake
ら
the
山ちゃ
room.
ん
人を勝手に
そんなでもセリーちゃんの現場の状況から考えるとセリー
Alright,
ちゃんの
let's
推理
listen
に
to
矛
the
盾が
whole
ある気がす
theory
る。
this time.
もう一度話をよく聞いてみよう。きっとハンナさんは
I just kind of thought that they were actually in the Undine room.
けれど昨日取られた監視おそらくはトリックを使ったはずです。きっとカメラに映らないよう細工がされていたんです。それに画像なんていくらでも修正できますし。
なわけねえだろ
No way, all
3
three
人
of
し
us
て部屋を
mistaking the
間違える
room?
なんて
そうでしょうか。
Is that so?
Ano,
Those
ito na
three
hewa.
rooms all look the same inside, so I think it's quite possible.
十分あり得る話だと思いますけどね。ともかく、
Anyway,
そう
that
し
night
て
when the
密
lockdown
室状
was
態が完
completed,
成した夜のこと、地震が起こったん
an
ですよ。
earthquake happened,
それで天井に隠され
and
てい
then the
た
body
死体が
hidden
落
in
ち
the
てきて、
ceiling fell down,
くくりつけられた
but the
ロー
rope
プで
that was tied there it formed a hanging body.
死体が隠されて
Even
い
if
て、
the body was
揺
hidden
れ
or
があ
was
ったんだ
shaking,
と
would
し
it
て、
really end up in such a
それで
neat
もあんな
hanging
綺麗な
stand?
首吊りの状態になるかな。
なんでだよ
Why not,
ぐる
wouldn't
ぐ
it?
る巻きになっちゃったり、
I think like it's
勢い
hanged
で
up
ロ
or
ー
the
プが
rope
ちぎ
might
れ
snap
た
from
カン
the
ナさん
forest.
あるそうですし。
それか
Oh, for
本
fuck's
人
sake.
は別の状
Maybe
態
the
を
couple
狙
was
ってい
aiming
た
for a
のかも
different
しれない
result. It just happened and
た
ended
ま
up
た
that
まあああ
way.
いう形になっ
And
て
they were
しまった
actually
だけ
intended
で
to create a
本
different
当は
discovery
全然違う
situation.
はまあ犯人の桜はエマ
そうみたい。でもセリーちゃんの現場の状況から考えると、セリーちゃんの推理には矛盾がある気がする。もう一度話をよく聞いてみよう。ハンナさんはサラマンダーの鬼最初うちらがいた時。そうです。きっとけれど昨日取られた監視おそらくはトリックを使ったはずです。きっとカメラに映らないよう細工がされていたんです。なわけねえだろ。そうでしょうか。あの3つの部屋はともかくそうして密室上地震が起こったんですよ。それで天井に隠されていた死
And
体
it
が落
formed
ち
a
てきて。
hanging body.
都合よく地
Earthquake
震が
doesn't
起
just
きるわけ
completely
ねえだろ
happen
も
just
しか
like
したら
that.
起こせたかもしれませ
Maybe
ん
it could have
よ
been。caused, like groundwater causing crustal
地
movement.
殻変動が起きたとか、
Or it could have been
そもそ
coincidence.
もただの偶然だったかもですし。そんな大きな
It's a big earthquake. It's possible no one else noticed it.
ないなんてことあるんでしょうか。局所的な直下型
If
地
it was a
震は
localized
一瞬
direct
ですし、
earthquake,
ありえない
you'd
と
be
言い
over
切
in
れないと
an instant.
思いますよ。
仮にそんな地震が起こせるとしたら
Oh my god! Shiri! Shiri murdered her! There was, in fact, an earthquake! The earthquake was Shiri punching the ground. That's why it was painted red. Shiri painted the ground red at the cover where she was punching it.
あなたぐらいじゃないかしら。
もちそんな男じゃあやっぱりんな話。
通るか
セリーちゃんのでもそれじゃエマさん、メルルちゃんの言う通り、
I know how
記録
it
したデ
happened.
ータを確認してみよう。きっとハンナさんはサラマンダーの鬼さうちらがいた時。そうです。きっとけれど昨日取られた監視おそらくはトリックを使ったはずです。きっとカメラに映らないよう細工がされていたんです。なわけねえだろ。そうでしょうか。あの3つの部屋はともかくそうして地震が起こったんですよ。それで天井にそれはおかしい。
No earthquake occurred.
セリーちゃん、
Shiri
その
Chan, I
推
think
理
your
は現
theory
場の状況
contradicts
と
the
矛盾
scene.
していると思うんだ。
Yeah,
どこが
where?
ですか？昨日現場
There
で
was
は
no
地震が
earthquake
起きて
seen
いなかった。
yesterday. There should be
それ
evidence
は
to prove that. This is
こ
the
の
evidence.
証拠だよ。シェリーちゃん、
Shouldn't
こ
you
の
now
像
we
を
look
見
at
て
the
ほしいんだ。
statue?
素敵な出来栄
It's
えです
beautifully
ね。
made. Looking at it
見
makes
て
you
い
feel
ると不
uneasy.
安になりそうです。いや、像
No, I don't want to
の完
look
成
at the
度
quality
に
of
つい
the
て見てほしい
statue.
わけ。この像はそ
The
れぞれの
statue
ゲ
is
スト
in
ハウ
each
スの
guest
中
house,
にあっ
but
て
it
そうだよ。
contradicts your explanation,
でも
Sherry
今
Chan.
のシェリーちゃんの説明と矛盾するんだ。矛盾？
A contradiction?
何
What
がで
is
す
it?
か？ウンリーネの間の
Only
像
the
だけ
statue in the
倒れて
Undine
なかっ
chamber
たんだ
wasn't
よ。
knocked over.
仮に地震が起
If
こっ
there was
たと
an
したら、
earthquake,
ゲ
all
ス
the
トハウス
statues in
の
the
像
guest
全部
houses
が
should
倒
have
れて
fallen
なくて
over,
おか
right?
しいよね。そうですかね。
That's so.
た
Maybe
ま
it
た
just
ま
happened
倒
not
れ
to
なか
fall.
っただけかもしれませんよ。いや、それ
No,
は
I
な
don't
いと
think
思
so.
う。
The wooden
でも
statue,
木
its
調の
center
像
of
で
gravity
重
is
心が不
unstable.
安定だし、それに他
Besides,
の家
the
具
other
の状態
furniture
も
was
綺
in
麗だ
good
ったしね。
condition.
そして、
And the
ウンリーネ
Undine
の間
chamber
は
is
ふかふか
sandwiched
の部屋
between the
に
other
挟
two
まれてい
rooms.
るんだ。
I think this and that are different
両
things.
隣の部屋の中で
In
は
the rooms
壁
on
がぐ
either
ちゃぐちゃ
side,
な
the
ので、
furniture was a mess,
真ん中
but
の部
only
屋
the
だけ
middle
が
room
綺麗
remained
なまま。
clean.
もし地震が起こっ
If
た
there
ん
was
だ
an
としたら、
earthquake, that's
それは
unnatural.
不自然だよ。なるほど。
I see. It's
さすが
like with
エ
Ema-chan.
確
That
か
might be
にそうか
true.
もですね。
おい、
Hey,
で
that's
も
not
さ
good about. What does this all mean?
それって結局どういうことなんだ？昨日の夜
Last night, what happened?
ハンナちゃんの身
What
に起こ
happened
っ
to
た
Hana-chan?
これま
What
での
we've
議論
learned
で
through the
分かったこ
discussion
と。
so far.
牢
The
屋
mystery
敷
of the
の
prisons, the
設
decisive
定ともう少し
contradiction.
で分かる気がす
I
る。
feel like I'm close to
昨晩
understanding what
あの
happened
部
in
屋
that
で
room
何が
last
起こっ
night.
ていたのか。エマさん、一度これま
Ema-san,
で
shall
の
we
話を
summarize
まと
what
め
we've
てみま
discussed
せ
so
んか？
far?
まだ皆さんから
There might
聞
be
けていない
information we
情
haven't
報
heard from
もあるか
everyone
も
yet.
しれませんし。
Yeah,
そうだ
you're
ね、
right,
メルルちゃ
Merudu-chan.
ん。やっ
Let's
て
do
み
it.
よう。
Actually,
昨夜、マーゴちゃんたち
I want to retract something. It wasn't Merudu. I mean, not Merudu, it wasn't Shiri. Shiri's crippled. Shiri was shot by Nanoka before the murder occurred.
出た後でゲストハウス
Then
に
Mark
鍵
would
が
give us
か
up
け
the
られ
guest
た。
houses were locked.
つまり、
In other
部屋
words,
は
all
3
three
棟と
buildings
も
were
密
in a
状
locked
態
room
だ。
state,
こ
right?
とでいいんだよね。
ええ、その通り
Yes, that's right.
その時部
At
屋
the
の
time,
中
his
は
room was
開
not
いてな
messy
かっ
and
た
there
し
was no body.
死体もなかったはずよ。
そして夜に起こったのは、
And
ナ
what
ノカ
happened
ちゃんとシェ
at
リーちゃん
night
のいざこざ。
it was the conflict between Nanaka-chan and Shiri-chan.
銃声だった。
The popping sound was once. There was a gunshot.
私はそうか。
Yes, the location was the warehouse. No doubt
そ
about
して
it.
その後、
And after that, Elisa-chan heard sounds around 2 a.m.
この
That part
内容
hasn't
は
been
まだ明ら
clarified
か
yet.
になってないよね。
Shiri's punching the ground.
そしてそれは地震だとは考えにくい。
And it's hard to consider those sounds were an earthquake. That should be the conclusion of our
も
discussion.
し地震なら、
If it was an earthquake in the Undine chamber, it would have shaken too. The furniture would have fallen.
家具が固定されて
If
た
the
ら、
furniture was
運転
fixed,
手の間の状
the
況も成り
situation
立
in
つん
the
じゃない
Undine
か
chamber
な。
could be explained.
確か
That's
に。
true. That might be
それは
possible.
あり得るかもしれませんね。固定されてたん
Was
で
it
すか？
fixed?
いや、
Well,
されてなかっ
I
た
don't
と
think it
思う。
was.
国境の像も不安定だったし、
I think it was.
されてなかったんかい。
So it wasn't
意
fixed.
見を言うなら各種
呆れられちゃった。ナノカちゃんの言う通り。
No? I think that furniture is fixed. I just have to say that. I think the furniture is fixed.
マーゴちゃんたちが出た後、ゲストハウスにつまり部屋は3その時部屋の中は
I'm saying there was
そして
nobody.
夜に起こったのは
The popping sound was the gunshot.
場所は
The
そう
location was the
そしてその
warehouse.
後、アリサちゃんも
After that, Lisa-chan heard sounds around 2 a.m.
この
That
内
part
容は
hasn't
ま
been
だ明らか
clarified
になっ
yet.
てないよね。そしてそれ
And
は
it's hard to
地
consider
震
those
だとは
sounds were an
考え
earthquake.
にく
That
い。
should be the conclusion of our
理論の
discussion.
結果からもし地震なら分霊
The
な
furniture
の
would have fallen, but I
家具が倒
suppose
れ
we
てい
can
たり
still understand the locked room.
結局密室についていっそ密室で
How
は
about
な
the
かったと
possibility
い
that
う
it
のは
wasn't
ど
the
う
locked
でしょ
room
う。
at all? First of all, was the lock properly fastened?
られていたんでしょうか。
Could it have been opened by lockpicking?
実はピッキングで開けられたとかありません？
What?
でもそもそも朝
But
の
in the
時
morning, the
に
door
鍵
should
が
have
か
been
かってい
locked.
ま
So
したよ
if the culprit unlocked it and got in,
鍵
he
を
would have
侵
needed to
入
lock
で
it
きたとして
again.
も鍵をかけ直す必要があったんだ。つかそれなら部屋
Then
に
what
細
about the
工されて
possibility
る
that the
可
room
能
was
性は？
tampered with?
もと
Maybe
もと
there
な
was
んか
some
仕
kind of
掛けがあった
mechanism
と
from the
かさ。
beginning or something.
見つかってない隠し
Are you
通路
saying
が
there's
あ
an
るって。
undiscovered hidden passage? finished?
でも中は散々
So
調
we
べたんだ。
thoroughly searched inside. The
Yeah,
room was a
details.
normal room.
普通の部屋だったんだし。
どうかしらね。
What's new? With last night's experiment, maybe a path to a world that shouldn't be connected got connected. Margot, just shut the fuck up already.
そうして朝
Anyway, in the morning, a fire broke out and the body was found. The source of the fire was outside the salamander chamber.
あ、間
Yeah,
違い
no
ない
doubt.
知
I
らなかっ
investigated,
たけど
and the fire was bursting from outside.
それによって私
Instead,
たち
we
は
rushed over. And after the incident,
事件
there
後
was no one who came out of the locked room,
密室の中から出てきた人はいなかった。被害者である当の犯人
except for the victim, Hanatono. I need a hint.
昨日起こったこと
This is like in the
今さ
Maybe there's
も
information
し
we
事
don't know
件
yet.
の真相がわからないなら
Maybe there's
皆さんの
information we
話を
don't
聞いてみ
know.
ましょう昨夜マーゴちゃんたちつまり部屋は3点その時部屋
部屋の中は荒れていなかったし、
そして
There's
夜に起こった
nobody. We know that stuff.
そしてその後
Like the warehouse.
アリサちゃんが2時頃に戻そしてそれは地震だともし地震ならウンルーナのまま揺れて家具が倒れてさ密室ではなかったというのはどうでしょう確かに
Indeed, lock picking skills, even if it's locked, you'll be
それ
able
は
to
ないと
おや
ピッキングをすると
When you pick a lock, it leaves scratches on the keyhole, but there were no such marks. Got it.
ピッキングがされ
So I
た
think the
可能性は
possibility
低
of
いかも
lockpicking is low.
確かに根拠がねえな
Indeed, there's no evidence to say such careless things, Sakuraba.
言ったのはシェリーちゃんなのに
Just sure
情
you
報を
said it.
共有する意味でももし
Information.
かしたら議論の中で知らない情報が見つかるかもしれないし昨夜マーゴちゃんつまり部屋は3点その時部屋の中はそして夜に起こったのはナノカちゃんのせい場所そしてその後アリサちゃん2時頃そしてそれは地震だともし地震ならウンルーナのまま揺れていっそ密室ではなかったというのはどうでしょうでもそもそも朝の時点で鍵はかかっていたはずだつうかそれなら部屋に細工されて見つかってない
隠し通路があるってのか
でも中は散々なんかしらね昨夜
What was the
この
magic
実験って
experiment?
何を
What did you do?
そんなに変
We
な
didn't
こ
do
と
anything
して
that strange. We just try to put into practice what was written in the book.
実践してみ魔法を
A
成長
technique
さ
to
せ
grow
る
magic. Kill a girl to make her grow into a witch.
魔女へと成長させるの。
Margot, what the fuck? Eh?
もちろん
Of course, it's
そ
just a
のふり
ritual
を
to
する儀
pretend
式
to do
なんだ
that.
けどね。 アリ
Dollophagy.
サちゃんを疑似的に殺すために用意したのが
Well,
ア
we
リサちゃ
prepared
ん
to pseudo kill Elisa-chan or Elisa-chan's doll in red dye.
染料
Red dye?
え
Yes, we couldn't have used real blood, but they didn't like the idea.
いや
嫌に決まって
Of
んだ
course we didn't
だ
like
か
it.
ら近くに
So I
生え
crushed
て
some
いた
flowers
お花
growing
を
nearby
飛
and
ば
used
して
that.
儀式は
The ritual was simple. I dyed Elisa-chan's doll red with the dye and stabbed the chest
そ
with a
の
needle.
羽を針で刺したの。
Like a straw doll or something.
あら、ちゃんと何かあった
No,
の
we did it in a place that seemed like it would have a little effect on others, just in case something happened.
結局
In the end, it didn't succeed, though.
うちへの影響も考
Think about the
えろ
effect on me, too.
影響が少ない
At
場
least
所
a little effect.
それ
That
って
means the
サラマンダ
salamander
のもの
chamber,
ことだよ
right?
ね
そうね。
That's right.
スマ
You
ホ
do
の
a
魔女
champ book
図
on your
鑑
phone.
の
The
ゲ
guest
ストハウ
house
スは牢屋敷か
is
ら
drawn
離
in
れ
a
た
place
場所
away
に
from
書
the
かれている
prisoners.
でしょ。
確かにこれなら
Indeed, with
もし
this,
爆
even
発
if there
と
was
か
an
しても
explosion, it
他
probably
の
wouldn't
人は
involve
巻き込まれそうだ
others.
ね
うちらは実
We
験
got
に
involved
巻
with
き
the
込まれてる
experiment,
んだ
though. Huh.
昨夜マーゴちゃんたちが出た後で
That's
ゲス
after
トハウス
Margaret
に
Johnny
鍵
goes
が
that
か
the
けら
guest
れ
house
た
was locked.
部屋は3点その時部屋の中はそして夜に起こったのはナノカちゃんのせい場所そしてその後アリサちゃんが2時頃そしてそれは地震だともし地震ならウンルーナのまま揺れていっそ密室ではなかったというのはどうでしょうでもそもそも朝の時点で鍵はかかっていたはずだつうかそれなら部屋に細工されて見つかっ
ってない隠し通路
たのがあるってのかでもどうかしらね昨夜の10分後とそうして朝火事が起こる
間違いない
火元って何だった
What
ん
was
だ
the source of the fire?
詳しくは
I
確
can't
定
determine
で
the
きない
details, but there were traces of rope and wax being
どう
burned.
確実に言える
What I can say for certain is that it burned from the outside, and if the culprit was inside, arson would have been
もし殺人
impossible.
犯と放火犯が同じ人なら
If the murderer and the arsonist were the same person, maybe the culprit couldn't get inside either. Yeah. Also, arson was probably only aimed at the guest house. Design-wise, it's not connected to the prison. And nothing there seems to be, and there doesn't seem to be anything else around. Nothing's written around the guest house area. In summary, almost certainly arson and intentional. As for the time, I don't know when it was ignited. If you use candles, you can do it whenever, however you want.
どうでもできるんだろう
Sherry-chan is flipping her shit at her failure to stop Hana from killing herself. By the way, I have some candles too, but I think you could easily take them from the warehouse. That's about it. Amazing. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That was helpful. So this is not a contradiction. This is a request for information. I think we need to check the warehouse. Was Nanaka-chan really in the warehouse? Could you have been mistaken in the dark? Sorry. Okay, I'm getting kind of worried because I'm getting down to 7. Not fixed. We have a problem. Hidden passage, normal room, last night's experiment. Arson from the outside. There was someone, maybe someone took advantage of the promotion and came out from the inside. Come out how? I don't know. More importantly, if someone came out, I think Ema would have seen them. Did you see anyone? We found information we didn't know, but I don't know the next thing! I'm kind of panicking! Wait, hold on. It's supposed to be the guard got the locked room, right? I'm kind of freaking out. Right? Maybe the body was in the room from the beginning. If there was, we would have noticed. That's just a wild guess. Okay, I'm just gonna brute. At this point, I have no idea what to indicate, and I'm gonna brute force. Could it be the room was originally messy? I should have improved. Oh shit. Oh, well, you know, the impact of closing the door. Bam. Oh shit. This is bad? Wait, what? No, I don't think the cell man chamber is a normal room. Huh? Not a normal room? What do you mean? Oh, it's not in the fucking net. I know the details, but there's one unnatural thing, that is. It's strange to call it a guest house when there are no guests. Maybe they actually had another purpose. Remember how I kept saying the furniture in the Undine room is fixed? It's to disguise a fucking elevator. What do you mean another purpose? For example, maybe it was a murder house with mechanisms to kill people. There are no such mechanisms, and if there were, we'd be dead. But there are no guests now. I don't know if the visitors actually come to the island. Can you really call it unnatural? The blueprint of the mansion. Oh, I want to look at where the guest house is. I see. I thought something was off. It's not drawn. Yeah, the building. Something strange about it. Something? Strange. So what's strange? Oh hey! It's the clue I've been talking about for 20 minutes! I want you to look at the prison map on your phones. And this all 3 guest houses are properly drawn, right? But on the paper blueprint, only 1 guest house is drawn. This perhaps was built later. It shouldn't have been there initially, but it was added later. That's why it's not on the blueprint. Yeah, that would make sense. The other 2 were additions. Maybe they were temporary buildings. That's the key to breaking the locked furniture. That's what it means, right? As expected, Amos-san. Just a little more and I'll reach the truth. I'll find it out, the secret of that room.
には何か
There's no doubt
別
room
な
it's
仕
some kind
掛
of
けがあった
special
のに
mechanism.
間違いないよ。
But
そん
nothing
な
like that
何
was
も見
found.
つかってねえぞ。
私は桜庭今の
I agree with Sakura about Ima's opinion. Otherwise, the locker room can't be explained. Are we really
あ
going
ると
here?
すれば
Perhaps there's a hidden passage that might connect somewhere.
でしょうか。どこかに繋がっているのかもしれません。そんな
Such a
大掛かり
large
な
scale
仕掛け
mechanism.
本
Could it
当
really
にあり
exist?
得るんでしょうか。
もっと簡単な仕掛
And
け
we're
ってい
talking
うのは
about simpler mechanisms.
実は
Perhaps the
扉の
lock could be
鍵の
controlled
鍵
remotely.
異変が操
Or
作
there
で
was
き
a spare key.
たのかスペアキーがあったとかかしら他には部屋の
What are the
一部が
possibilities? Part of the room could become transparent, or a mechanism that sees the eyes, like mirrors, or a trick with
鏡
reflective lens.
接レンズの仕掛け
Margot, shut the fuck up!
そんなん言い出したら
If we start
もう
saying
何で
things
も
like
あ
that,
るじ
if
ゃん。
anything
だ
does,
から
we
もう
might
い
say
い
there
ワ
was
ー
a
プ装置でもあっ
teleportation
たって
device,
こと。
something that swaps things.
賛成だよ。
A swap occurred.
ココちゃん、そ
That's
れ
it.
だよ。
Yeah,
何
what
が
is?
昨日現場で
You
は
see at the scene
入
that
れ
a
替わ
swap
りが
occurred.
行われていたんだ。は
Huh?
あ？昨晩あの
Oh,
部
I
屋
swapped
で
in
入
the
れ替
room
わって
last
たの
night, that is.
それはこれだよ。
The building.
あの時
At the
あ
time
の
in
部
the
屋で
room,
建物自体
the
が
building itself, the
全
whole
部
thing
入れ
is
替わって
swapped.
たんだ。
Are you fucking kidding me?
どう
What
い
do you
う
mean?
とゲストハウスの
Among the
うち
guest
サ
houses,
ラマンダーの輪とノームの
the
2
salamander
つは
chamber and
新
gnome
たに
chamber
仮
were
設で
newly
設置され
installed
た簡易
temporary
住居だっ
dwellings.
たんだよ。設計図とマップ
That's
で
why
差
there's
があ
a
ったんだ。
difference between the
その
blueprint
せい
and
な
the
んだ。
map.
本来
Originally,
そこ
there
に
was
は
only
ゲスト
one
ハウス
guest
が1
house
棟し
there.
か存在しなかったんだ。だったら建物ごと
That's the
簡単
case.
に移動させられ
It
たと
wouldn't
し
be
ても
strange if the
お
whole
かしくない
building
は
could
ず
be
だよ。
easily moved.
そんなことありえんの？
No, this is fucking bullshit.
可能性としては
I
考え
think it's
られ
possible
る
as a theory.
世の中にはコンテ
In
ナ
this
ハウス
world,
と
there
呼
are
ばれる
things
ような
called
ク
container
レーンで
houses,
吊り上
which can
げ
be
て
lifted
簡
by a
単
crane
に移
and
動させ
easily
られる
moved.
住居も存在するもしそうなら
If that's the case,
建
moving a
物を移
building
動さ
shouldn't
せ
be
るということも
impossible.
不可能ではない
死体が見つかった
The
サラマン
salamander
ダー
chamber
の
where
と
the body was
ア
found
リサ
and
ちゃ
the
んの
gnome
人形が
chamber
見つ
where
かった
Lisa
ノームの
Chan's doll was found.
この2つの部屋
If
が
these two
建物ご
rooms
と入れ
were
替えられていたと
swapped,
したら
building and all, then the locker room collapses.
崩れる。じゃあお嬢
And the
の
princess's
死体はあ
body
の
was
部
lifted
屋
along
ご
the
と
bedroom.
持ち上げられてたってこと？それなら
And
全部の
everything
つ
should make
まが
sense.
合うはずだよ。
こんな馬鹿げた話
Such a ridiculous story.
本当
Did
に
it really
起こってん
happen?
のか？
それじゃあ
So
検
shall
証
we
の意
discuss
味
in
で
detail
詳し
for
く話し合
verification
っ
the
てみましょ
possibility
う
of the
か
locked room moved?
密室が移動してきた可能性を
I have a serious question at this point. At this point, I can't decide. I mean this with all due respect. I can't decide. Okay. We can say with almost certainty that Sherry did something. But is Sherry the culprit, or is Sherry just being is she just being Togami in case 2 or Asahina in case 4? If you're saying the buildings are swapped, that would have been at night, right? Then when did Hana-chan die?
もちろんそれは事前
Of
に
course,
死ん
she
でい
must
たん
have
です
died beforehand, because during the
な
night
ぜ
the
な
guest
ら
houses were locked and all
あの
the
ゲス
rooms
ト
were
ハウス
locked
は鍵
rooms.
がかけられていた全ての部屋が密室だったのだから
じゃあ
Then when we were in that room
うちらがあの
yesterday,
部
she
屋
was
に行った時
already...
にはすでに
当のハンナの死体は
Tona Hana's body
別
was
の
in
部
a
屋の
different
中
room
に
at
あった
that
という
time.
ことねそして看守が鍵
Then
を
after the
かけて
guards
二つの
locked
部屋
them,
が
the other two rooms became locked rooms
部屋は
themselves.
建物ごと入れ替えられ
Building
当の
and
ハンナ
all
が昨日
swapped.
の晩の事
Chinatown
件を
was
死ん
already
でいた
dead
という
last
な
night.
ら
The locked room
密
mystery
室
is
の謎は
solved.
解ける
でも
But is there evidence to prove that the rooms are swapped?
証明する。証拠はアリサちゃんの人形を調
If you
べれば
examine Lisa's doll,
何
there
か
might
痕
be
跡
some
が残っ
traces
ているんじゃ
left.
ないかな。
あらどうして
Why do you think
おめえ
that?
の推理に
According to your theory, the whole room
じゃあ
is
中の
もうちょっと考え
外されきっと証明できるはずだ。
It's
部屋が
not
入
the
れ替わっている
doll.
根拠。そ それをみんなに示すんだ。もし建物が入れ替わったというなら、もちろんそれは事前に死んでいたんでしょう。そう、昨日ゾウのハンナの死体は、そして看守が鍵をかけてたゾウのハンナが昨日の晩の時点でも部屋のこれが証拠だよ。
Examine the photo.
これは昨日看守
The
のカメ
photo
ラ
is
に
from
撮ら
the
れた
guard's
映像
camera
と
yesterday.
今
The
日撮
photo
っ
of
た
the
サラマンダ
salamander
ーの
chamber
写真
taken
だよ。
today.
これを見比べれば
If we compare these,
建
you
物
should be
が
able
動い
to
た
prove
こ
the
とが
building
証
moved.
明できるはず。比較する場所が
The place to compare is the window view.
2枚の写真。窓から見える景色を見て。
The window view.
どちらも同じよう
The
な場所
images
から
should
撮
be
った
seen
風
or
景
taken
の
in
は
the
ずな
same
のに
place, but the
外
angle
に
of
見
the
えてる
outside
影の
view is
角度が
is
少し
different.
確かにそう
That's
で
right.
す。
The position of the
見えている
visible
木
trees
の位置
seems
が
slightly off.
少しだけずれてるような。これは建物自体
This
の位
couldn't
置
have
が変
happened
わ
unless
って
the building
角度
itself
がずれ
moved
てい
and
ない
its
と起
angle
こりえない
shifted.
ことだよ。
であれば
That's the case. Ima-chan.
それができた
Who
の
could have done that? That is,
それができたのは
the one who could have done that
ハ
is
ンナ
only
ちゃん
one
を殺して
person.
殺害
The
現場
person
の
who
建
killed
物を動か
Hana-chan
し
and
た
moved
人
the
物。
building at the crime scene. That
それは
person is. Yeah!
建物みたいな大
There's
きな
something
も
as
のを
big as
動
the
かせ
building,
る
you
とし
have
た
to
ら
use magic.
魔法を使
I
わな
just
きゃ
saw
無理だ。
looking what the fuck the pen is!
そして
And the only
こ
one
の
who
中
knows
で
who
そ
can
れ
do
がで
that
きるのは
is you, who can
怪
use
力
super
の魔
strength
法が使え
magic.
る君だけ。立花シェリーちゃん。
Shitty
君が犯
Tachibana,
人だ。
you're the culprit.
え
Is that so? I'm sorry, I have to say this. I'm sorry, this is the best line ever. Is that so? I had no idea.
シェリーちゃん、
Shitty-chan,
君
you?
は反論しましょう。
お
ちょっと待って
Wait
く
a
ださ
minute,
い、エマさ
Ima-san.
ん。
There's a flaw in
こ
that
の推理
reasoning.
には穴がありますよ。
Eh?
その間違い、
Let me point out the
指摘してあげま
mistake.
しょう。この名探偵、
The great detective Shitty-chan will. Wait. Did your eyes turn
写
gold?
真から見える景色が
I'm glad I took a.
違うと言い
You
ます
said
が、
the view in the photos
そ
is
れは
different.
本当に
But
同
were
じ
they
場所
really
から
taken
撮ら
from
れ
the
た
same
ものなんで
place?
しょうか。
Oh shit.
私たちと監視さんは身長
Me
が違い
and
ま
the
す。
guard have different
そ
heights.
れに全
And
く
can
同
you
じ
say
場
you
所
were
に
taken
撮っ
from
て撮った
exactly
の
the same spot?
ってこと断言できますかね。
Oh shit.
でも
But
中
the
から
view
見える
from
景色
inside
は
is
明らか
really
に違
different.
っ
The
ている
gator
よ。
the salamander
サラ
chamber
マン
is
ダーの
off.
あの角度がずれてるんだ。だからあの建物は
The building
動
must
か
have
さ
been
れたに
moved.
違いないよ。いやいや。
No, no,
確
it's
かに動い
impossible
た
to
可
be
能性は
moved,
あり
but
ます
there
け
are
ど
no traces of
誰
someone
かが持
lifting
ち
it.
上げた痕跡はないじゃん。なんで
Maybe
すか
that the ground was
地盤
unstable
が
and
不
the
安
angle
定
shifted
で
on its
角度
own.
がずれたのかもしれませんよ。
I'm gonna see the whole
トリッ
testimony.
クがあったという
I
推
agree
理
with the
に私
reasoning
も
that there
同
was
意
a
します。
trick, but
でも
concluding it was
動
moved
か
is
した
jumping
と
to
まで決めつ
conclusions,
ける
I
のは
think.
早計だと思いますけどね。例えば
Perhaps
現
maybe
段
we
階
just
で
haven't
トリ
found
ッ
the
クの
trick
仕掛けが
mechanism
見つ
yet.
けられてないだけの可能性もあるじゃないですか。X 線検査をしたわけで
It's
も
not
な
like we
いで
did
すし、
X-ray inspections,
通路
so
なん
there's
て
still
ある可
plenty
能
of
性はま
possibility
だ
for
まだ
things
あ
like
ると
hidden
思うんですよ
passages.
ね。それとも私がハンナさんを殺したり、あの現
Or do you
場に
have
いたという
evidence
証
that I
拠で
killed
もある。
Hana-san, or was it the scene?
シェリーちゃんが現場に
I
いた
have
証
evidence
拠
that
はある
Shitty
よ。
Chan was at the
本
scene.
当です
Really,
か？
show
そ
me.
れは
It's
こ
this.
れだよ。それがこの証拠じゃシェリーちゃんの発言に惑わされちゃダメだ。真実を突きつけ
I
る
have
ん
to
だ。
confront her with
彼
truth.
女に写真から見える景色が違うと言いますが、それは本当に同じ場所
Okay.
監視さんは身長が違います。でも中から見える景色はだからあの建物はいやいや確かに動いた可能性はありますけど、トリックがあったという推理に私も同意します。例えば現段階で X 線検査をしたわけでもないですし、それとも私がハンナさん全部エマさんの推
It's
測
all
で
image
証拠なん
speculation.
て
There's
何
no
もあり
evidence
ま
at
せん。
all.
シェリーちゃん、嘘だよね。
Why, right? You
シ
being
ェ
the
リーちゃんの
culprit?
犯人、それを検証する意味でもシェリーちゃんの発言に矛盾がないか指摘するんだ。写真から見える景色が違うと言いますが、私たちと監視さんは身長が違います。でも中から見える景色はだからあの建物はいやいや確かに動いた可能性はある。も ち上げた証拠は建物の角度以外にもあるよ。それはこれだ。
What the fuck is the fountain pen still doing there? Gold. I had to check. I
その証拠この建物シェリーちゃんが持ち上げた証拠は建物の角度以外にもあるよ。それはこれだ。その証拠品この建物の角度がずれたことじゃなくて、シェリーちゃんが持ち上げた証拠は建物の角度以外にもあるよ。それはこれだ。
I tried that, didn't I?
これが証拠だよ。
I'll be right back.
2つのゲストハウスを入れ替え
Be
る
right
には
back.
持ち上げた建物を一度どこかに置かなきゃいけなかったはずだよ。
There we go. To swap two guest houses, the lifted building would have to be placed somewhere
だから犯
temporarily.
人は
The
一度
culprit
日高に
temporarily
借り
placed
置き
it
し
on
た
the
んだ
cobblestones.
けどその
But there
時
was a
に3があって
miscalculation then.
そこには本来ない
That
はず
shouldn't
の
have
も
been
の
there
が
was on the
石畳に
cobblestones.
置かれていたんだそれは
That is the
マーゴちゃんが捨てた花だ
flowers
よ
Marco-chan threw away.
花
Flowers?
おそらく建物を
Right
見
when the
た
building
時
was placed, the
マー
flowers
ゴちゃんが
Marco-chan
石
threw on
畳
the
に捨てた花
cobblestones
と
got
潰され
crushed.
ちゃったんだ
魔法の実
The
験
ones used in the magic experiment.
そうね
That's right, the color came out surprisingly
抽出
easily.
できた
It's one of only
だから
several I
何
picked.
本か積んだうちの一つしか使わなかったわ残りは
The rest I left
石
in the
畳に置
cobblestones.
いておいたのよ
So it turned into paint? Okay, I find this part kind of weird. Weird. The reason I find it weird is I feel like if you crush flowers, they become pressed, not paint.
ポイ捨てじゃん
Glittering.
でも
But
そ
still,
んな
the
風
flowers
に
left on the
道端に
roadside
花
like
が置い
that.
てあったら
Would you got it your
わ
way
ざ
to
わ
crush
ざ
them?
潰しますかねお花さんがかわいそうで
What
す
did they mean
し
to the flowers?
私
I
な
would
ら
place
潰
a
さ
symbol
な
of
いように
avoiding
避
them.
けた位置に置きますよ犯人が花を潰し
There's
た
a
のに
reason the culprit crushed
そ
the
れは
flowers.
犯人が建物を入れ替
I
え
can
た時
understand
の
by
状況を考え
considering
れ
the
ばわか
situation
る
when
よ
the culprit swapped the buildings. The reason the culprit crushed the flowers is
もしかすると体
maybe
力
they
が
ran
必
out
要
of
なくて
stamina and dropped
そ
it
の場
right
に落
there.
としちゃったんじゃないかな
力尽きて
Dropped from exhaustion.
だと
If
した
so,
ら
wouldn't
確
there
か
be
に
more
規格
trace?
外の重量物を誤って落としたんだとして
そういう痕跡
じゃあ大丈夫ですこのままじゃ剣がでも確かに建物の犯人が花それは犯人が建物を入れ替えた時の状況を考えればわかるよこれだよ地震みたいな音がした時刻
The
は
time the earthquake like sound happened was 2 a.m., right?
時間からして
Considering
あ
the
たり
time
は
it
真
should
っ
have
暗
been pitch
なは
dark.
ず無造作に置かれた
Even
花
they
に気
didn't
づかず潰してし
casually
まっても
place flowers and crush
何
them,
も
it
お
wouldn't
か
be
しなこ
strange
と
at
はな
all.
いよ
桜庭今の推理が
If
正しいな
Sakura Amos reason is correct, then under the guest house floor, if we
地面
check
の設置
where
部分あたり
contacts
を
the
調べ
ground,
れ
we
ば
should be able to detect
赤い
red
塗料
paint.
が検出できそうね
僕たちの中に建物を動かせるような魔法を使える人はい
Amongst
ない
us, no one can use magic to move a building. So Shiri-chan, you're the one.
ちょっと待ってください
Jotto mate kudasai?
は
Ah,
あそもそも私が
first
持
of all,
ち上げ
unless
て
I
確
looked
認
and
しない
checked,
と
we can't
塗料
investigate
が
if
つ
this
いてい
paint's
るかなん
attached.
て調べられないとは思いますがでも仮
But
に
even if there was
そ
paint
こに塗
there,
料がついていたとして私にしか動かせ
something
な
I
いか
can
ら
move it. I'm
私
the
が犯
culprit,
人
Amos-san.
エマさんの
Is
主
that
張
really
は
the,
本当にその主張でいいんです
the
か
argument you want to make? So, do you see when people say things like that, and I make this head turn to my left? Do you see how I make this head turn to my left at moments like this? Like, if you've watched my stream for a while, you may notice that moments like this, my head turns to the left. Do you know why that is? This is me being just so shocked and exasperated that I turn towards my chat. Like, I actually turn and face the monitor my chat's on. I'm like, well, to be totally honest, Sherry, that is not the argument I want to make, actually. I actually can't stand by that argument. Eh?
なら私の計
Yes,
画は
exactly!
メルルさんが証明してくれますよ
Then Mirudu will prove my innocence. Oh, fuck! But me?
ですか
Wait, what?
それ
Yes,
じゃあ説明
then
し
I'll
ますね
explain.
私にはそんなこと逆
But
立
I
ちし
couldn't
た
do
って
something
で
like
きない
that
っ
even if
て
I
こ
stood
と
on my head, because you got shot in the... Yeah,
私は午前1時ナノカさんと
I
一緒
was
にいま
just
した
not...
これはナノカさんが証明
Yeah.
してくれま
Oh,
す
good
ね
point! Those
あなたが
Naka-san
私
still
に
went
襲い
in.
かか
You
って
just
きただ
attacked
け
me, that's all.
そうとも言いますね
That's also true.
でもその
There's
時
the time I was
私
shot.
は撃たれたん
Oh,
ですよ
fuck.
銃弾を足に
One
一発
bullet in my leg.
それは
That's
確かに
true.
そうです今朝シェリー
This
さん
morning,
が
Shitty
医務
Time was
室
in
にい
the
らっしゃいま
infirmary.
した足に大
Since
き
she
な
had
怪
a
我を
bigger
してい
injury
て
on her leg, the
血
bleeding
も
wouldn't
止ま
stop
らない
either.
ですし自己流で止血
I
しよ
tried
う
to
とし
stop
た
the
んですけ
bleeding
ど
on my own, but it
ダ
didn't
メだっ
work.
たみたいで今も立ってい
Even
る
now,
のが
just
辛い
standing
ん
is
ですよ
painful.
本当
Really?
嘘
You're
言
not
ってん
lying,
じゃ
are
ない
you?
の傷の深さはメルル
Ask
さんに
me
聞
to
い
do
てく
son
だ
how
さい
deep the wound is. Indeed, a bit like, I think it would be impossible. Maybe walking little, but moving heavy things. No way, with an injured body, I don't think it's possible.
怪我のある体でできるわけはないと思います。つまり私は
In other words, after 1 a.m., I couldn't do heavy labor. In fact, I was hovering on
そ
the
れ
edge
ど
of
ころ
life
か
and death, you
生
could
死の
say.
境をさまよっていたと言いますか。ですが、アリサ
But
さ
the
ん
sound
の
Lisa heard was at 2 a.m. That's the time when I was suffering from my leg injury.
です。私では建物を動かす
There's
犯
no
行は
executive crime moving a building.
それでも
Even
私が
so,
犯人
you'd
と
still
し
say
て
I'm the culprit?
言いますか？
Shitty! You're not acting like
シ
you.
リーちゃんは
Couldn't
建
look
物を
this
動か
through
す
the cheering.
シリーちゃん、君
Your
の
words
言
are
葉
wrong.
間違ってる。私は午前1時、ナノカさんと一緒にいました。これはナノカさん
Yeah.
が証明してくれますよね。
あなたが私に襲いかかってきた。
でもその時銃弾を
One bullet in my leg.
セリーさん足に大きな怪我を自己流で止血しようとして今も立っている
Sherry knows the truth, that's the problem.
そのセリーちゃんなら
If it's Sherry time, you can endure the pain.
我慢
I
強い
think
それはメルルさん
Ah, fuck.
まだ寝ている時間に起こすわ
I
けに
couldn't
はい
wake
き
you
ま
when
せ
you
ん
were
よ。
sleeping. I tried shooting at
で
myself.
もセリーちゃん歩こうとするだけで
Trying to walk. I think it would have been difficult. If treatment had been a little later, I might think about it too late.
エマさんがメルルさんでもセリーちゃんがどこかで嘘をついているとしても実際に今大
She
怪
is
我をしている
currently
のは間違
injured.
いなさそうだ。私も午前1時、ナノカさんと一緒にあなたの私
I think if she was witching out, she wouldn't have died.
セリーさん足に大きな怪我をし自己流で止血しようとして今も立っているボーンと傷の深さはメル確かにその足では無理だと思います。
Building wasn't heavy?
なんてなかったんじゃない
Maybe the guest house wasn't
ここ
heavy
まで
at
言
all.
うならエマさんそれはでも、被害者の魔法で浮かせた可能性ですわ。仮に
She's
ハ
not
ルカさん
anything,
が
but
生きて
even
いた時
Hema,
に魔法
well,
がパワーア
alive,
ップして
had her magic power up and slowly
その
into her
密室
building.
の中で
After I killed
私が
Hana and
ハ
that
ナ
locked
さん
her,
を
how would I
殺すどうやらエ
escape?
マさん矛盾を指摘されちゃシェリーちゃんがしている主張は事件の手もその怪我指摘するんだ。シェリーちゃんが犯行可能となる可能性を私が午前1時、ナノカさんと一緒だったの私に頭にでもその時銃弾をそれは今朝シェリーさん足に大きな怪我をし自己流で止血しようとして今も立っているボーンと傷の深さはメル確かにその足では無理だと思います。つまり私は午前1時前にもう動かしてた。ちょっと待ってください。ナノカさんにこれらを見せ
Alright.
今さんは私確かにシェリーちゃんがしている主張はでもその怪我指摘するんだ。シェリーちゃんが
I
犯
don't
行可能とな
care.
る可能性を
I hate this moment where I can't figure it
あ
out.
なたの私によって頭にでもその時銃弾はそれが今朝シェリーさん足に大きな怪我をし自己流で止血しようとして今も立っているボーンと傷の深さはメル確かにその足では無理だと思います。ちょっと待った。
She wasn't actually injured.
一つだけ
There's one
そう
possibility.
なんですか
That's what's
シェ
here.
リーちゃんは
Shitty-chan, there's
そ
a
の
time
時
you
怪
weren't
我をしてい
injured.
なかった。それなら
If that's the
部屋
case,
の
you
移
could
動
have
ト
done
リ
the
ッ
room
プも問題
swapping
なく
trip
でき
without
たは
issue.
ずだ。もちろん
Of course, you're gonna claim that you have evidence,
さ
right?
あ見せてく
Come
だ
on, show me the
怪
evidence.
我をしていなかった証拠それは
Bullet hole in the floor.
弾痕には銃
There
弾
was
が
a bullet
残って
left
い
in
た
the
ままだ
bullet
った
hole,
け
but
ど
no blood around
少
it.
なくともその
At least
時
at that time, there's
弾
a
が外れ
possibility
た
the
可能
bullet
性があ
missed.
るの証拠としては
Isn't that
弱
weakest
くない
evidence?
でしょうか
It
たま
might
たま
happen to
生き
go
てる
through
持
that
ち
single
が
drop
です
of
それ
blood.
に私の怪我の存在
And the
について
existence
こそ
and
は
depth of my injury can be proven by medical
この
examination.
怪我に
I
つい
didn't
て
plan to
はシェ
explain
リ
this
ーちゃんの
injury.
怪我
Shitty-chan's injury, that is. She got hurt
建
during
物
the
を入れ
swap.
替えた時についたんだ。多分手を滑
Maybe
ら
she
せて落とし
slipped
たと
and
か
chopped it and got
だ
caught
と
in
したら
something.
もっと骨折とかになってそうでしたらだぞさあエマさんシェリーちゃんの想像してシェリーちゃんの怪我
You
そ
did
れ
it
は
to yourself.
これだよ
You did it to yourself.
シェリーちゃんは
Shitty-chan, you hurt
自分で
yourself.
傷つけたんだよ自分の足を
You
自
injured
分で
your own like yourself.
自傷したんだ
Self-harm.
ひかみメルル。
What
あ
can
な
you
たは
made to
銃
do?
創
Have
を
you
見た
seen
経
that
験
gunshot
はあ
wound
る。
before?
それは
That is,
あ
I
りません
haven't.
じゃあ、立
Then
花
was
シェ
there
リ
a
ーの
bullet
傷
left in
に
Shitty's
弾は
wound?
残っていた。
Tachibana Shitty's
見て
wound?
はい
I
ま
didn't
せん
see
や
one.
けどの跡もない
No
のだ。
burn marks either, right?
はい
じ
Hi.
ゃあ、
Then
その辺で
that's enough. Eh?
メルルさんは何も
Maybe
悪
the
く
son
ない
hasn't
で
done
すし
anything wrong. Please
責
don't
めない
blame
であ
her.
げてくださいねシェリーちゃん
Shitty-chan, then.
じゃ
Really?
ああ何も
I
決
thought
定
I
的
had
な
much
証拠は残してい
decisive
ない
evidence.
はずなのにこれがこの島以外だったら証拠不十分で
If this were anywhere but this island, I'd be released for insufficient evidence, you know. Wait, you're just confessing?
でも他
But
のみんな
everyone
が
else
でき
can't
ない
do
か
it.
ら
By
消去
elimination,
法で
it had to
私
be
に決
me.
まっちゃいまし
I
た
don't
ね
have an alibi either.
私アリバイもないですし
Wait, really?
それをごまかすためのいいトリックだと思ったん
I
です
thought it
け
was a
ど
good trick to cover that
も
up,
う
but
バレ
since
ちゃ
it's
った
been
ので
found out, I don't mean it
潔く認
gracefully.
めましょう名探偵シェリーちゃんの活躍は
Great
ここ
Detective
でおしまい
Shiri-chan's
なので
exploits
した
end here. Well, good riddance. You're gonna say it was just a coincidence.
それは
It
昨日
happened
の
last
夜の
night.
ことですシェリーちゃんはハンナちゃんを殺してしま
Shiri-chan
いまし
killed
た
Hana-chan. Okay.
それは用意周到な殺人計画の始まり
It was the beginning of a meticulously planned
Nato.
murder. And
すべ
that
て予定
everything was
されていたことなの
premeditated.
です
I love. Okay, I like this actually because like when we get Leia-chan's storybook theater, she said it was just a coincidence. She said it's a coincidence twice. Anan-chan said it again. It was just a coincidence.
シェリーちゃんは以
When
前に
Shiri-chan saw the
牢
prison
屋敷
blueprints
の
earlier,
設計図を見たときゲストハウス
Yeah.
の入れ替えトリ
she
ック
came
を
up
思
with
い
the
つき
guest
ました
house swapping trick.
そしてシェリーち
Then
ゃんは
upon hearing that
マーゴ
Marco-chan
ちゃ
was
んの魔
conducting
法の実験を
magic
する
experiments,
話を聞いて
Shiri-chan decided to
この
carry out
計
this
画を
plan.
決行することにしたのです
Wait a minute. This is just a murder you've had at the back of your mind? This is a murder she's had been at the back of her mind for like a whole case?
まずシェリーちゃん
First,
は
Shiri-chan called Hana-chan to the guest house and strangled
ロ
her
ー
to
プで
death with
首
a
を
rope.
絞めて殺しましたその後
After that,
シェリーちゃん
Shiri-chan
は
staged
ハンナちゃん
Hana-chan
を
as a
自殺
suicide
に
by
偽装
hanging
して
her.
吊るしておきます魔法の実
To
験
tie
に
it
なぞら
in
え
with the
て
magic experiment,
周囲
they
には
also
同
prepared
じ
hanging
く
dolls
首吊り
around
人
her.
形を
It was a
用
good
意しておき
misdirection,
ました
wasn't it?
そしてマーゴちゃん
Then
た
when
ちの
Marco-chan
実
and the
験が
others
始
did
ま
their
ったら
experiment,
シェ
Shiri-chan
リー
snuck
ちゃんは
out.
こっそりと外に抜け出したのですその後シェリーちゃんはナノカちゃんの元へ向かい
After
ま
that,
した
Shiri-chan went to Nanako-chan to create
疑
an
われた
insurance
時の
policy
保
in case
険
she
を
was
作ってお
suspected.
くためですシェリーちゃんは暗闇の
Shiri-chan
中
attacked
ナ
Nanako-chan
ノ
in
カ
the
ちゃん
dark.
を襲いましたナノカちゃんはそれに反撃し
Nanako-chan
てき
fought
ました
back,
が
but the bullet went way
銃
off
弾は
target,
予
just
想
as
通り
expected.
大きくそれましたシェリーちゃんは知っていま
Shiri-chan
し
knew.
たナノカちゃんが優し
She
く
knew
て
Nanako-chan was too
仲間
kind
を
to
撃った
actually
り
shoot
な
a
んて
friend.
できないってことをその後
After
シェ
that,
リーちゃんは
Shiri-chan swapped
2
the
つの
two
部屋の
rooms.
入れ替えを行いました
Are you fucking kidding me? Well, I've been planning this murder for days, and... Oh, here's the perfect opportunity! Let's do it! Like, the feeling I get from this is not that Sherry's just witching out. It's that Sherry really wanted to commit the perfect
ゲ
crime.
ストハウスの建
The
物
guest
の
house
仮
buildings
設
were
で
temporary
土
structures,
台もしっか
and
り
she
し
had
ていない
confirmed
のは
beforehand that their
事前に
foundations
確
were
認済
solid.
みでしたでも暗かった
But
せ
because
い
it
で
was dark when she
そ
placed
れ
down
を
the
石畳
cobblestones,
に置いた時に
it seems she crushed
ど
the
うや
red
ら
flowers
置か
that
れ
were
てい
there.
た赤い花を潰しちゃったみたいですはあ
Aww.
入れ替えた後
After swapping, she
ドア
swapped
の
the door
表札を
nameplates
入
and
れ
it was
替え
done.
て完成
The
です
shaking from that made the room get a little
その
messy.
シェリーちゃんにとって
For
は
Sherry-chan, the
魔
fact that
法の実験
Elisa-chan's
に使
doll,
われたアリ
used
サ
in
ちゃんの
magic
人形
experiment,
が残って
was
いた
left
こと
behind
も
was also a
誤算
miscalculation.
だったみたいです使った後
We
は
have to clean up
き
after
れ
we
い
use
にしてお
things.
かなきゃダメですよ
Otherwise, the culprit
じゃな
creating
い
the
と
locked room
密室を
will
つけ
have
る犯
trouble.
人さんが困っちゃいますからね
You're totally unrepentant. You're not sorry at all.
シェリーちゃんはそ
After
の
that,
後
Shiri-chan set
時
up a
間
fire
差で
trick,
火がつく
so
よ
it
う
ignited
炎
the
のト
time
リッ
delay.
クを仕掛けますろうそくと
Using
油を染み
candles
込
and
ま
the
せ
rope
た
soaked
ロー
in
プを
oil,
使って
when the candles
ろ
burned
う
down,
そく
the
が
fire
小
would
さく
ignite
な
on
っ
its
たら
own.
勝手に炎が引火するようにしたんですでもあんまり
But
燃え
if
す
it
ぎ
burned
る
too
と
much, everything would be
全部燃え
consumed,
尽
so
きちゃ
she
うので
adjusted it to burn
ほどほど
moderately.
に燃えるよう調整はしていました
This does not come off like a witch murder. This comes off as I just want to commit the perfect crime. I've been planning this for weeks. I've been planning this for
燃え
weeks.
尽きる前に見
If
つ
it
けて
wasn't
も
found
らわ
before
な
it
いと
burned out,
せ
all
っ
the
か
effort
く
of the
の
locked
密
room
室
trick
ト
would
リ
be
ックが台
wasted.
無しですからねそしてしばら
Then
く
after
待っ
waiting
て
till it got light,
明
she
るくなっ
stabbed
て
her
か
leg
ら
with an arrow.
矢で足を刺しましたと
It hurt a lot, but Shiri-chan didn't
シ
hesitate.
ェリーちゃんは
She
た
was
めら
pretty
いま
strong,
せん。
so she could pierce it in one go,
弾丸が足を
making it
貫
look like
通
a
した
bullet
こ
had
と
gone
にして
through her leg.
シェリーちゃん
Maybe
はメルル
Shiri-chan
ちゃん
had
に
Mirudu
診察してもらいました。
examine her, but this her
これで
alibi
行動不能のアリバイトリックの完成です。
of being unable to act was
そうして
complete.
シェリーちゃんは
And so
見事
Shiri-chan brilliantly
ハンナ
staged
ち
the
ゃん
dramatic
殺人
murder
事
of
件を
Hana-chan.
劇的に起こしてみせたのでした。めでたし、め
And
で
they all
た
lived
し。
and they all lived happily ever after? That... Tachibana Shiri was the one who killed Tonohana. It was a reality she didn't want to accept, but it was the truth that Ima had uncovered. Naturally, in the vote to select the witch, Shiri
完
was
全
chosen.
犯罪を目指したのですが、犯人だとバレて
That's
しま
it.
って残念です。
I was aiming for the perfect crime, but it's a shame I got found out.
私が殺したって特定できる
Ima-san
のは
would be the only
エ
one
マ
who
さん
could
だけ
figure
だ
out it
と
was
思ってい
me.
ました。これまでの裁判
I've
で
been
も
so active in the
大
trial
活
so
躍
far,
でした
after
もんね。
all.
さすがです
As
エマさん。
expected, Ima-san, I completely defeat. Wait a minute. You want to be the killer. That's it. Sherry smiled and said it with almost refreshing air. You wanted to do battle with the detective. You wanted to be the crime novel. Ima, as if unable to believe it, glared at Sherry with eyes full of tears.
ゲームでもやってるつもりだったの？
Were you treating this like a game? Sherry-chan,
人を
you
殺
killed
したん
someone.
だよ。
No, I think this was euthanasia.
ハンナち
You
ゃんも
killed Hana-chan. You
友
killed
達
her,
を
your
殺
friend.
したんだよ。
Even as Ima cried out emotionally, Sherry just shrugged.
おめえに心
Don't
は
you
ね
have a
えの
heart?
かよ。
No, she doesn't.
無駄だ
It's
って。
useless. This
こ
one
いつ
doesn't feel
殺し
any
たこと
guilt
に
for
両
killing.
親の呵責なんて感じちゃいない。心のない
She's a
化け
heartless
物なんだ
monster.
って。
そうね。
Indeed, pretending to be
人
nice,
のいい
she
ふり
planned
を
and
して
carried out a murder
ま
as
る
if
でゲー
enjoying
ム
a
を
game.
楽しむかのように計画的に殺人をしてみせた。
You know? Thank you, Koishi. You know, I expected Margot to be the Adachi to commit a murder, not under the influence of her witch, but just because it would be fun.
私たちの
It's
理解
beyond
の
our
範疇を
understanding.
超えているわ。
Shady, what the fuck?
皆さ
Everyone, please
ん、
stop.
やめてください。
The girl's eyes looking at Shuri were so cold that Meridu, covering her ears, pleaded tearfully.
んなこと言って、
Saying that,
メ
but
ル
you
ル
voted
も
for
シェリ
Shady
ー
too,
に投
Meridu.
票したんだろ？
Thank you, Koishi.
それ、
That's
犯人だもんね。
because she's the culprit, right? You had no choice but to vote for her. You hypocrite.
この偽善者。
Coco spat out, and Meridu, unable to retort, hung her head. Ama didn't even have the composure to defend Meridu. Ama was also complicit in sending someone she thought was a precious friend to the execution platform.
うん、
Tomodachi, no.
そんなの
All
全
that
部
was an
幻想だ
illusion.
ったんだ。
In Ama's mind, the happy scene of the four of them on the picnic
シェリー
appeared.
ちゃんが全部を壊していった。
They foreshadowed this! In the bad end! Who was the one to vote to abandon us all? Who was the one who said, hey, Hana-san, let's leave them all to die? It was Shiri-chan. Who was the one who cries in that scene when they run off and they're never seen again? It's Hana-chan. Shiri-chan felt nothing.
僕らは
We
友
were
達
never
なんかじゃな
friends.
かった。
Despair and darkness filled her vision. Ama's heart kept screaming that it would be easier to just die.
それでは皆
Now
さ
then,
ん、
everyone,
ちゃ
hurry
っ
up and
ちゃ
press
と
the
処刑ボタ
execution
ンを押
button.
してください。
Yes! It's time to feed Ama's witch! Let's feed Ama's witch!
僕らがシェリーちゃんを断罪し
I
ないとい
think
け
so.
ない。
We have to condemn Shiri-chan.
Hi.
Okay,
Okay,
okay, now we will execute the
これより
witch.
魔女の処刑を執
What's
行します。
jarring is that Shiri's excited that we solved the crime.
Na-
But I'm sorry, the
Tada,
execution
sumimasen.
platform's mechanisms
最
haven't
近
been working well
処刑
lately.
台の仕掛けの調子が悪くてですね。
What?
今回はその
This
ま
time
ま
we'll just use the
この場
execution
にある処
platform
刑
here
台
as
を
is.
使います。
What?
なるほど。
I see,
わかりま
understand.
した。
Dragging her injured leg. Yeah. Shiri, yeah, absolutely. And you even get a buzzing hum. Dragged to walk to the execution platform herself. As the warden said, the mechanism didn't activate and the platform remained as it was. The guard bound Shiri to the pole in the center. The restraints used were thorns.
昔は全部こ
In
の
the
処
old
刑
days,
方法
all
だったんです
executions were done this way.
ね。
The warden said this nostalgically, then looked around at the girls. Ah,
他
everyone
の
else,
人た
please
ちは
don't
動
move.
かないでください
If you
ね。
interfere or
邪魔
intervene,
や
the
介
guard will
入を
condemn
すれ
you
ば
as well.
看守がそのものも同様に断罪します。
邪魔しないって
I'm not
の
gonna interfere.
シェリーは
Sherry's
孫うことなきクソ女じゃん
is undeniably a bitch.
そうね
Indeed, killing someone as if it's a game, she's far too dangerous.
あまりに危険人物だわ
This wasn't a witch murder. Sherry's just evil.
友達ごっこに
I
付き合わ
truly
されてい
sympathize
る
with
エマ
Emma
ちゃん
and
たち
Chan and the others who were
小さ
dragged
く
into
同
this
情する
pretense
わ
of
ね
friendship. For some reason, Emma had a faint smile on her face. Perhaps her heart was already on the verge of breaking. That's right.
こんなの
This was all
友達
just
ご
a
っこで
game
し
of
かな
playing
かった
friends.
信じなけ
I
ればよ
shouldn't
か
have
った
believed. I shouldn't have come to
好き
care
に
for
なん
them.
てならなければよかったそうすればこんな
If I
に傷
hadn't,
つ
I
か
wouldn't
ず
be
に済
hurting
んだ
this
のに
much now. As if to say she didn't want to see Sherry anywhere, Emma looked down and bit her lip hard.
ちょっと待ってくださ
Please wait a minute. Then Sherry suddenly raised her
い
voice
そ
in
れはちょ
protest.
っと聞き捨てなり
I
ませ
can't
ん
let
ね
that slide. We are
私
friends.
たちは友達ですよは
Huh?
あマジでどっか
Are you
の
seriously
レスト
missing a
ラン
skirt or
で
something?
どこの世
I
界
don't
生
rule
き
that
て
you
た
kill
ら
someone you think is
友
your
達だ
friend.
って思ってるやつを殺すんだよ
好きだからこそ
There are cases of killing someone because you love them.
シェリーちゃんの
In
場合
Sherry Chan's case,
理性
she's
的
too
すぎて
rational
当
for
て
that
は
to
まら
apply,
ない
I
ように
feel.
感じるわ
殺された塔の
The Tono you
お
killed
前を
probably
恨んでる
hates
だろ
you.
うし
So does Sakura
ここ
about
にいる
me
桜
coming
庭も
here.
光もおめえのことなんか
Nobody.
もう誰も友達だなんて思っちゃいねえよ
Sherry stood there. No. Hannah stood there and let her
そ
do
れ
it.
でも私は友達だと思っています
Even so, I still think we're friends. Minute sobbed and collapsed into tears. Emma looked down. Wait, you're not even going to try and say, actually, Hannah, let me do it. You're not even going to defend it? Emma looked down and her shoulders trembling. Is that supposed to be begging for your
命乞い
life?
のつもりか
Or do you want to die being
そ
done
れ
with a
とも
good
いい人だ
person?
と思われて死にたいってか桜庭と
Think
光
about
の
how
気持ちを考
Sakura and
えろ
Hikari
よ
feel.
友達だと思って
They
た
had
やつ
someone they
殺
thought
さ
as
れ
a
て
friend killed. And now they have to send someone else they thought was a friend to the execution platform.
それがどれだけ
Can't
相
you
手を
see how
傷
much
つけ
that
てるの
hurts
か
them?
悪あがきなんてや
Stop
め
your
て
pathetic struggles. Play the villain to the end and get
決し
executed.
て処刑されろよ
エマちゃんメルルちゃ
Emma-chan,
ん
Midge-chan,
もう
she
聞く
should
の
stop
やめた方がい
listening.
いわ
She doesn't understand that she's
傷
hurting
つけ
you.
てい
She
る
probably feels no
彼
guilt.
女にはわからないのよきっと罪悪感もないのだから
God, I want to save this line. For real? She feels no fucking guilt. For real.
それは
That might be
そうか
true.
もしれませんね
Wait, what? Sherry shrugged and readily
正
admitted
直
it.
他人の気持ちもよくわからないし罪悪感はありません
Honestly, I don't really understand others' feelings and I have no
友
guilt.
達だって言い
If
続
this
ける
system
こ
where
とで
friends hurts you,
相
then
手
I'm
を傷
sorry.
つけているのならごめんなそれでも
But
私
still, I
は
can't help but think that
ハンナさんも
Hana-san,
メル
Mirudu,
ルさんもエマさんも
and Ema-san were
今
my
でも
friends.
友達だって思っちゃってるんですよやめてよ
Stop it, I don't
もう
want to
聞き
hear
たくな
anymore.
いよ
I can understand this
こ
feeling.
れ以上シェリーちゃんのことに
I don't want to
たく
hate
ないよ
Shady-chan any more than this. But as Shady continued talking, thought and movements of our execution remained just
ど
as
うして
talkative.
こうなっちゃったのかな
I wonder why it turned out like this.
ああ
Ah,
私
I've
人を
killed
殺
someone
したこと
before.
があるんですきっとその時
Maybe
か
that's when
ら
my heart broke.
心
Yep.
が壊れちゃったのか
I've
な
been waiting for you to talk about this all game. Even the others were drawn to the Tachibana Shiri's taboo. Dragged down, they were forced into a deep, deep darkness. Did I mention I'm an orphan raised in the facility? There I was abused daily by the adults at the facility. Yep, I figured. Every single day without fail, I endured every kind of violence imaginable. I guess I got used to it. I learned that if I could just kill my heart, I could survive. From that time on, I stopped feeling almost anything. Still, I hate pain. Thinking they're doing terrible things to me, I figured it was okay to fight back. One day I struck back. My fist cracked open a staff member's head as easily as a watermelon. The staff member died. I was surprised. I realized people could die so easily. That must have been the awakening of my magic. I never realized it until now. I didn't feel anything in particular about the staff member's death. Come to think of it, in books and on TV, people die so easily all the time, don't they? If you can break this easily, then life and death, their value must be incredibly light. That's the conclusion I came to. What bothered me more was that my hands and clothes were covered in blood. If I got them dirty, I got scolded. I went into the hallway and faced the staff who rushed over to the commotion. Afraid of being punished, I gave a sheepish, appeasing smile. Sorry for making a mess.
ハンナさんを殺したことに
What should I need
私
to
は
do
何
about
を
killing
思う必要
Hana-san?
があるんでしょうか後悔
Regret?
罪
Guilt?
悪感
Sadness?
悲しみ
Anger?
怒り
Even though I killed her myself, do I need to feel
それを
those?
感じる必要がありますかその感情に
Is there
意味はあ
any
る
meaning
ん
to
で
those
すか
feelings? It's not like
ハン
Hana
ナ
will
さん
suddenly
が
come
伝
back
え
to
るわ
life.
けでもないのに
理解は
I
でき
can
る
understand, but that's what being human is.
それが人間なのよ痛む心が
If
な
you
い
have no
の
heart to mourn,
そ
then
れ
you're no
は
longer
人
human.
間じゃない
そうですね。
That's right. I was chosen as a witch after all. No, you're not. You were a witch for unrelated reasons. You would be killing people even if you weren't a witch. I don't want to hear anymore. Just end it already. Amy lifted her head and glared directly at Sherry. Just disappeared from my sight. Tears streaming down her face, she screamed from the bottom of her heart. You're right. Go ahead with the execution. Sherry smiled, looking a little lonely. As if reflecting Amy's hatred, the hands of flame rose from beneath Sherry's feet. Roasted by the flames, Sherry's face twisted in agony. The sight of the burning execution was too harsh even for the watching girls. Almost all the girls looked away, but the smell of burning skin assailed their noses. Something's wrong. Mary, looking somewhat dazed, muttered softly. She's not a witch! It's hot. This is really tough. It's wrong. Shady-san isn't regenerating. Yep! I called it. Huh? At first, Ina couldn't understand what Shady Murder was saying. Time to twirl! Kudu-kudu! Shiri-chan's body, the skin from her knees down, was burned and peeling. Through the roaring flames, that painful sight was visible. It took Ina a few more seconds to realize what that meant. Shiri-chan isn't a witch. She is not. The bodies of girls who haven't undergone witchification are not immortal. Shiri-chan is really going to die? That seems to be the case. Even Marco was visibly shaken, turning her face away from the execution platform. Oh wow, Margot! She is not. Wow, Margot. I thought you liked watching people suffer. By their own hands, the girl was truly about to be killed. She committed murder without becoming a witch. This one's truly messed up. It's not like it's fine, right? She's the culprit, isn't she? The fact doesn't change. She deserves to die. Someone like this. Coco's voice was also strange. Can't we stop the execution? This is wrong. Shiri-chan's going to die. Amy immediately ran towards the execution platform, but the guard blocked her path. It can't be stopped anymore. On the execution platform, Shuri was crying bitterly. The thought that she was crying from unbearable pain and heat. Yes, I did! Thank you, Koishi! But Shuri's whisper told them otherwise. I have no regret, no guilt. But I'm not supposed to be executed. I'm not supposed to die. I broke my promise. For that alone, I'm sorry. Promise? Looking like this, Hana-san is going to scold me. I knew it! Hana let you kill her! I wish you could have praised me just once. Shuri's eyes were looking somewhere else, not here. It was the blue sky she had seen once before. That day, clinging to Hana's back, racing through the sky together on a broom. As the figures of Ema and Mirudu grew distant, Shuri noticed something. Hana-san. Could we fly this high this long? Hana's back stiffened with a jolt. Eventually, as if resenting herself, she let a deep, deep sigh. I think I'm on the verge of becoming a witch. If my magic has become this strong, I probably don't have much time left. Hey, shoot! Before I become a witch, could you just kill me? Called it! You're joking, right? I knew it! Shuri and Hana worked together. Yeah, you don't have to take it seriously. It was just hypothetical. But I really don't want to become a witch. I don't want to become a witch, or hate someone, or feel the urge to kill. I don't want to be part of this prison's predetermined flow. If becoming a witch is unavoidable, at least I want to resist. If I kill Hana-san, I'll be executed as a witch though. That's why I only told you. Eh? That's mean. So you're saying it's okay if I get executed? God, that's not it. We're aiming for the perfect crime. Perfect crime! That's an exciting word! You can do it, right? You're the great detective. It's just hypothetical, but if the time comes, promise me, you absolutely must not die. Of course, just leave it to me. Hashtag Yuri. The truth of Sherry being roasted by flames revealed bit by bit between pain groans. There were bonds. The fact that she killed her because they were friends.
死んじゃうの。ごめん
I'm
なさい。
sorry for dying. You
バタ
idiot!
ーシリーちゃん
Shitty-chan, your heart isn't broken at all.
ないじゃないか。友達の
You
た
did
めに
something you didn't want to do for your friend, didn't you? Everything.
全部友達
Everything
の
was
た
for
め
your
だ
friends,
ったんじゃ
wasn't
ない
it?
か。
Everything was too late. The execution couldn't be stopped, and Sherry's life was ending. Held back by the guard, Amos struggled frantically. Struggling was all she could do.
処刑を中止してよ。
Stop the
シェリーちゃんは魔女
execution!
じゃないん
Shitty-chan
だよ。
isn't a witch!
いなくなっちゃう。
She's going to disappear!
消えてなんて言
I'm
って
sorry
ご
for
めん
telling
ね。
you to disappear.
あんなひ
I'm
どい
sorry
こと
for
言
saying
って
such
ごめ
awful
んね。
things.
シェリーちゃん。
Shitty-chan! Shitty-chan!
泣かないで。エマさん。
Don't cry, Amos-san. In a sense of unimaginable pain and in a scene of unimaginable pain and suffering, Sherry looked towards Emma and
見せ
smiled.
つけてやれま
We
したよ
showed
ね。
them, didn't we?
私たちは
that
友
we are
達だっ
friends.
て。ずっと
Best friends
仲良
forever.
しだって。
A hoarse, scream-like voice escaped from Emma's throat. Sherry's body did not revive, and everything burned and decayed. She did not become a witch's husk. Sherry burned to death. Because Sherry burned to death, the door to the eternal prison did not open.
なんか、さすがにちょっと後味悪いですね。
Somehow, this
皆
leaves
さ
a
ん
bit of a bad
どん
taste.
まいです。
Well, everyone, don't let it get you
ゆっ
down.
くり休
Please
んで
rest
くだ
well.
さい。これにて、
With this
閉
court is
廷に
adjourned.
します。
Half feeling awkward, the warden fled, flying away. Emma, dazed for a while, just knelt there on the spot. At night, Emma, her footsteps unsteady, visited Hana's cell. Her roommate Coco wasn't there. Instead,
エマ
Maidadu
さんも
was.
来たんですね。
Emma-san, you came too. On Hana's bed, Maidadu had laid out the dolls of the girls, probably having taken them down. They were the ones Hana had made by hand. Maidadu's doll, Sherry's doll, Hana's doll. Emma placed her own doll next to them. Emma pressed her hand tightly to her chest, feeling a warm, faint light. A ray of hope so small, as if it might disappear at any moment. What if Hana and Sherry had left
僕ら
behind?
は確か
We
に
were
友
without a
達だ
doubt
った。
friends. She recalled the small exchange she had with Hana.
そのエマさんが少しでも元気に
We're
なるよ
making
う
you a
に
present to try and
プ
cheer
レ
you
ゼン
up,
トを作って
even a
い
little.
ますの。エマさん最近寝込んでいましたし、
Since
お
you've
見
been
舞い
laid
に
up
も
recently,
な
I
るか
thought it
な
might
と。
serve as a get-well gift. Averting her eyes, looking somewhat embarrassed, Hana
プ
spoke.
レゼント
A present?
騒がなく
I
て
need
も
to
よ
make
ろ
a
し
fuss
く
you
てよ。
here. It's really
全
nothing
然
special.
大したものじゃありませんから。大したものだよ。
It is something special.
こんな
All
に
these
たくさんの
dolls.
お人形。ずっと僕らを
We were
元気
making
づ
them
ける
all
た
along
め
to
に
cheer us up.
作ってますさ。
Amos-san. Give me a moment. It can mean it's contextual. No, it's. Oh no, that's actually kind of accurate, Sylvie. Kuso can in fact, it can mean damn, shit, fuck. It's a in the context you're using it. It's actually kind of accurate. Let's see. 10 hours, 3 hours, 8 hours. Oh. Ow. Amos-san. Merida's hand gently touched Amos' shoulder, and everything she had been holding back finally snapped. Ah! There's something interesting I noticed about the scene. I noticed something very interesting about that scene. Would you like to know what was really interesting about that scene? Guess who we didn't hear from in that scene? Guess who was totally silent? Because there is somebody who had nothing to say to that scene. Who was someone even more interesting. Okay, but it is interesting that Manadu is the first person to notice. But by the way, on the subject, I'm talking during the trial. When Shiri was executed, there was someone who was notably silent. We did not hear any words of praise from Aima's witch. We've gone through 2 executions where Aima's witch is like, good job, you did it. We heard nothing here. Aima clung to Manadu and sobbed like a child. Manadu stroked her back for a long, long time. I just can't help noticing that. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh god, wasn't there a witch who did this in... No! I know what the difference is. There was a difference in this scene versus the other 2 trials. We didn't kill a witch. We didn't kill a witch. We didn't kill a witch. I don't know if that's significant or not. That is true. I don't know what it means. Countless more days have passed since then. I am unfortunately not expecting... I'm... Like the we are the villain with amnesia twist? That's... I'm really, really not expecting a Yasu is the culprit situation. That's the problem. Yeah. The problem is, I think countless more days have passed since then. I still... Eat, shower, wrap in a blanket, and sleep. The girls followed the rules mechanically, just going through the days and the... through the days and the days. Oh, you're still alive. Ganesha-san, she Amichi. Well, if you were dead, we'd have a witch trial. Just do your best to survive. Yeah. There was also something I remember from Aima's opening. In the very first minute of the game, Aima is being bullied in her class. She talks about how they dumped out threw away her textbooks, they put bugs in her shoes, they formed a lynched mob and hung her, I guess. They stripped her naked and put her on display. And at the end of the very pro opening, where she said in her dream, she wishes for them all to die. The people who were bullying her, she wishes for them all to die. Like, the girl looked away from exhaustion, from fear. What purpose we're being kept alive for? That is a good question. If they have no intention of ever releasing us, they might as well just kill us quickly.
まるで緩や
It's
か
like a
な
slow,
拷問のよ
gradual
うだわ
torture. The girl muttered as if in a delirium, feeling that the sensation of being alive had long since faded.
静かですね。
It's so quiet.
少し前まで
It's
賑
so
やか
lively
だったから、
not long ago.
やっぱ
So
り
it feels
寂しい
lonely.
です。
I think so. There's also something that's kind of weirding me out. Maynard isn't acting much different. Yeah. Tears streamed down the girl's face, finding solace in memories of that time of time that could never be reclaimed.
エマさん、
Emma-san,
少
shall
し
we
お
take a
散
little
歩しま
walk?
せんか？
Perhaps on a sudden impulse, Maynard stood up
お
and
散
spoke.
歩？
A walk?
ど
Where
こに行
to?
くの？
Well,
ど
anywhere is
こでも
fine.
いいんです。
It's just if we keep moping
ずっと
forever,
メスメ
I
ス
feel like
していたら
Sherry-san and
シェ
Hana-san
リ
would
ーさん
scold
や
us.
ハンナさんに叱られちゃうような気がして。
This is another sus moment, actually. It feels like when all hope is lost, when everything's going off the rails, Maynard is kind of here to gently guide things back on track.
負けていられませ
We
ん。
can't let ourselves lose. We have to
元気に
cheer
なら
up.
なくちゃ。
Despite her swollen eyelids, Maynard smiled
So-
bravely.
そ
You're
うだ
right.
よね。
You're right.
負け
I
た
don't
く
want
な
to
い。
lose.
僕ら
We're
は
still
まだ生
alive.
きてる。
We can do
頑張
this.
れる。
Hi, let's
行
go.
きましょう、エマさん。
Anna-san. That said, the places they could go within the prison were limited. Emma and Maynard held hands, climbed the stairs towards the
たくさん遊
recreation
んで、
room.
たくさん笑って。そしたら、きっと元気
If
にな
we
れま
play a lot and laugh a lot, then surely we'll feel
す。
better.
私はもっ
I
と
want everyone to be
皆
more
さんに元
cheerful.
気でいて
I
ほ
want
しい
them
んで
to
す。
smile, to be
笑
well.
って健やかでいてほしいんです。何して遊べ
What
ば
should
い
we
いんだろう。
play?
え
I haven't played much either.
私も
But
あん
we'll
まり
have
遊ん
fun.
だことがなくて。
That's the main thing.
でも、はしゃぐんです。とりあえず。
Seeing Maynard so strangely determined, Emma couldn't help but smile.
はしゃぐことだけ先
We
に決め
decided
て
to
お
have
くの？
fun first, before even knowing what we'll do. Yes, is that bad?
ダメでしょうか？ううん。
No,
So
let's do
let's do
that.
今日
We'll
は絶対
decide
は
we're
しゃぐし
absolutely
決め
gonna
て
have fun
何か
today
で
and
遊
play
ぶ。
something. Maynard nodded with a smile and took a step ahead. Emma called out to her before
メル
returning
ルちゃ
back.
んがいてくれてよかった。
I'm glad you're here, Maynard-chan.
ずっと一緒にいてね。
Stay with me forever, okay?
僕を一人にしないで。
Don't leave me alone.
もちろんです。
Of course. The one single certain thing, the warmth of their joined hands became Emma's salvation. A few days later, that day too, Emma wandered aimlessly. The unchanging days stretched on for so long they could almost be called a peaceful routine. Then suddenly the sound of flapping wings reached her ears, and Emma tensed up at the start. The warden flew over, spotted Emma, and hovered in
Oh, yeah.
place.
桜庭エマさんですね。
Oh my. Talk about
最近
Emma-san,
は
Des.
平和で何よりですね。
Things have been peaceful lately, which is for the best. When walking around the prison or the grounds, she would occasionally encounter the warden like this, but it wasn't someone she wanted to casually chat with, and she didn't even know she could direct her hatred towards it. Ultimately, the warden was just an employee, part of the prison management side. I think that's the most annoying thing about the warden. It's not okay. Monokuma is not a punch clock villain. Monokuma is the literal hands and feet of Junko Enoshima. The warden feels like a punch clock villain.
ただ、前回の処刑の時もですが、
However, as was the
Oh,
case during the last
yeah.
execution,
Shokeirai
it
no
seems
choushi
the
ga
execution
warui
platform is
yonde.
malfunctioning.
一度明日
I'm
の
planning to
午
do a
後、
proper
本
maintenance
格
tomorrow
的にメンテ
afternoon.
ナンスをする予定です。
Ah,
やれやれ。
yada yada. Amos' gaze naturally turns towards the courthouse at the end of the hall. The door, usually firmly closed, was open. It seemed the warden was flying around because it had been coming and going from the courthouse.
この牢屋敷も
The
ずい
prison is
ぶん
falling
ガタが
apart
来てい
too.
ますし、
I really wish they'd
働く
increase the
スタッフ
staff.
を増やしてほし
They
い
really work
で
us
すよ。
birds hard.
全く取り
Having
使い
vented his
は荒い
complaints, the warden quickly flew away. Eh? Amy lit a small stein and stood by the window. To change her mood, she gazed at the scenery beyond the stained glass. Even though it was still before dinner, the
僕
sky
ら
was
を
already
ここ
quite
に閉じ
dark.
込めて、牢屋敷はどうしたいんだろ
They've
う。
locked us up here.
聞い
What
て
does the
も
prison
答え
want
ても
from
らえ
us?
ないだろうけど。
Not that they'd answer if I asked.
やっぱり、みんなが
I
魔女
guess
に
they're
なる
just
のを
waiting
待
for
って
us
る
all
の
to
かな。
become witches. Yes,
そ
they
れ
are.
なら時
And
間
it's
の
just a
問題
matter
だ
of
よね。
time. In a
こん
place
な
like
の
this,
いずれみんな魔
eventually
女に。
everyone will become a witch. You know who wouldn't become a witch? Marudu. Not Marudu, Shiri. But Emma had been feeling a sense of discomfort for a
僕は
while.
本当に魔女なのかな
Am I really a
なんで
witch?
僕だけ
Why am I the only
魔
one who
法が
can't use
使えない
magic?
のかなもし僕が魔
If
女じゃ
I'm
な
not
か
a
ったら
witch, will I be the only
い
one
ずれ
left
僕だけ
behind?
一人で取り残される
Emma reached into her pocket and gripped the fountain pen like a
一人
charm.
ぼっちは
I don't want to be
嫌だよ
alone. As she looked outside, feeling like she might want to cry, flashes of white appeared in her vision. Eh? From the direction that was probably around the lake. Something was quietly fluttering down from the dim night sky. In Emma's understanding, it should be spring now. She found herself captivated by the fantastical and probable sight. Snow. Emma ran
やっ
towards the
ぱり
lake.
雪が降っ
It
て
really
る
is snowing.
ここだけどうして
Why only here? Before Emma's eyes, she stood by the shore. Snow fell quietly, vanishing ephemerally. Though it probably hadn't been snowing for long, the lake was frozen. There was no sign of snow anywhere else. It was as if only the area around this lake had been cut out for
花
another
畑の
season.
虹と一緒だろ
It's the same as the rainbow over the
きっ
flower
と
field.
誰かの魔法の痕跡が残って
Probably caused traces of
何か
someone's magic
だけ
left
でおかし
behind,
な現象を
causing
起こ
strange
した
phenomena when someone triggers it.
アリサちゃん
Arisa-chan. At some point, Alisa had come to stand beside Emma.
桜庭も見に来たんだな
So you came to see it,
うち
Sakuraba.
も遠くから
I
見つけ
spotted
て
it
さ
from far away.
うち
I come here a lot. It calms me
よ
down.
くここに来るんだ
アリサちゃんよくこ
You're
こにい
here
るもん
often,
ね
Alisa-chan.
あ
Yeah,
今は
even
凍
though
っ
it's
ちまって
frozen
るけ
now,
ど
I want to be near water as
な
much
る
as I
べく
can.
水のそばにいたくて
それはアリ
Is
サちゃ
that
んの魔
rooted to
法
your
と関
magic,
係してる
Alisa-chan? Alisa sat down on the ground, so Emma sat beside her and asked
そうだ
hesitantly.
な
Yeah, I guess. I'm
う
scared
ち
of
も自
myself.
分のこと
I
が
can't
怖い
forgive myself. I hate
自分の
myself,
こ
you
とが
know?
許せな
I
い
really do.
大嫌いなんだよ自分が
Gazing into the distance, Alisa began to speak bit by bit about her past. This was surely her taboo. I grew up in a good family. Showered with love by gentle parents, I think I was completely spoiled. I grew up healthy as a good little girl, and from just a tiny bit of repression, a small mischievous impulse sprouted. I'd never been scolded, so I wanted to be scolded. That was the only reason. I rearranged things, I talked back, I broke things they treasured, but my parents were kind, they never treated me harshly. Why? Why won't you scold me? Maybe you don't love me, maybe you're just not interested in me. That vague, murking feeling twisted, and my actions escalated. I ran away from home, I shoplifted, I got into drugs. Even then, my parents didn't get angry. They affirmed me, calmed me, accepted me. I got lots of piercings, I changed my clothes and hair to look delinquent. Violence became my daily life. Eventually, I even started to long for them to scold me. How far do I have to go before you'll scold me, before you'll punish me? At some point, I learned to produce fire, so I used that power to set the house on fire. The house I was born and raised in crumpled and collapsed right before my eyes. I heard screams. The voices of people my parents had invited, terrified and caught in the fire. I did something bad. I finally managed to do something bad. I took lots of pills from the medicine cabinet nearby. And in that hazy, pleasant feeling, I got drunk on my sense of guilt. Oh. I'd done something irreversible. Now they'll scold me. The good little girl is over now. I was rescued, my parents hugged me. My parents wore expressions of deep sorrow. Come on, scold me, I thought, looking up at their face. It was an accident. That was their first words, and that was enough to plunge my heart into despair. Alisa-chan couldn't have done something like that. It was just bad luck. Alisa-chan isn't at fault. Not all Zeal. It all sounded like curses to me. No one would acknowledge my sin. Forgiven. I couldn't forgive myself. Alisa-chan let out a deep
アリ
sigh.
サちゃん
ここ
Alisa-chan,
に捕まる前からう
even
ちは
before I
家出
got
してた
caught here, I'd run away from home. I haven't gone
ず
back
っと
since.
家に帰ってないもう帰れねえよ
I can never go back.
親はもううち
It's
のこ
better
と
if
な
my
んか
parents
忘
just
れ
forget
て
about me and be happy.
幸せになってくれた方がいいうちはこのま
I'll
ま
just
こ
become
こ
a
で
witch here and waste away.
魔女になって果てるだろうから
そんな僕は
No,
やっぱり
then I really will
一
be
人に
left all alone. Having been under the snow that only fell on the lake for so long, Emi's body was chilled to the bone. Emma hugged herself and shivered, and in the next moment she felt the spreading warmth.
ありがとうアリサちゃん
Oh,
Attakai.
Alisa-chan, it's warm. Realizing Alisa had produced flames from her fingertips for her, Emma's face relaxed into a smile.
うちにはこれ
This
く
is
らい
about
し
all
か
I
で
can
きな
do.
い
Ah, but I've been able to produce much higher temperatures lately.
ずいぶん高温まで出せるようになったな何もかも溶かせ
Hot
る
enough to melt anything. I'll be right back. I'm back. Hot enough to melt anything.
それって
That means
魔女化が
my
進んで
witchification must be progressing,
魔法が
progressing,
強くなって
making
る
my
んだ
magic
ろうな
stronger. The murmured words to let drop were utterly bleak. I can't control.
抑えられなく
Suddenly, Elisa doubled over, clutching her chest in pain. Anisa-chan, are you okay? Anisa-chan. Just as Amy approached and reached for her shoulder, her right arm shut up. Her neck was grabbed and with tremendous force. Ami's back was slammed against a large tree. When you get
お
close,
前が近づくと不安になんだよ
I get
なんか
anxious.
怖いんだよお前
You're scary, you know that. You're a witch, aren't you?
魔女
Huh?
なんだろ
Huh?
なあ
Whoa.
なあ
Anisa-chan, I'm not.
魔女なら
If you're a witch, I have to kill you,
殺さな
right?
いといけないだろ
Merciless force was applied and her feet left the ground. She
こ
couldn't
のま
breathe.
まじゃ
That's right.
僕
I'll be
殺
killed.
され
With her neck constricted by the powerful grip, Emma. Wait, really? I can just give in? Let's give in.
あ
But if I just give in
この
now,
まま身を
I won't
任
have
せ
to be
れば
alone anymore.
一人ぼっちにならなくて済むんだ
The strength left Emma's body, and she quietly submitted to
抵抗
Lisa.
しないのは
You're
自
not
分が
fighting
死な
back
ないっ
because
て
you know
分
you
かっ
won't
てるから
die,
な
huh? That's it.
そ
Isn't
う
it?
なんだろ
When Lisa's grip tightened, Emma's mouth opened and closed desperately, gasping for air. Even so, she never struggled, in fact.
お前
Why?
なんで笑
Why are
っ
you
てるんだ
smiling? Emma gently touched Elisa's hand, which showed a bit of hint of fear. It's
Lisa.
not Elisa's fault.
せいじゃ
Huh?
僕
I chose this.
選んだあり
Thank you.
なんだよ
What does
それ
that mean?
なんで
Why?
なんでなんで
Why?
なん
Why?
で
Why? Perhaps her grip tightened further. Emma's neck bones creaked and cracked. Finding a sound like bones breaking, Emma went limp, completely still. She's dead? When Elisa raised her grip, Emma crumpled to the ground. Burn it all! Laughing like a mad woman, Elisa ignited the fire in her palm. As the flame grew larger, Emma brought it closer to Emma. Immediately, Emma's clothes caught fire, and it completely engulfed her remains entirely. Watching the blazing flames, Elisa laughed with hollow eyes. Burn! 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 More! Burn it all to ashes!
尽くすくらいに
As the dancing Elisa screamed, the surrounding trees also caught fire. The blaze were ferocious. The snow that had accumulated melted away. In an instant, the area became a sea of fire. Now they'll
こ
scold
れで
me.
叱ってもらえる叱って
They'll scold me. They'll love
愛して
me.
もらえるんだ
Elisa had been laughing wildly, but her laughter suddenly stopped. But what if they don't scold me? What if even this is forgiven?
叱ってもらえなかった
If even this is forgiven, then you have one critical problem.
許されたら
You have a terminal case? There's a word for this again. There's a word for this. I can't remember the word. Affluenza, thank you. Yeah, I think you might have a terminal case of affluenza.
ダメだそんな
No, that won't do. I'll have to be an even worse girl.
もっと
I have to kill many more. As she murmured this, Elisa's gaze turned towards the prison. I see, that's right.
そっか全部な
If everything's gone, then no one can forgive
こ
me.
のうちを許すこともできなくなるじゃん最初か
I
ら
should have done
そう
this
す
from
れ
the
ばよか
start.
ったんだ
Yes,
全部
if I burn everything.
燃やしちゃえば
Laying out a carpet of flames around her, Elisa cheerfully made her way towards the prison. Hooray! Kill them all! Sorry. Stop! She struggled, trying desperately to break free of Elisa's grip. It seemed Elisa managed to stop herself at the last moment and she released Emma. Emma collapsed to her knees on the spot. At the same time, Elisa also crouched down, letting out a groan. Get out of here!
さっさと行け
I think I might be. No, I still have some reason left. Lisa-chan, don't make me kill you. I feel like the ending where what's her name, where Sherry and Hana abandon us to die and go off into the sunset. That's a really Mariba. Go. Fighting back tears, Emma turned her back on Anissa and ran off alone. Left alone, Elisa remained crouched in the spot, continuing to let out pain groans. She had almost killed Emma. That fact pushed Elisa to her absolute limit, to the point where she even felt like she wanted to burn herself to ashes. But the strange flames Elisa produced could not burn her own body. Oh, I'm tired. She pounded her fist against the ground again and again, unable to do anything but hurt herself. Her left fist slammed down with all her hatred, split open, and blood began to seep out. The blood that dripped onto the ground transformed into butterfly patterns, mixing with the falling snow. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it all! Arisa-san. At that moment, hearing a voice from behind, Elisa snapped her head around. Yep! Noah's magic is still active. Ikami. Merida was standing there, tears welled painfully at the corners of her eyes. Elisa-san, please stop hurting yourself. I can't bear to watch anymore. Don't come near me. Just leave me alone. Unable to suppress her impulse, Elisa unleashed flames towards Merida. It was a massive flame of heat on a completely different scale of what she directed at Emma before. Elisa's magic, strengthened by her progressing witchification, engulfed Merida's entire body in flames. Merida collapsed on the spot. Seeing Merida engulfed in scorching flames, Elisa regained the sliver of her sanity. Hikami! So not... It looked as if Merida had been instantly incinerated. And Elisa's vision went black with despair. I killed her? I became a witch and I... She got... Anissa too fell to her knees. After a while, the flames died down. Merida should have emerged as a charred corpse. But... Oh my god! Oh, right! Healing! Oh, you got him. She was alive, not even a single burn mark. You coming? I'm okay. I managed to... That's not healing magic! This isn't healing magic! She's a witch! She's a witch! But she's saying healing magic! I'm okay, I managed with my healing magic. Elisa-san hasn't committed murder. Right. Healing magic. You're safe. Ikami. I'm sorry. But it doesn't matter who it is anymore. Whoever comes near me, I probably want to kill them. Directed at me. Eh? When you can't suppress the impulse anymore, directed at me. I can manage with my magic. I can't bear to see you in such pain, Elisa-san. Merida having stepped forward and approached Lisa. Elisa-san acts tough, but you're really kind-hearted. You're so afraid of hurting someone. I'm the same. We're probably alike. You're doing this weird savior shit, and you're really good at it. Merida took Elisa's hand and pressed it to her own cheek. Then she smiled as if she might cry. I'm also very timid. I'm terrified of hurting someone. There's something that unsettles me. Even when we're all down and depressed, we're all kind of going towards our witchification, Merida is the only person whose personality hasn't changed. I'm also very timid. I'm terrified of hurting someone, so I let other people hurt each other. I'm a coward and this is all I can do. Sorry. Why are you apologizing, Hikami? You're always trying so hard for everyone else. Well, you always are apologizing. Elisa's hand cupping Merida's cheek was no longer that of a human. Her form too was drawn closer to being a husk.
自分を
Please
傷
don't
つけ
hurt
ないで
yourself
くださ
anymore.
い
Everyone
アリ
needs
サさん
you.
を必要としているんです
Lisa-san.
置いていか
Don't
ない
leave
で
us. Please stay by our side.
どうかそばにいてください
Maven's voice was so gentle that Lisa felt her heart strangely calm. Ah. Looking down at her own transformed hand, the wound had healed. Despite being so overcome by impulse just moments ago, she was now calm.
中魔法は
Does your healing magic work on witchification too? Maynadu, with a surprised expression, waved her hands in front of herself. No, I don't think so.
ますけど
Maybe it's just because you calmed down a
気持ちが
little.
ではないでしょうか
Yeah, maybe. Looking up into the night sky, snow was falling, as if trying to cool her fevered, unstable body. For Elisa, cursed by heat, this cold almost felt like salvation. Elisa let out a deep breath. Her heart had become
あり
remarkably
がとう
calm.
光
Thanks, Ikami, but I won't
で
do
も
anything
目
to
を傷
hurt
つけ
you
るよう
again.
な真似はもうしねえようちは魔女
I
に
won't become a witch.
本
Really?
当ですか
Yeah, I don't want to kill anyone.
う
I
ち
don't
は
want to
誰
hurt
も殺した
anyone.
くないし
I will never become a
傷
witch.
つけたくない
I promise. Oh, you're gonna kill yourself.
アリサさん
Anisan, I'm so glad.
よかったです
You're gonna kill yourself in front of her. No. I'm the one who just say thank you.
なんか
Somehow,
吹っ
I
切
feel
れ
like
て
I've let it all go.
おめえらのことは
I'll
うちが
protect you
守る
all.
絶対にだ
I absolutely will. Hi. Finally, a smile returned to Elisa's face. Miradu's smiled too. Miradu's smiling doesn't mean anything. Immediately after nearly being killed by Elisa, Emma made her way to the dining hall. She shouldn't have had any appetite, but perhaps the rules had become ingrained in her. Unusually, Coco and Marco went to the dining hall. They probably deliberately staggered their meal times, but because Emma arrived late, it seems they ended up there together. As she sat at the table, feeling awkward, Maidadu arrived a little
先
later.
ほどアリサさんの姿を見かけました
I saw Elisa-san a little while
Oh,
ago.
yeah,
Yeah, I saw her
Bokumo.
too.
見かけたよ
Remembering Elisa's form, which had become the transform, Emma lowered her
ア
head
リサさ
painfully.
んすごく辛そうで
Elisa-san seems
日に
so,
日にひどく
so
消耗してい
distressed.
ます
Day by day, she's wasting away. I think only the viewer witnesses this. But there's something interesting. We don't know how the scene resolves. Day by day, she's wasting away.
何も
Is there
して
nothing
あ
we
げ
can
ら
do
れ
for
ない
her?
のかな少しお
I
話
talked
しし
with her
ま
a
した
bit,
が
and she
随
seems
分
much
落ち着い
calmer.
たみたいでした魔女になんかな
She
ら
promised
な
me
い
she
って
wouldn't become a witch.
約束してくれました本当
Really? Yeah. Though she was sitting at a distant table, it seemed she'd been eavesdropping. Coco snorted derisively as if throwing cold
だ
water
っ
on
た
them.
じゃねえそん
Are
な
you
口
stupid?
約
You
束
actually
信
believe
じ
in
ちゃっ
farmers
て
like
ん
that?
の
Who's actually alive still? Wait, I feel like there's one of us missing. Like, I can't remember who. Oh, right, Nanoka! We still don't know what the fuck Nanoka's up to. You actually believe in farmers
無
like
理
that?
無理
No
あ
way,
い
no
つ
way.
絶
She's
対
gonna
魔
become
女
a
になり
witch.
そうじゃん
Might get your
そ
throat
ろ
slit
そ
in
ろ
your
寝
sleep,
首か
late
か
in your
れちゃ
sleep
うかも
soon.
よ
Unfortunately, for you, I mean. Coco, you're alone? Yeah, no one's getting their throat slit in their sleep because... Yep, everyone's alone. Coco, myself, Nanoka, Elisa, and Maidadu all have no cellmates.
アリサちゃんはそんな子じゃ
Alisa-chan
ないよ
isn't like that.
うえ
Ew, you still breeding
ま
that
だ友
friendship
情ごっ
game?
こ信じてる感じ
Gross.
キモ自分だけは
Everyone
死に
thinks
た
they
く
don't
な
want to
い
die,
生
that
き
they have
残
to
るた
kill
めには
first to
先に
survive.
殺さなきゃって
Sooner or later,
どうせい
we'll
つ
all
か
end up
殺
killing
し合
each
いに
other.
なるそうした
And
ら
then our sweet,
優し
gentle
い優し
Imatachi
い
will
エ
let
マッ
herself
チ
be
は
killed, right?
おとなし
Saying
く殺
something
さ
like,
れてくれ
if
ちゃ
it's
う
for
わ
my
け
friends.
とそんなら
If
私
that's
も
the case,
エマッチ
I want to
と
be
友
friends with
達にな
Imachi
りたい
too.
なお願い
Please? Okay, you can kill me. After saying that with a fake friendly smile, Coco slammed the table hard. We're below half. There were 13 and now there's 6. Oh yep, that's nearly half. Started by the loud sound, like a massive malice, Emma emitted a flinch.
気色悪ー
You make me
みんな
sick.
敵なんだよ
Everyone's an enemy. When are you gonna get that through your
いい加減
heads?
気づけよ違うよ
That's not true at
敵な
all.
んかじゃ
They're not enemies.
仲良くした方がいいに
Of
決まっ
course,
て
it's
る
better to get
そうしたら
along.
きっと
If
活
we
路が
do, we'll surely find a way out.
活路ってなん
The
だ
way
よ
out?
もう
The
死
only
ぬか
options
魔
are
女になる
dying
か
or
しか
becoming
ね
a
え
witch.
だろ私は死
I
にた
don't
く
wanna
ない
die.
死に
I
た
don't
くな
wanna
い
die.
死
I
にた
don't
く
wanna
ない
die.
もうお前らが死ねよ私以外みんな
You guys should just die. Everyone except me should just disappear.
ココちゃん落ち着いて。
Coco-chan, calm down. Marco stood up and approached Coco, who was throwing a tantrum. Coco was shaking, clutching her
消えろあ
hand.
いつが殺しに来
She
る
might
か
come
も
to
しれ
kill
ない い
me. I said so many bad things
っ
about
ぱ
her.
いあいつの
I
悪
made
口
her
言ったし
angry.
怒らせたし私のこ
She
と
probably
恨ん
hates
で
me. She might come to
殺
kill
しに
me.
来るかも
Hug her!
怖い
I'm scared. I'm
怖
scared.
いよ誰か
Someone
助
help
けて
me.
よ
Yes,
自
you should
衛
probably
手段
think
は
about
考えた
self-defense
方が良
measures.
さそうね。
マゴちゃんまで
Even Marco-chan.
うん
No,
マゴ
Marco-chan
ちゃん
never
は最
trusted
初から
anyone
誰
from
の
the
ことも
start.
信じてないんだ
While stroking the back of Coco with paralyzed fear and panic, Marco helped her to her feet.
出ましょう。
Let's
今は
go.
一人
It's
でいた
better to be
方が
alone
いい
right
わ。
now. Marco's sidelong glance fell upon Emma
ア
and
リサ
admitted
ちゃ
it.
んだけじゃなくて、誰
It's
が
not
い
just
つ殺
Elisa
人を
Chan.
犯
You
す
never
の
know
か
who
分か
might
らない
commit
のよ。
murder or when. Marco and Coco left the
マーゴ
dining
ちゃん
hall.
とココちゃんとは
Will
もう
I
分
ever
か
be
り
able to
合えないの
understand
かな
Marco-chan and Coco-chan? Emma felt a definitive rift form between herself and Marco and
エマ
Coco.
さん
Emma-san.
ここは
This,
私に
would you
任
leave
せて
this
く
to
れま
me?
せんか
Eh?
メルルちゃん
Merudu-chan. Tears welled up in Merudu's
no.
eyes. This
よくない
isn't
です
right.
だから
So,
マー
Marco-san,
ゴさんとココさんとそれにアリサさんやナノカさん
Marco-san, Coco-san, Lisa-san, and
みんな
Nanaka-san.
の気持ちを
Not
少し
trying,
でもつ
even
な
if
ぎ
it's just a
止められ
little,
るよう
to
に
keep
してみます
everyone's feelings connected.
何をす
What
る
are you
つも
going
り
to
な
do,
のメルル
Merudu-chan?
ちゃんあの二人は
I think those two
心
are
が
worn
すり合
down
っているんだ
emotionally.
と思いま
Right,
す
but what are you going to do?
だからまず
So
は
first, I need
マ
to
ー
calm
ゴさんと
Marco-san
コ
and
コさんの
Coco-san
心を
down.
落ち着かせないとそうと
If
決
that's
まれば
decided, I need to prepare
早く準
quickly.
備しないと
I'll explain the
詳しい
details
こと
later.
は後でお話ししますね
Saying that as if chasing after Coco and Marco, Merudu
メ
ran
ルル
off.
ちゃんは自分がやれることをやってるんだ
Merudu is doing what she
僕にで
can.
きること
What can
は
I do?
なんだ
No
ろう
one answered that question. In the end, Amy barely ate anything and found herself back in the underground. She stumbled into a cell, not her own but
ハンナ
Hana's.
ちゃん
Hana-chan,
会いたい
Shady-chan,
よ
I miss you. She held back when Coco was inside, but Amy also often visited Hana's cell. Looking at the dolls lined up, tears would well in her eyes. No matter how much time passed, it will never seem to heal. Ema hugged the doll, making her lightness tightly. It had been caught in the fire once, and she'd been afraid it might fall apart if she wasn't careful, so she'd never held it tightly before. Yep. But overcome with loneliness, she squeezed it tight. I noticed a sound. That sound just now. From inside the doll, she heard a sound like rustling paper. Ema stared at the doll and hesitantly slipped her fingers to a frayed seam. From among the stuffing, a folded piece of paper came out. This? Ema put the doll back in its place and quickly unfolded the paper. Scrawled on it was a message. It was from Sherry, addressed to Ema. After reading the letter, Ema shot to her feet and ran.
エマさんがこれを見つけたとき
By the time Ema-san finds this, I'm sure it'll no longer be in this
ハ
world.
ンナさんを
I'm
殺
writing
して
this
し
in
ま
a
った
hurry
後
after killing
急い
Hana-san.
で書いています裁判は
I'm
生き
going to
残
give
る
it
ため
my
の
all to
本
try
当
to
のそのつ
survive.
もりですが
But I also have a feeling
エ
I
マさん
can't
に
beat
は
Ema.
勝てないような気もしててだからこ
So
れ
please
はま
think of this as something
あ
like
以
a
上の
will.
ようなものだと思ってください
Please
ウンディーネの名を調べ
investigate
て
the
ください
Undine chamber. What did I tell you? It's a fucking elevator!
私が建
And
物
I
移
tried
動
to
さ
move
せ
the
ようと
buildings
し
with
た
my
際
power.
土台が
I
固定さ
couldn't
れ
move
て
that
動か
one.
せなかったんです
The foundation was fixed. I realized that place was clearly different from the others.
時間がな
I
く
didn't
て
have time to
何
investigate
があ
what's
る
there,
のかまで
but you
は
might
調
find
べ
a
られま
major
せんで
clue.
したがもしかしたら大きな手がかりを得られる何をって
If
言
you
わ
ask
れ
me
る
what
と
exactly,
困
well,
っ
that's a
てし
problem.
まいますがエマさんな
But
ら
I'm
きっ
sure
と
Ema-san will find
真
the
実を
truth.
見つけられます私の代
In
わ
my
りに
place, please
この
expose
忌
the
々
truth
し
of
い
this
牢屋
wretched
敷の
prison.
真相を暴いちゃってくださいそれが
That
私
is my
の願い
wish. Having run here at full speed, Ema was grasping for breath. She looked down at the Undine chamber, which she finally reached.
何
There
か
has
あ
to be
るはずなん
something,
だ
something
ここ
here.
にきっ
I'm
と
sure of it. Wiping away the tears that kept spilling over, Emma desperately
シェ
searched
リ
the
ーちゃん
room.
が託してくれたんだから。
Shiri-chan entrusted this to me.
今度
I
こ
have to find it, this time for sure. After Emma searched every nook and
本当に
cranny, there really was something. In the Undine chamber, she found a tiny gap in the floor. Oh, floor. When she pried it open, there was a
こ
hidden
こに一体
staircase.
何が
What in the earth is down here? Emma stared down dumbfounded at the clearly hidden door to the
行ってみよ
underground.
う。まずは調
I
べ
have
て
to
みる
go
しかない。
first. I just have to investigate. Emma swallowed hard and hesitantly began to descend. At the bottom of the stairs was a mezzanine. An
エ
elevator
レベー
hall.
タ
An elevator? An elevator!
ー。外に繋がっ
Maybe
てい
it
る
connects
か
to
も
the
しれない。
outside. Hope kindled in Emma's heart. She quickly stepped into the elevator. There were only 2 buttons, up and down. Without hesitation, Emma pressed down. As the elevator descended, Emma's heartbeat
こ
quickened.
の先に
And this, surely, surely. She hadn't walked far when she came upon a large door. There were no side paths. It seems that this was the only way to the
何の
room.
部屋だろう。
What kind of room is this? The door was open and she went inside. It was like a research laboratory. Eh? It was completely different from what she had imagined, and Emma let out a cry of surprise. However, the moment she stepped inside, the temperature dropped sharply. It seemed the adjacent room was extremely cold, and the temperature was affecting this room as well. Her breath misted white, and Emma shivered. If she stood still, she felt like she might freeze
何
solid.
なんだろう。その施
What is
設
this facility?
なん
It
だ
looks
か
like
研
some kind
究
of
所みた
research
いだ。
institute.
とにかく調
Anyway,
べ
let's
てみよう。
investigate. As she hurriedly looked around, she found a file carelessly left on the shelf. She picked it up and opened it. Inside is a prisoner roster. But the names listed weren't the ones she knew. She realized it was a roster of girls who had been imprisoned here in the past. Among them, she found a surprising name. That name was carefully circled in red. Madoru. Oh, Nanoka! You know! Nanoka, I almost said Nanoka! I've been thinking this for a while. Nanoka's been here before. She escaped.
なのか
Nanoka-chan? So she turned the page. Next one, a Nanoka's photo and personal information. Most of it was written in the mysterious language seen around the prison. So she couldn't understand what it said, but she guessed it was an investigation report on her. Here and there, scrawled notes were written in a language Emma could read. Needs monitoring. Escape. Dangerous. Thump, thump. Her heart pounded like a
なの
bell.
かちゃんは
Who is Nanaka-chan? Just then, a dreadful sound came from the door behind her. Eh? She spun around. The door was closed. Startled, Emma looked around. In the back, she saw another door, likewise shut. Emma realized she was trapped.
どう
What
し
do
よ
I
う。
do? Eh? Unable to find a way to open the locked door, Emma panicked. The frigid temperature in the room was clouding her thoughts. Her body heat was rapidly being stolen. Goosebumps rose in her skin. Her fingertips began to go numb. At this rate, I might freeze to death. Paling at the horrifying thought, Emma ran towards something that looked like a control panel. The panel, like touch panels in restaurants, could be detached from the stand. On its surface were lined up so many switches of unknown purpose. Still in a panic, Emma frantically pressed the switches on the panel at random, one after another. After pressing several, eventually the sound of a door opening echoed in the room. Thank goodness. Emma sighed in relief and immediately tried to leave the room. Just as she opened the door, a crashing sound came from behind her. Emma turned around. There lay the control panel, fallen to the floor and split in
どう
two.
しよう。
What do I do? For a moment, Emma looked from the open door to the fallen panel, wavering.
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry. Emma apologized to no one in particular and fled the scene. Leaving the guest house, Emma let out a long, deep
なんとか
sigh
脱出できた。
and managed to
そろそ
escape.
ろ就寝
It's
時間
almost
だし、
bedtime.
一度
I
レー
should
ス
head
に
back to
戻
the
ろう。
prison for now. I think we should head to the warehouse and talk to Nanaka. Her mind was in turmoil, so she tried to sort out her thoughts as she walked. The reason the one witch didn't police Nanoka is because that's someone Nanoka knew when Nanoka was a prisoner.
あの地下施
What was
設は
that
一体
underground
何だったんだ
facility?
ろう。位置的には
Location-wise, it is directly underneath the prison.
もう一つ気になっ
Another
た
thing
の
that
は
bothered me was that
あのファイ
file.
ル。
The prisoner roster and the investigation report on Nanaka Kurobe. What that meant, Emma couldn't begin to guess in her current state. One thing she did think, Nanaka was clearly different from the other
わからな
prisoners.
いことばっかりだけど、あの地下施設
There
は
are
き
so
っと
many
ま
things
た
I
行ける
don't
はず。
understand, but I should be able to go back to the underground facility, just in case she restored the Undine chamber to its
明
original
日もう
state.
一度行ってみよう。
I'll try going again tomorrow. Having found an immediate goal, Emma regained a bit of energy and ran back towards the prison. Watching Emma from the shadows of the trees was another girl. Oh, fuck. The next morning, Emma stood before the guest house once again.
よし。
Alright. Determined to investigate the underground facility again, she strode purposely towards the Undine chamber. But someone stood in Emma's path. Wait. Nanaka stood there, blocking her
なの
way.
かちゃん
一
Nanaka-chan,
体どこへ行くつも
just where
り
do you think you're going? Nanaka's face was expressionless as she asked quietly, her thoughts unreadable. For an instant, Ema was flustered, but she quickly composed her expression.
ウンディーヌの間に行こ
I
う
was
か
thinking
な
of
と
going to the Undine chamber.
何のために
For what purpose?
少し中を
I
調
thought
べ
I'd
てみよ
investigate
うかなっ
inside a
て
little.
あなたは昨
We
夜
were
も
in the
長時
Undine
間
chamber for a
ウ
long
ンディー
time
ヌの
last
間の
night
中にい
too.
た
The room isn't that
あ
big.
の部屋は
What
さ
is
ほ
there
ど
to
広くないの
investigate
に
for so long?
何をそんなに調べる必要があるの
昨日も見てた
You were watching me yesterday too.
あんなに慌てて
You
中
were
に入っ
rushing
てい
in
ったん
there
だ
so
もん
frantically. Of course I needed to keep an eye on you.
ウンディーヌの間に
What's in the Undine
何があ
chamber?
るの
Ema hesitated, unsure how to answer. The prisoner file she'd seen last night flashed through her mind.
なのかちゃんは一
Who
体
is
何者な
Nanaka-chan
の
really?
信用していい
Can I trust her? Probably. But her hesitation was quickly overcome. So many times, following the suspicion and doubt, feeling to fully trust someone, it never led to a good
なの
outcome.
かちゃんは味方だ僕は信じる
Nanaka-chan is an ally. I believe in her.
中で隠
I
し
found
部
a
屋を
hidden
見つ
room
けたんだ
inside. It connects to a
それが
mysterious
地下にあ
facility
る謎の施
underground.
設とつながってて
I think you are correct to trust Nanaka. Nanoka is Kirigiri. Is that true?
本当なの
Yeah.
私も調べ
I want
さ
to
せてほし
investigate
い
too.
ただ
But if it was hidden, it's probably a place inconvenient for the
牢屋
prison.
敷にとって都合の二人揃ってい
It
くの
might be
は危
dangerous
険
for
かも
both
し
of us
れ
to
ない
go together. We
いつ
could be
監視
spotted
に
by
見つかっても
surveillance
お
at
か
any
しくない
time.
そうかも
Yeah, maybe.
なら
Then-
僕が外を見
Then
張
I'll
って
keep
おく
watch
よ
outside.
隠し部屋の
I'll tell you how to
を
get to the
教えるか
hidden
ら
room. I'll be
施
careful.
設の
It's
中は
freezing
冷凍庫み
inside.
たいな寒さだ
Like a
から気をつ
freezer.
けて
With a slightly surprised expression, Nanaka stared intently at
そこ
Ema.
まで私を信用していいの
Is it really okay to trust me that much?
なのかちゃんは僕らの
You're a
仲間だよ
comrade,
同
Nanoka-chan.
じ境遇なんだか
We're
ら
in the same
助け合って
situation,
いこうよ
so we should help each other. When Ema said this with a smile, Nanaka's expression softened slightly.
桜庭エマ
Sakura and
あなたは
Ema,
お人
you're
よし
too
ね
nice for your own good. She really is.
分かったあなたの
Fine,
背中
I'll
を
trust
預
you
け
to
るわ
watch me back.
た
But
だ
don't
勘違いしないで
misunderstand.
ほしい
This is a
これは
transaction.
取引
I can believe in this.
取引
Transaction?
私はあなたを利用
I'm
する
using you, so if something happens,
何かあった
you use me
らあな
too.
たも私を利用して
そんな
That's
利用なんて
using is. Without waiting for Amos
僕
reply.
約束するよ
God,
絶対なのかちゃんのこと信じるって
I promise, I'll believe in you, Nanoka-chan, no matter
なの
what.
かちゃんが
If
僕
you
の
trust
こ
me
と
enough
を
to
信
let
じ
me
て
watch
背
your
中を
back,
預けてくれるなら
then I'll
僕だっ
trust
て
you
君のこ
too.
とを信じる取引って
That's what a
そう
transaction
いう
is,
ことだよ
right?
ね
No. Huh. A fate and sail escaped
あな
Nanaka's
たた
lips.
ちとなら
With people like you. Her back still turned, Nanaka murmured softly.
何でもない
Nothing,
さ
let's
っさと
hurry.
行きましょうこの
The
辺りは正
miasma
気
is
が濃
thick
い
around here.
大昔に
Because long
魔
ago,
女がこの周辺で人間から
witches
ひ
were
どい目に遭
brutally
わされた
mistreated
から
by humans in this area.
魔女って
Witches?
この牢屋
You
敷
mean
に
the witches
昔
who
から住ん
supposedly
でた
lived in the
魔女
prison
た
long
ちの
ago?
こと
ええ
Yeah, when I touch
思いや
objects
思
with
念
strong
が強い
emotions
も
or
のに触れ
lingering
てしまっ
thoughts, I
て
can see the
ほんの
fragments.
少しだけ見えてしまったの
Glimpses of the lives of the
この
witches
牢
who
屋
lived
敷
here
に大
long
昔
ago.
に住んでいたその悲惨な
Their
歴史が
tragic history. Nanaka shared with Ema the information she had gained through her vision magic.
この島は大魔女を中心に魔女たちが仲良く
The
暮ら
island
してい
was
た
once
と
a
ころ
place where where the witches lived together in peace, with the great witch at
け
their
れどあ
center.
る時違う種族
But
で
one day, a different
私たち
species,
人間
us
に島
humans,
が見つかっ
discovered
て
the
しまっ
island.
た魔女たちは人
The
間
witches
と
tried
仲
to
良
get
く
along
し
with
よ
the
うとしたけ
humans,
れど
but the humans didn't feel the
人間
same.
はそうではなかった自分たちとは
They
違
were
う
wary
種
of a
族
different
を警戒
species
し
and sought to eliminate
排
them.
除しようとしたのそして
And then, despite the
大
great
魔女
witch's
の抵抗
resistance,
虚しく
the island was
この島
invaded
を
and
侵
fell
略
into
され
human
き
hands.
っと仲良くしようとした魔女の心を
They
うまく
probably
利用され
exploited
たん
the
でしょう
witch's
ね
desire for peace and used it against them.
とても
Terrible.
とても
Truly
ひどい
terrible
ことだ
things were done to the
まあ同
witches.
情はしないわ
I don't
私たちには
sympathize. It
関
has
係ない
nothing
こ
to
と
do
だ
with us. Even as she said it, Nanaka's expression held a hint of pain. After giving Nanaka a rough explanation of how to reach the facility, Ema returned alone to her post.
今が8時ね
It's 8 o'clock now.
2時
If
間
I'm
くら
not
い
back
待
in
って
2
戻っ
hours,
てこなかっ
forget
た
you
ら
ever saw me.
私のことは忘れてちょうだい
And don't say that.
大丈夫
It's fine. I'll
私は
definitely
必
find
ず
evidence of the
黒
mastermind
幕
and
の
come
証
back.
拠を見つけて帰ってくるから
If you're not back in 2 hours, I'm coming for your gun. That's all I have to say. If you are not back in 2 hours, I am coming for your gun. I am going to take your gun. I would like a gun. You say we're using each other. This is how I'm using you. Emma had been keeping watch for some time now. So far, she hadn't spotted the warden, any guards, or the surveillance owls.
もう10
It's
時
already
か
10. It's about
そろ
time.
そろ時間だ
But
け
it's
ど
not
な
okay.
のかちゃ
Okay.
ん大丈夫かなやっぱり僕も
Maybe I
一
should
度
go
様
check
子を
on
見
her
に行った
after
方
all.
がいいのかも
Feeling restless, she paced around the area and took
ま
out her
たや
phone.
らかしたなのか
I
ちゃん
messed
と
up
連絡
again. I
先
should
交
have
換しと
exchanged
けばよか
contact
った
info with Nanaka-chan. Looking at her phone, she finally realized her oversight and let out a small sigh. At that moment, her phone chimed with a notification, startling Amos so much she almost dropped it. She managed to hold on to it and check the message. It was from the warden. How many times has it been now? A tragic murder has occurred. Everyone please get at the courthouse immediately. I think it'll be faster if you just see for yourselves. Uh-oh. Feeling all the blood drain from her body, Amos stared blankly down at her phone.
殺人事件
It's
そんな
Nanoka!
一体
Who could it be? The faces of the surviving girls spun round and round in her mind. Then she looked back at the Undine chamber. There was no sign of Nanaka emerging. For a moment, Emma hesitated. Should she wait for Nanaka or go to the courthouse? But if someone had been killed, she and the others needed to know. In the end, she hurried back to the prison. When she arrived at the courthouse, Emma-chan, you're here too?
まためんど
Another
いこと
pain in
に
the
なっ
ass.
た
Seriously, give me a break.
マジ勘弁してほしいんですけど
The sight hit Emma's eyes immediately. In the center of the courthouse, on the most conspicuous execution platform, there was a body. A girl sat limply in the electric chair on the platform. Her life clearly ended. It was Elisa Shido.
なんでアリサちゃんが
Why, Elisa-chan? Maida-chan, who entered the courthouse a little later, confirmed Elisa's death and collapsed
ア
powerlessly.
リサさん
Elisa-san? Why? Why? Maida-do's cries echoed throughout the courthouse. The warden who called them here arrived late, as if coming
皆
from
さ
somewhere
んお
else.
揃いですかね黒部なのかさんは相
Is
変わら
everyone
ずい
here
ない
now?
ようですが
Kurobe Nanoka seems to be absent as
と
usual.
いうわけで
So then, as you
事件
can
の
see,
通り
a murder has
殺人事件
occurred,
が
so
発
we
生
will
してい
conduct
るので
a witch
魔女
trial.
裁判を執り行います
Wait a minute.
残りの人数
There are
も
only a
少な
few
い
of you
で
left
すし
anyway.
そんなに悩む必要もない
Anyway,
です
so
よ
there's no
ね
need to overthink it, right?
裁
Let's start
判
the
は
trial at
正
noon.
午からにしましょう
Oh, good! I was a little worried that he was gonna say, you know what? Okay, let's skip the investigation period. I actually thought he'd say, let's skip the investigation. I was legitimately worried. If he had said, you know what, we're not gonna investigate, I would have been a little weirded out. I would have been actually weirded out if he had tried to say, because that's what I was expecting in a scene.
捜査さ
You
せ
have
る
no
気ねえ
intention
だ
of
ろ
letting us
お前
investigate.
いや
Wait,
まあ嫌な時間
well,
は
you
早く
know,
終わら
I
せ
just
た
want to
い
get the unpleasantness over quickly.
今いる囚人の中
Be sure
から
to identify the
必ず
murderer
殺
from the
人
current
犯を
prisoners.
特定して
That person will be executed as a
その
witch.
者は魔女として処刑
If you can't identify them, everyone will be executed, the same as
全員処刑
always.
も変わりませんので本来は
Technically, this is during restricted hours, but you're free to come and go during the investigation. Well, do your best to identify the
頑張
culprit.
って犯人を特定してくださいね
What the Like, what? Oh my... Oh, this bad. As usual, finishing its one-sided announcement, the warden flew away.
殺した犯人の捜査
Investigate the culprit who killed Elisa-chan. Ema's gaze shifted to the remaining girls.
ココちゃんネルルちゃん
Marco-chan, Coco-chan, Miru-chan, Nanaka-chan, who isn't
あ
here.
まりにも人
There
数
are
が
so
少
few of
な
us
すぎるよ
left. Miru is still collapsed in tears, seemingly unable to move. As if to say they had nothing to discuss, Marco and Coco quickly left the courthouse. Just when she had found clues that might lead to the prison's secrets and regained some energy, the atrocity occurred. Emma felt her strength drain away and wanted to close her eyes and cover her ears to everything.
で
But
も
if
アリサ
Elisa
ちゃ
Chan
んが
was
殺され
killed,
たのなら
I have to find the
僕は
truth.
真実を見つけないと
I only get to investigate 3 fucking places. Let's go to the cell block. As Emma walked through the corridor lined with the underground cells, she spotted Coco wandering unsteadily.
ココちゃん
Coco-chan,
なん
what?
私
I
夢
had
が
bad
悪くて
dreams and I moved to the
テンショ
gutter.
ン最悪なんだけど
I'm not really in the mood for a fun chat. Alisa-chan just died. There's no way I can have a fun chat either. I feel like absolute shit. I'd love to go back to sleep, but there's still not much time until the trial. Coco-chan, is there anything you've noticed about Alisa-chan's case? Anything at all? Not really. If anything, I might be a little relieved. She was clearly progressing with witchification, and I thought she might kill me. So yeah. But it doesn't mean I killed her. Got it. Yeah. I'm so tired, so sluggish. I can't sleep at night. The medicine Maru-chan gave me doesn't work at all. Coco walked away looking utterly exhausted. She searched the underground cells for any clues, but didn't find anything in particular. I don't like this. There's something very unsettling here. As Emma walked through the hallway near the courthouse, she encountered Marco, who was wandering around. Emma-chan, you're investigating too, right? You seem to be getting quite used to this. I don't want to get used to this kind of thing. Yeah, no matter how many times I see it, it's still a huge shock. I was the one who found her this time. I couldn't help but scream, as you would expect. So Margo-chan was the first to find her. I peeked into the courthouse this morning because the door was open. It was really just on a whim. But at that time, neither the electric chair nor Alisa-chan was there. Really? Yes, chances to freely enter the courthouse were rare. So I thought I'd go investigate again after breakfast. And then, to my surprise, Alisa-chan had ended up like that. Yeah, I can't believe it either. She just spoke with Alisa last night. Remembering her from then, Emma lowered her head weakly. The sound of wings reached her ears, and Emma snapped her head up. Talk about Emma-san. Hosho Narako-san. Have you really seen Kurobe Nanaka-san? I haven't seen her for days. Mine either. Feeling awkward, Emma lied. She had met Nanaka just a few hours ago, but she couldn't mention that Nanaka had gone to investigate the prison secrets. I'm going to investigate elsewhere. Marco walked away. She looked terribly haggard, her steps unsteady. Yada. This is problematic, really. We need to find her before the trial starts. So the warden really was looking for Nanaka-chan. Warden, wait! As the warden found Marco was about to fly off again, Emma called quickly to stop it. What is it? Please make it brief. I'm a busy bird, you know. I want to ask you about the electric chair that Alisa-chan was sitting in. Good question. I mentioned it yesterday, didn't I? The electric chair was malfunctioning, so I plan to do maintenance this afternoon. I had it brought up for that purpose. So the electric chair was already in the courthouse as of yesterday. Really, Margot? Was pressing the switch on the back send an electric current? Yes, but there's a procedure required to activate it. First, press the restraint button to secure the prisoner. If the restraints aren't properly applied, the activation switch won't work even if pressed. Also, even in that state, a passcode is required for activation. That's quite a complicated procedure. Are we done now? I'm really busy. Wait, just one more thing. Please tell me how the execution platform works. It's as if you see. The execution platform consists of a base and interchangeable units that swap out. The lifting mechanism itself can be controlled by the controller I have, or the control panel underground. After which is executing the platform. Where does the platform that descends go? Well, I suppose I can tell you that much. There's a freezer room underground. We keep the executed witches there, frozen. Underground freezer room. Since witches don't die, that's how I preserve them. Come to think of it, Marco-san said earlier she saw the execution platform had been lowered.
ね
Yes,
そう
it
み
seems
たい
so.
ですね
There's a log of its
履
movements.
歴が残っていました昨晩の
It moved several
21
times
時あ
around
たり
9 p.m. last
何度
night,
か動いて今朝の9時
and
に
it
上
seems
昇
to have
した
risen
よ
at
う
9
です
a.m. this morning,
そ
so
れ
it was
まで地下
underground
にあ
until
ったみ
then.
たいですね
Oops.
そんな予定
That
は
wasn't
なかっ
scheduled
たん
though.
です
I
が
wonder who raised
一
it.
体誰が挙げた
Yada.
やれやれ
Yada yada. How
困ります
troublesome.
ね
The execution platform's an elevation log. What Marco-san said seems to be true. Well, Amy was lost in thought. The warden flew away. Oh, shit. The game's gonna ask me to convict Nanoka-chan, and I'm not gonna be able to. I remember this much. Either way, she's had to start by investigating the scene. Amy decided to first examine the crime scene in the courthouse. Anisa-chan. Bound to the chair, the girl slumped powerlessly, a sight too painful to bear. With her normal state of mind, she couldn't bear to look directly. Focused only on finding clues, she hardened her heart. Was Anisa-san executed by someone? Merida, who had been crying helplessly for a while, staggered to her feet and stood beside Ema. It seemed she pulled herself together and would help. Hey, I'd let you cry here for 2 hours! Execution, what bothers me most, after all, is... This is an electric chair, right? Used for execution by electrocution. Yes, I think so. There's a switch on the back. As Minato said, there was a switch on the back of the chair. She didn't know the details, but presumably pressing it would send an electric current. Anisa-chan, her hair and clothes are wet. Wonder why. Even looking at Lisa-chan, you can't be certain of the cause of death. So I guess the electric chair's current is the cause. Ema-san, look at this. What Minato pointed at was a mark left on Elisa's face. Ema caught her breath. This is a burn. And it looks like her witchification was progressing. Elisa's form was already on the verge of becoming something far from a normal human. It's almost like a husk. While examining the floor of the execution platform, she noticed something else. Centered around the body's feet, something like glass shards were scattered over a wide area. What on earth is this? I don't know. There were no glass materials on the electric chair, so it seemed to have been brought from somewhere else. But thinking about it wouldn't give her an immediate answer. Amy let out the breath she'd been holding. Then, lowering her gaze near Elisa's feet, she found another clear fragment mixed in with the glass shards. This was wax, maybe? Oh, you're right. A piece of used candle, perhaps? Did Elisa-chan use this? I think I've looked over the area around Elisa-chan thoroughly. Why was Elisa-chan on the execution platform? Because something bothered her, Ema took a photo of the platform's base and ground. We've witnessed execution several times now. When someone is executed, the original base would descend, and a different execution device would rise from below. I don't truly understand the mechanism, but it's mechanical, right? Remembering the unpleasant sound of gears during the executions, Ema shook her head firmly. Then, looking at Elisa again, her vision began to blur. If there's a culprit who did this to Elisa-chan, I won't forgive them. Ema-san, are you okay? Daijoubu desu ka? As Emu gently placed a hand on her shoulder, Ema roughly wiped away her tears with her sleeve. I'm fine. I'm going to investigate other places. Okay. Please don't overdo it. Yep, thank you, Midori-chan. I left the courthouse, and now I'm gonna go back in. A solemn bell tolled through the prison. The trial is starting! Hearing the notification sound, Ema checked her phone. It's time for the witch trial. Everyone please be sure to bring your phones and assemble promptly in the trial room. Those who do not comply will be forcibly brought by the guards. Incidentally, Elisa Shido's remains have been removed by lowering the execution platform. Elisa-chan. As she entered the courthouse, the girl's eyes all turned to Ema at once. Meridu, Coco, Marco.
人数で裁判するなんて
To hold a trial with just this many people?
来ないように
Nanaka-chan isn't coming, it
どう
seems.
せあいつ
She's
が
probably
犯
the
人
culprit
なんじゃない
anyway.
のなのかちゃんはそんなことし
Nanaka-chan
ないよ
wouldn't do something like
ま
that.
だそんな
You're
こと
still saying
言ってんのかよ
No matter how much
ど
you
れだけ
defend
か
her,
ばっても
someone's the
誰か
culprit.
が犯人なんだろうがよ
Is it really okay to proceed without
進
Nanaka-san?
めてしまっていいんでしょうか
そうですね。
No, no, this is troubling. But we couldn't find her even after searching, so it can't be
た
helped.
だ探しても見つからなかったので仕方ありませんよね。4名で始めてしまいましょう。
The four girls stood at the
それ
witness
で
stand.
は魔女
Now
裁
then, the
判
witch trial is now in
開廷です
session. Wait. Hold up!
結局なのか
In
ち
the
ゃん
end,
は戻ってこなか
Nanaka-chan
った
never came back.
でもその分
But that means
特徴
she's
に
still
気づか
down
れ
there,
ずに今も地下を
exploring
探索し
underground
続け
without
て
the
いるは
warden
ず
noticing.
なのかちゃんは黒幕を
Nanaka-chan
探
is
してる
looking
し
for the
アリ
mastermind.
サちゃんを
There's
殺
no
し
way
な
she
んて
killed
するはず
Elisa
ないよ
Chan.
逆に言えば
Conversely,
も
if
し
the
本当
mastermind
に
really
黒幕
exists,
がいるなら
it would be strange if they tried to. It wouldn't be strange if they tried to have Nanaka-chan
なのか
executed.
ちゃんのこと
I have to protect Nanaka-chan from this trial. We have to throw the trial.
なのかさんなしで始めて
Is it really okay to start without Nanaka-san?
なのかちゃんはずっと一人で外を探索してたみたいだしこの事件に
Nanaka-chan was
関係ない
exploring
と思う
alone,
よ
outside alone the whole time, so I don't think she's involved in the case.
そん
How
なん
can
わ
you be
かん
so
なく
sure?
ない
まあいなかった
No,
ら
she's
いなかった
absent.
で
It'll just be a
欠
trial in
席裁判
absentia.
になるだけ私は別
I
に
don't
問
have a
題
problem
ない
with that.
アリサちゃんのために
For
も真
Lisa
相を
Chan's
明ら
sake,
か
I
に
have
し
to
な
find
きゃ
the truth.
大丈夫
It's okay. I'm sure Nanaka-chan didn't do it.
とにかく今ある情
Anyway,
報
I'll
でわかるこ
investigate
とを
what I
調べ
can
るん
with
だ
the information we have now.
それじゃあ見つかった死体のことおさらいしてみましょうか
We actually have a surprise. Well then, shall we reveal what we know about the
え
body?
そうしましょう
Yes, let's do that.
被害者
The
アリサちゃん
victim,
は電気椅子に座
Alisa-chan,
った
was
まま
found
死ん
dead
でいたわ
sitting in the electric chair.
彼女がどうやって
There's no need to
殺され
think
た
too
か
hard
なんて
about how she
考
was
えるまで
killed.
もないわね死とアリサは
Alisa
殺さ
Shida
れ
was
た
killed, executed by the
電気
electric
椅子
chair.
で処刑されたの
Uh-oh.
死体の状況を説明して
Miruta-chan,
メル
please
タちゃん
explain the condition of the body. Hi.
アリサさんの死体は
Alisa-san's body was found sitting in the electric chair. There were burns on her body.
体にはやけどもあって
高圧電流を流
The
さ
high
れた
voltage
から
current probably
体に
caused
やけ
those
どがで
burns.
きたんでしょうねさてこの電気
Now
椅子
then,
に
about this
ついて
electric chair,
詳細
I
な
got the
牧長
details
から
from
聞
the
いている
warden.
わ電気椅子を
To
起動
activate
す
it,
る
you
に
needed
は
a
パスコ
passcode.
ードが必要だったの誰でも
It
起
had
動
a
でき
safety
ない
feature to
と
prevent anyone
安
from
全装
activating
置が
it.
ついてたのね当然コー
Naturally,
ドを
those
知
of
ら
us
ない
who don't
私
know
た
the
ち
code
には
can't
電気椅
use
子を
the
使うこ
electric
とは
chair.
できないわでも
But
ナノカちゃん
Nanaka-chan
な
is
ら別
different.
ナノカちゃんの過
With
去を伝出
Nanaka-chan's
する
vision
魔法ね
magic,
で電気椅子のパス
she
コ
could
ード
have
ぐらい
used read the
触れた
passcode
だけ
just
で
by
よ
touching the electric chair.
読み取れたはずよつまり
In other words, Nanaka-chan is the one who
アリ
executed
サ
Elisa
ちゃ
Chan
んを
with
電
the
気椅子
electric
で処
chair.
刑した犯人なのよ
What do I refute in that?
マーゴちゃんの言う通りなら確かに電
If
気椅子を起
Marco-chan
動
is
できた
right,
のは
maybe
ナノカちゃんだけ
Nanaka-chan
なの
really
かも
was
し
the
れな
only
い
one who could activate it.
でも
But
他に
isn't
考
there
えられ
another
る可能性
possibility?
はないかないろいろ可能性を考えて
I
み
need
よ
to
う
consider all possibilities. Wait a minute.
死体の状況を
You know who's not helping us? I just need to point something out. You know who's not guiding me back on track with my thoughts? Maiden. After everything, Maiden would say, just think about it. Just think about it. Just think about the contradiction.
アリサさんの死体は電気椅子に座った状態で発見されました体には高圧電流を流されたさてこの電気椅子を起動する誰でも起動できない当然
コードを知らない
電気椅子のパス
Maybe
コード
someone
は
figured out
割
the
り当て
electric
たん
chair's
じゃないかな
passcode.
え
How?
って
誰かの誕生
Maybe
日と
it's
か
someone's birthday or
そうい
something
うの
like
が
that.
コードになってるのかも
誰の誕生
Whose
日
birthday would it be? The
牧
warden's?
長
A guard's?
セキュリティ弱々
That
じゃん
security is weak as
普通
hell.
に考えて
Realistically,
割り出
figuring
し
it
は
out
無
is
理でしょ
impossible.
そんな脆弱
Of
なコ
course
ー
it
ドな
wouldn't
わ
be
け
that
ない
clumsy a
か
code.
じゃあ電気椅子を起動できた人はナノカちゃん以外本当にいないのかな
死体
の状況をアリサさんの死体は
Okay, it's gonna be semantic.
この電気椅子を起動する誰でも起動できない当然
コードを知らない
知らない私たちでもナノカちゃんの
過去を言出る魔法なで
それはおかしいよちょっと待ってマ
Wait,
ーゴちゃん
Marco-chan.
電気椅子の
Someone who knew the
パスコードを知っている人、
There should be
それは
someone
ナ
other
ノカ
than
ちゃん以外にもい
Nanaka-chan.
たはずだよ。その人は
That person is
これだよ。
the mastermind.
黒幕。
The mastermind.
この
If
牢
they
屋敷
control
を
the
支配する
prison,
黒
naturally
幕な
they'd
ら
know it.
当然知っているはずだよ。
なるほど
I
ね。
see.
確か
If
に
such a
そ
person
の存在がいる
exists,
な
it
ら
would be
分かっ
strange
て
if
な
they
いとお
didn't.
かしいわね。本当に
If
い
they
る
really
なら
exist.
だけど
Manadu had to kill Arisa because because Elisa was on the verge, probably on the verge of figuring out that Manadu was a witch.
ナノカちゃんはずっと黒幕を追って
Nanaka-chan
い
was
た。
chasing the
僕
mastermind.
たちの中に
I
実
don't know
際
if
に
they're
黒
actually
幕がい
among
る
us
の
or
かな。
not.
僕にももしかしたら
Maybe
今ま
they
での
died
事
with
件
one
や
of the
裁判
previous
の中
cases
で
or
死んでいる
trials.
可能性だってあるのかもしれないけど、
Nope,
でも
but
可
the
能性はある
possibility
はずだ。
exists.
まあ少
Well,
な
at
く
least
と
the
もこの
mastermind
牢
who
屋
set up
敷
this
を
prison
用意
would
した
likely
黒
know
幕
it.
なら知っていてもおかしくはなさそうね。逆に
In
言え
other
ば
words, the culprit
犯
might be
人
the
は黒
mastermind.
幕なのかもしれないわね。
黒幕。
The mastermind.
確かにマーゴちゃんの
Margo
言
chan
う
might
通り
be
かも。
right.
今回の裁判
This
の
trial
結果で黒
exposes
幕
the
をあぶり出
mastermind.
せれば、マーゴ
Maybe
ちゃん
Margo
た
and
ち
the
も
others will
協
help
力してくれるかも。
Mark
それ
Nanaka-chan.
ならなおさら、
Even
アリ
more
サちゃ
reason
ん
to
を
find
殺
who
した
killed
犯人を見つけない
Elisa-chan.
と。
Manadu told Elisa the code.
でもね、
But
エマちゃん
Ima-chan,
私がナ
I
ノ
have
カち
another
ゃん
reason
を
to
疑
suspect
う理由は
Nanaka-chan.
まだあるのよ。
理由？
A reason?
エマちゃんは
You
ナ
seem
ノ
to
カ
believe
ちゃんが犯
Nanaka-chan
人
isn't
じゃ
the
ないと
culprit.
信じているみたいだけど、これを聞い
After
て
hearing
も
this, can
ま
you
だ
still
その
maintain
主
that?
張守りきれるかしら。
Uh-oh.
現場には
At
ろ
the
うそ
scene,
く
we
が
found a
落ちてい
candle
た
that had been dropped.
ろうそくには
The
使わ
candle
れた
showed
形
signs
跡
of
があ
use,
っ
and there were
たし、
traces of melted
ろうが
wax on
溶
the
けて
floor.
床に落ちた跡もあった。つまり
In other words, that means
これは
Elisa-chan
アリ
was
サちゃ
using
ん
the
がろう
candle.
そくを使っていたということね。
それがどうかし
So
た。
does that.
ろうそくに
So
火を
what
つ
does
けてた
what
こ
does
とが
lighting
何
a
の
candle
証明
prove?
になるの？
ろうそくを
A
使う
situation
状
where you
況
use a candle. What kind of situation would that be?
ってどんな状況かしら。
明かりが欲しいと
When you need light, is that it?
その通り。
Exactly, that means
つま
Elisa
り
was
ア
here
リ
in
サ
the
ちゃんは
courthouse
夜
at
にこ
night.
の裁判所にいたということよ。このことから
From this, we can just
ア
say
リサ
Elisa
ちゃ
was
ん
here
は
during
私
the
たちが
time when
外
we
に
can't
出ら
go
れない時
outside.
間。真っ暗
In
な
the
深
pitch
夜の
black
裁判
courthouse
所
at
で殺
midnight,
さ
I
れた
believe she
んだ
was
と思う
killed.
わ。
裁判所以外の場所
Could
で
you be
殺され
killed
た可
somewhere
能性
other
は
than
な
the
いかも。
courthouse?
じゃあどこで
Then where?
それをみん
I
な
thought
で
we
考
could
え
figure
て
that
い
out
こうと。
together.
エマちゃん
Ima-chan.
今はみんなでいつ
Oh, right now
ア
we're
リサちゃん
discussing
が殺され
when
聞いてない
Elisa-chan was
勝
killed.
手
Ah,
雰囲気をアリサちゃんは
When?
裁判確証はないけど、でも他の話は正しいのかな。何かアリサちゃんの殺
Oh,
された
we're
状況の可
discussing
能性
when.
を狭められる証拠があったかもしれない。
現場にはろう
There's
そく
something
が落ちてい
uncomfortable
た
because I'm used to Mireru-chan guiding me.
使われた形跡があったし、
Let's go to the end.
これはそれがどうかした。ろうそくを使う状況、明かりが欲しい。その
Nice.
通り
At
つま
night.
りアリサちゃんこの
ことから
From this, we can deduce that Elisa-chan was here during the time when we can't go outside.
真っ暗な深
In
夜
the
の
pitch
裁
black
判所で
courthouse
殺
at
され
midnight,
た
I
んだ
believe
と
she was
思う
killed.
でも昨
But
晩
last night we had
私
overturned
たち
to
は
our
各自
rooms.
の部屋に戻っていたわ。牢の外で
Only
行方をく
Nanaka-chan,
ら
who
ま
was
してい
missing
た
outside
ナノカ
her
ちゃん
cell,
に
could
し
have
か
done this.
この犯行は不可能なのよ。
Uh,
分かったかし
do you
ら
understand,
エマちゃん
Ima-chan?
マーゴちゃんの意見は一見筋でも別の事件当時の現場の状況を想像してそれを指摘しよう。
現
現場にはろうそくには使われた形跡が、つまりこれはそれがどうかした。ろうそくを
使う状況
本当にろうそくは
Was the
使われて
candle
現場の床
Oh,
少な
where?
何怪しもろうそく確証。でも他の話は正しいのかな。何かアリサちゃんの殺された状況の可能性。
現場には
ろうそくには使われた形跡、つまりこれはそれがどうかした。ろうそくを使う状況、明かりが欲しい。その通り。このことから真っ
真っ暗な深夜の裁
判所って
She really got into the courthouse. I'm not sure we can assume Elisa-chan could get in
今
last
朝
night.
は入れたけれ
But
ど
this morning it was open. Eh?
待てよ。
Wait, come to think of it, yesterday.
ただ前回の処刑の時
As with the
も
last
ですね
execution, it seems the
どう
platform's
やら
malfunctioning.
一度明日
However, I'm
の
planning to
午
do
後
maintenance
本
tomorrow
格的にメ
afternoon.
ンテナンスをする予定です。
Yada yada.
国長がメンテナンスす
Yesterday,
る
the
って言っ
warden
てた
said
か
it
も。
was going to do maintenance.
じゃあ
Then
夜
it's
の
likely
裁
the
判所に
courthouse
入
was
れた可
successful
能
at
性
night
は
too.
高いんですね。そうみたい。
Seems
エマ
so.
ちゃんが適当なこと
Seems
を
like
言っ
the
た
us.
感じ。
Oh, Jesus.
確証はない。でも他の話は正しいのかな。 何かアリサちゃんの殺された状況の可能性を迫っ
現
場にはろうそくには使われた形跡、つまりこれはそれがどうかしたとろうそくを
How do you use this for a candle?
その通り。このことから あり真っ暗な
深夜の裁判でも昨晩私たち
私たちは各自牢の外で行方をくらまして分かったかしら。
エマちゃん
マーゴちゃんの意見は一見でも事件当時の現場の状況を想像して
I'm not sure
それを
if it's
指
the
摘
only
しよう。
time.
現場にはろうそくには使われた形跡、つまりこれはそれがどうかしたろうそくを使う
状況
明かりが欲しい時、その通り。このことからありま
暗なし
その理屈はおかしいよ。ちょっと待って
Wait a
マー
minute,
ゴちゃん。
Marco-chan.
処刑台が
I
動
also
いた
heard
時
from the
間の
warden
話
that
は
we
僕
found the
も局長
platform
から聞い
moved.
たけど、むしろ深夜に
Actually,
犯
couldn't the
行が
crime
起
have
きて
happened
ないん
that
じゃ
side,
ないか
didn't
な。
it?
あら
Huh,
そ
why
れ
is
は
that?
どうしてかしら
だって処刑台は
Because the
昨晩
platform
の
moved at
21
9
時と
p.m. last
今
night
朝の
and
9時
9
に
a.m.
動いて
this
いたん
morning.
だ。そして21時
And
か
from
ら
9
9時
p.m.
の
to
間は
9
地
a.m.
下
it
にあっ
was
た。
underground.
だから犯行が
So
起
the
きたの
crime
は
itself
夜
either happened
21
either
時
before
前か
9
朝
p.m. or
9時以後。
after 9 a.m.
つまり僕たち
In
の
other
外
words,
に出られ
outside
ない
the midnight
深夜
hours
の
when we
時間
can't go
帯以
out.
外なんだ。仮にろうそくが
If
明
the
かりとし
candle
て
was
使わ
used
れ
for
たな
light,
ら
it was
夜
before
21
9
時
p.m.,
前
don't you think?
なんじゃないかな。
なるほど
I see,
確
that's
かにそう
true.
ね
What you're saying
エマちゃんの
certainly
言う
makes
こと
sense,
も一理
Ima-chan.
あるわでもそ
But
れだ
even
と
then,
や
the
っぱ
culprit
り
is either
ナノカちゃん
Nanaka-chan
か
or
エ
you,
マちゃんが犯
Ima-chan.
人で間違いないみたいね
Uh-oh. Eh?
アリバイがあるの
We have
よ
alibis, the three of
私
us.
たち3人はね昨晩の21
Before 9
時
p.m.
前
last night, we
私
had
た
we
ち
three
3
have
人は
alibis.
ア
Isn't
リ
that
バイ
right,
がある
Mireru-chan?
そ
Coco-chan?
うでしょメルルちゃんココちゃん
はい昨晩
Last night, to
私
cheer
は
them up, I
二人を
tried to have a
励
tea
まそうと
party
中
in the courtyard. Wait a minute! Am I being cross-examined here? Wait a minute. Look at these responses!
でティーパーティーをしようとして昨日メルルち
This
ゃん
is
が言
what
ってたことだ。
Midori-chan mentioned
僕が
yesterday.
夜に地下を
Probably was
探してた時
exploring
のことだもん。
underground.
その時アリサのやつも見かけて声かけたけど来なかった
At
ん
the
だよ
time we
ね。
saw Lisa too and
確
called
か
out,
夜
but
の
she
20
didn't
時ぐ
come.
らいだったか
Around
な。
8 p.m.
ど
I
っちに
think.
しろ21時までは私がず
Anyway,
っとア
until
リバイ
9
ある
p.m.
から。
we all had alibis the whole
つま
time.
り私たちにはアリサちゃんを殺すなんて不可
In
能
other words, it's impossible for us to
あ
have
の
killed
電
Lisa
気椅子
Chan.
で処刑を
To
する
execute
に
someone
は
with that electric
裁
chair,
判所
you'd
に
have
て
to be in
ボ
the
タンを押
courthouse
さな
and
きゃ
press
ダ
the
メでし
buttons,
ょ
right?
でも私たちにお茶
But
会
not
に
one of
抜
us
け出
left
し
the tea party.
たものはいないし
There's no sign that the chair was modified for remote control.
改造なんかしな
Could
く
the
ても
electric chair be
電気
remote
椅子は
controlled
変
without
換操
any
作できたんじゃ
modification?
ないかな。
Yeah, is
そう
that
なんで
so?
すか？リモコンとかあ
Having
った
a
方が
remote would
便
be
利
more
だと思う
convenient.
よ。処刑の
It's
時に
weird that
特
the
徴がい
warden
ちいち
has
押
to
し
go
に行く
press
の
it
も
every
おかし
time
い
for
し。
executions.
じゃあリモコンとか
Show
そう
us
い
the
うの
remote
出
or
して
something.
よ。それは
That's,
ない
I
けど
don't have it.
話に
But
な
it's
んないっ
pointless.
しょ。
Suspecting
根拠も
someone
な
without
く人を
evidence.
疑うなんてさ。3人からの心象が悪くなっちゃったかも。でも僕は犯人じゃないし、マーゴちゃんたちを疑うわけじゃないけど、アリバイを崩せる材料を探し出さないと。
This is bad.
昨晩の2
21時前、私たち3人。はい、昨晩。昨日、メルルちゃんが言ってたこと、その時、アリさんの役立つか夜の20時ぐらいだったかな。つまり私たちにはあの電気椅子で処刑する。でも私たちにお茶会を抜け出したものは、つまり。
やっぱりナノカちゃん
Only
に
Nanaka-chan could use the electric chair.
それはおかしいよ。
The electric chair was broken.
マーゴちゃん、そう決めつけるのは
Marco-chan,
早
it's
い
too
よ。
early to conclude that.
あらそれは
How
ど
that
う
and
した
why?
国長から
I
聞いた
heard
ん
from
だ
the
けど、
warden that the
電
electric
気
chair
椅
had
子
a
には不具合
malfunction.
があったらしいんだ。もし不具合があって
It
電
was
気椅子が使
malfunctioning
え
and
なかっ
couldn't
た
be
としたら、
used.
アリサちゃんがい
Then
つどこで
Elisa-chan
殺
could
さ
have
れ
been
ていて
killed
もおかし
anywhere,
くないよね。
anytime. Right?
アリバイの証拠は
That would
崩れ
break
る
your
はずだよ。
alibi.
なるほど
I
ね
see. If what you're saying
確
is
かに
true,
エ
then
マ
that
ちゃん
might
の
be
言
the
うこ
case.
とが本当ならそう
で、その不具合って何な
So,
の？
what was the malfunction? Was it completely broken and didn't work?
それは
That's... Uh-oh.
つい話に出しちゃったけど、
I
詳しいこ
mentioned
と
it
は聞い
without
てない
thinking,
かも。
but I might not have heard the details. Uh-oh!
局長、みんなに説明してあげて。
I think I'm footing
は
up.
いはい。
Hi, hi.
なあ
Ah, the electric chair's
電気
malfunction.
椅子の
Let's
不
see,
具
that
合で
was...
すね。高速機能の不
It
具合
was
で
a
す
malfunction
ね。
of the restraint
拘
function.
束する分にはいいんですが、一度拘束
It's
され
fine
る
for
と
restraining, but
な
once
かなか
restrained,
解
it's
けない
hard to
んで
release.
すよ。何回か押していれば
Sometimes it
解
releases
除
after
さ
a
れ
few
ること
presses.
もあるんですが、
But if you're
運が
unlucky,
悪
it
いと
won't
な
release
か
at
な
all.
か解除されないんです。スイッチが下手っているのかもしれま ませんね。でも処刑機能には影響がないは
The
ずで
switch
す
might be
よ。
worn out, but it shouldn't affect the execution function.
そう ありがとう、国長。
I see. Thank you, Warden.
それなら電気椅子を使って処刑をする分には問
Then
題
there's
はな
no
さ
problem
そう
with
ね。
using it for execution, right?
それは
どうなのかしら、エマちゃん。高速機能に不具合があったら処刑に問題があったのかなかったのか。
What do you think, Emma-chan? If the restraint function malfunctioned, did it affect the execution
答
or
え
not?
てほしい
I'd like an
わ。
answer.
高速機能の不具合
Restraint function
それについて
malfunction.
問
The
題
problem with
は
that is there is a
いや
problem. There is a
問題
problem.
はあるよ
There's a problem because the restraint function is needed for it to work.
この電気椅子は
The
拘
electric
束さ
chair
れた状態でないと
should
電
only
気を流す
conduct
ことはでき
electricity
ない
if
よ
the
うになってる
restraints
は
are
ず
properly
で
applied.
もアリサちゃんが
But
発
when
見さ
Lisa
れた
Chan was
時
found, the
拘束は
restraints
さ
were
れていな
applied.
かった一度拘束
Once
されたらな
restrained,
か
it's
なか
hard to
外れない
release.
な
But
の
they
に
were
拘束
released.
が解かれているのはお
That's
かしいよ
strange.
確かにそ
Might
う
be
かも
right.
しれない
In that case, that thing is
それなら
あれ
that
え
thing. No,
なん
it's
でもない
nothing.
わ。
Wait. Go back.
でもエマちゃん
Emma-chan,
な
if
のかちゃん
Nanaka-chan
が
is the
犯人
culprit,
なら
she might have
スイ
known
ッ
about
チ
the
の
cult
接
switch
触
through
不
her
具合
magic.
があるということも魔法で知っていたかもしれないわ。
それは
That's
もし事前に知っていれば何度もボタンを押すことでたまたま運よく拘束が解除される可能性も
if
あ
she
る
knew
と
in
思う
advance
の。
by pressing the button multiple times, she might have gotten lucky and released the
あ
restraint.
くまでも接触不良
It's
であ
just a
って
contact issue. It's
完
not
全に
completely
壊れてい
broken.
るわけではないんだからね。
そんな
No,
けどいくらなのかでもあのヤンキー相手に簡単に拘束とかできるもんかなめちゃくちゃ抵
wouldn't
抗
she
されて
resist like crazy
それ
enough
こ
to
そ
set
こ
the
の
whole
部屋
room
が
on
大
fire?
炎上するぐらいアリサさんが亡くなったのが夜だとし
If
たら
Elisa-san died at night, she
睡
might
眠
have
薬を飲んでい
taken
たの
sleeping
かもしれ
medicine.
ませんそれなら抵抗できなくて
Then it
も
wouldn't
お
be, it
か
wouldn't
し
be
くない
strange
で
if
す
she
よ
couldn't
ね
resist.
あら、アリサちゃんは睡眠薬を飲んでたのね。
There's something weird here. In every other trial, I felt distinctly like Meridu was on my side. Like when things were getting off track, she kind of gently puts things on track. She's not doing that anymore.
はい
Yes, I
医務
found it
室
in
に
the
ある
infirmary.
のを見つけた
So
の
I
で
label it
希
and
望の方にはラベルを
Yeah.
つけて処方してるんです
prescribed them to those who want them.
私が勝手にやってることではあ
It's
るん
something
で
I
すけ
do
ど
on
で
my own.
も
But
強い
they're
お
so
薬な
strong,
の
so I
で
wanted the
飲み
warns
す
them
ぎ
not
な
to
いよ
take
う
too
注
many.
意をしてほしくて
I think my dad, yes!
これその
It's the same
薬と同じ
medicine.
ものですアリサは眠ってる間に殺されたってことね
So at least it was killed in her sleep. At least she didn't suffer.
ええ、
Yeah, otherwise she would have felt the pain of electricity
全
running
身に
through her
電
whole
流を
body.
浴びた痛みを受けていたでしょうしね。
仮にアリサ
If
ちゃんの
Lisa
電
Chan
気
was
椅子で処
executed
刑
by
さ
the
れたのだ
electric
とした
chair,
ら
only
ナノカちゃん
Nanaka-chan
ぐらい
could
犯
be the
人は
culprit.
いないナノカちゃんを信じる
Yeah,
な
even
ら
Nanaka-chan, then the electric chair wasn't used.
本当に
Is
そう
that
なの
really
かな
true?
電気椅
I
子
don't
が
think
使
we
わ
can
れたとは
assume
限
that
ら
the
な
chair
いと
was
思うけ
used.
ど
ならエマちゃん、あの
Then
死体の
Emma
状
Chan, how do you
況
explain the
どう
condition of
説
the
明
body?
するのかしら。アリサちゃんの死体は水
Was
で
wet
濡れ
with
ていた
water.
の。
That's
エマちゃんは知っ
did
て
you
る
know
か
Emma
しら。
Chan? If you,
電気椅子で処
when
刑
using the electric chair,
するとき
you
は
wet the body with
体を
water?
水で湿らせるの。おそらく犯人
The
は
culprit
眠った
probably
ア
wet
リ
her
サ
to
ちゃん
kill
を
the
スムー
sleeping
ズに
Elisa
殺す
Chan
ために
smoothly.
濡
If
ら
she
したん
woke
で
up,
しょ
it'd
う
be
ね。
troublesome.
もし途中で目を覚ま
What?
しでもしたら面倒だもの。落ちていたガラ
The
スの
glass
破
jars on
片
the
は
floor
その
might
た
be
め
from
の
a
水を
container
汲ん
used
で
to
った
bring
容
water
器か
that
何
broke.
かが砕けたものなのかもしれないわ。アリサちゃんは電気椅子で処刑された。
Was executed by the electric chair. Otherwise, there's no explanation for her being wet.
みんな思い出してほしいんだアリサちゃんの
Everyone, I
魔
want
法
you to remember Elisa Chan's magic.
か
Ignition, right?
そうアリ
Yes,
サちゃんが
Elisa
炎を
Chan
出した
had
タイミ
used
ング
her
で
fire in an
スプリン
accident
クラー
with
が作動し
sprinklers.
たとしたらであんのスプリンク
So
ラー
are there, so are there
現場
sprinklers?
にはなかったかと思います
I don't think there were any
そ
at
も
the
そも
scene.
スプリンクラーがあるとすれば、
If there were
裁判が
sprinklers, shouldn't
始
you
ま
have
る
found
前
them
に
before
見
the
つけてお
trial?
くべきじゃないかしら。
My bad.
そこにないならないで
If
す
they're
ね
not there, they're not there.
ないならしょうがない
If they're not there, there's nothing I can do. This is
今の
bad.
推理
At
の
this
流れ
rate,
だと
only Nanaka-chan and I could have
全
used the
原告を
chair.
ひっくり返さないと犯人として投票されちゃう
If I don't overturn this, the vote for me is the culprit.
アリサちゃんの死体
は水でエマちゃんは知ってるかしら。おそらく犯人は眠ったアリサちゃんをスムーズ落ちていたガラスの破片はアリサちゃんは電気椅子で処刑され、そして
電気
椅子が使われた
としたら
Considers
犯人は
the culprit is either
ナナ
Nanaka
カちゃ
chan
ん
or
かエマ
Ima
ちゃん
chan. Any objections?
何か反論はあるかしら。
電気椅子が使われたなら確かに僕かナノカちゃんしか犯行ができないのかもしれない。これまで見つけたものの中でアリサちゃんの死体状況を説明できそうな
After we run out of cross-examine time, normally Merudu is here to
マー
reassure
カ
us.
ちゃんに証拠品を突きつけるんだ。
I need to point that out again. Merudu isn't
ア
here
リサ
to
ちゃ
give
ん
us
の
the
死体
hint.
は水で濡れていた。
エマちゃんは
知ってるかしら。
そうなの？そも
That's
そ
so
も
why
電
do
気
you
椅子
pour
を
water
処刑す
to
る
do
時って
electric
どうして水を
executions?
かけるのかな。
あらエマちゃん、水は
Oh,
電
Ima
気を
chan,
通すの
water
よ。
conducts electricity.
ですが
But even though the body is mostly water, a dry body doesn't conduct
乾燥
electricity
した
well.
状態の人の体はあまり電気を通しません。
Why do you know that?
だから電気
So
処
for
刑をする時
electrocution,
は
they wet the
囚人
prisoner's
の体を
body.
水で湿らせて。
Why do both of you know
そう
this?
聞いたことがあ
That's
る
what
わ
I've
ね。
heard.
そうじゃないと
Otherwise, the execution fails, they don't die easily, or they get well done.
全身がこんがりと。
Ew, gross.
つまりアリサさんは素
So
早く
Elisa
体
Chan
の
was
内
doused
側
with
ま
water
で
that
通
could
電
quickly
させる
conduct
ために
electricity
水
through
を
her
か
body.
けられたということですね。
アリサちゃんの死
死体は水でエマちゃんは知ってるかしら。おそらく犯人は眠ったアリサちゃんをスムーズ落ちていたガラスの破片はアリサちゃんは電気椅子
体でしょうけ。
それはおかしい。
No one poured water on her.
いや、アリ
No,
サ
I
ちゃ
don't
んに
think
水
anyone.
をかけられていなかったはずだよ。
She was defrosted! No, I don't think anyone poured water on Elisa Chan. What do you mean?
アリサちゃんの体が濡れた理由。
The reason her
それを
body was
示す
wet,
証拠は
evidence for that is.
これが証拠だよ。アリサちゃんが昨晩死んだ後、
After
この裁
Elisa
判所
Chan
では
died
ある
last
出来
night,
事が
something
起こった
happened
ん
in
だ。
this courthouse.
それは
That is, the
処刑台
execution
の移動
platform
だよ。
moved.
アリサちゃんは処刑台を
Elisa
移動さ
Chan was
せられ
moved
て
with the platform
地
to
下のあ
somewhere
る場所に
underground.
送られたんだ。ある場所？
Somewhere?
そう。
Yes, that place is
地下の冷凍
the
室だよ。
underground freezer room.
冷凍室？
Freezer room?
何
What's
それ？
that?
私も極
I
長
just
から
heard
さ
about
っ
it
き
from
聞
the
いたわ。
warden.
処刑された魔
Executed
女は
wishes are immortal, so to
だ
stop
か
them
ら
from
動き
moving,
を
they're
封
sent
じ
to
る
the
ために
platform,
処
with
刑
the
台
platform
ご
to
と
the
地下
freezer
の
room.
冷凍室に送られて凍らされるって。
処刑台の移
If
動
the
記録が
platform's
正し
movement
いな
log
ら
is correct,
アリサちゃんの死体は
Elisa
昨
Chan's
晩
body would have
そ
been
の
in
地下
that
冷凍
freezer
室
room
にあった
last
ことに
night.
なるはずだよ。そうして一晩
Then
凍らさ
frozen
れた死体
overnight,
は
it was
朝
brought
に
up in
地
the
上に
morning
出
and
て解放
thawed.
されたんだ。それなら水をかけら
Then
れてい
even
なくて
without
も
being
アリ
doused,
サちゃん
her
の
body
体は
being
湿っ
wet
ててお
makes
かし
sense.
くないよ。
I'll be right back.
You're かにエマちゃん
You're
の
right,
言う通
Ima-chan.
り
Her body
ア
getting
リ
wet
サち
from
ゃん
thawing
の
is
凍
a
った
valid
体が解
explanation.
凍されたことで濡れたという理屈は成立すると思うわ。でも
But haven't you forgotten? There's another mark in her body from the electric
アリ
chair.
サちゃんの体にはもう一つの電気椅子の痕跡が残っていることを。
電気椅子の
From the electric chair?
さあ
Can you explain
そ
that
の
reason,
理由を
Ima-chan?
あなたに答えられるかしらエマちゃん。
I don't think Margot did it. That's the problem.
アリサちゃんの顔には
On
や
Lisa
けど
Chan's
のよう
face,
な
there
跡が
was
つ
a
い
mark
てい
like
た
a burn.
偶然にもそれは
Listen,
美
she
し
looked like a
い蝶
beautiful
のようにな
butterfly.
っていたみたいだけどあのやけどの
That
模様こ
burn
そが
pattern
電気を流
Proof
された
electricity flowed.
証拠ね
I believe it's
確
called
か
an electric
伝
mark.
聞と呼ぶはずよ水をかけられていたかかけられていないかにかかわらず
Whether she was doused with
アリ
water
サ
or
ちゃん
not,
のあの
that means
傷
shows
は
she was
彼女
executed
が
by the
電気椅
electric
子で
chair.
処刑されたことを示しているわ
でも
But
こ
this
の蝶の
butterfly shape,
形
it
な
kind
ん
of
か
reminds
ノア
me
の
of
死体を
Noah's
思い
body.
出すな。
関係ないことは
Can you
黙っ
keep
て
your
く
relevant
れるか
comments to
しら
yourself,
ココ
Coco-chan?
今は
We're
ナノカ
discussing
ちゃ
that
んが
Noah
犯人という
Nanaka-chan
議
is
論
the
を進め
culprit.
るんだから
はあ、
Huh?
感想言う
I
から
can't even
別
share
にい
a
いじゃ
thought.
ん。ココちゃんが怒られてる。
Coco-chan's getting scolded. It
別に
seems
マ
like
ーゴちゃんと
Marco-chan
コ
and
コちゃ
Coco-chan
んが協力して
aren't
たり
working
しない
together.
みたいだ。アリサちゃんの方も
Why
や
did
けど
Lisa
跡
Chan
が
have
どうして
that
ついたのかな。何か推測できそうなもの見たことなかったっけ。
アリサちゃんの
顔にはやけど、偶然にもそれはあのやけど。
やけどの模様
ちょっと待った。
It was caused by something other than electricity.
待ってマーゴちゃん。電気に
Yes,
ついた
she
とは
does.
限らないと思うよ。
Wait, Marco-chan, I don't think it's necessarily from
あら
electricity.
そうかしら
Oh, is that
で
so?
もエマ
But
ちゃん
Emma-chan, you
可
can't
能
say
性だ
may
けなら
you
い
can
く
say
らだ
maybe
ってあ
about
るわ
anything.
具体的に
Specifically,
一
what do you
体
think caused the
何が
burn
ア
on
リサち
Elisa
ゃん
アリ
chan?
サちゃんに火傷をつけたもの。
What gave her the
それは
burn, that is?
間違えちゃアリサちゃんの顔のアリサちゃんに火傷をつけたもの。それはろうそくで
I can't.
エマちゃんで
ろうそくアリサちゃんに火傷をつけたもの。
I
それは
we don't have anything that's fire related.
あの模様と同じもの。
Something with the
それ
same
は
pattern. That's this.
それは
That's
メルルちゃんの渡し
the
た睡
sleeping
眠薬だよ。
medicine Meridu-chan gave
そ
her.
れはメルルちゃんがアリサち
This
ゃ
is a
んに
new
渡したも
bottle,
のとは
different
別
from
の
the one
新しい瓶だ
Meridu-chan
けど。
gave Elisa-chan.
でもこの瓶、
But on this
蓋
bottle,
に
it's
蝶
capped
の
with the
模様が
butterfly
刻まれて
pattern.
るんだ。確かに
It really does.
Alisa
It
no
looks just like
yakedo
Elisa's
sokkuri da.
burn.
メルルちゃん、
Meridu-chan, does the bottle you gave Elisa-chan have this pattern on the cap? Yes, I think it's the same one.
だとしたらやっぱ
If
り
so, then
アリサ
Elisa-chan's
ちゃんの
burn
火
is
傷は
probably
睡
made
眠
by the
薬の瓶でで
sleeping
きた
medicine
後な
bottle.
んじゃないかな。
でも睡眠薬
Sleeping
が勝手
medicine
に
doesn't
熱
just
く
get
な
hot
って
in
な
the
い
tomb.
じゃん。
Why
ア
would
リサ
she
の
have a
顔に
burn
火
on
傷
her
がつい
face?
たのはなんでさ。
She was hitting
アリ
us.
サちゃんの顔に蓋の模様通りの火傷ができた理由、それは
Magic.
アリサちゃんの魔法
It's
だよ。
Elisa-chan's magic.
現場にはろうそく
There
を
were
使っ
signs the
た跡
candle
が
was used, but no
けど
matches
マ
or
ッチ
lighters
やラ
were
イターな
found.
んかは見つかっていない。これはアリサちゃ
This
んの
is
炎
also
の魔
evidence
法が
that
使われた
Elisa-chan
痕
used
跡で
her
もある
fire
よね。
magic.
だったらこの蓋
But
だ
it
って
wouldn't be
炎に
strange
乗
if
せられていて
the
も
cat
お
was
か
heated
し
by
く
her
ないと
flames.
思う。辺りにはガラスの
There
破
were
片
glass
も飛び
shards
散ってた
scattered
よ
around,
ね。
right? Maybe
も
the
しかした
bottle
ら
broke
瓶が
when
割
she
れたの
heated
を
it.
熱したタイミングなのかも。でもだとした
If
ら
so, why would
どうしてア
Elisa-san
リサ
do
さんが
that?
そんなこと。
待ちなさい
あ
エマちゃんはどうしても
Emma-chan
電気
really
椅子が
wants to
使わ
prove
れ
the
な
chair
かった
wasn't
ことに
used.
したいようね
そういうわ
That's
け
not
じゃない
it.
けど、
But the scene's
でも現場
condition.
の状況は。
そう、
Yes,
現
the
場の
scene's
状況
condition.
よ。仮に電気椅
If
子
the
が
chair
使わ
wasn't
れな
used,
か
a
った
major
とする
contradiction
と、
arises.
それに答えら
If
れ
you
ない
can't
よう
answer
なら
that, your reasoning is
エマちゃん
meaningless.
の推理は意味をなさないの。
I think you really want to convict me.
アリサちゃんが感電
It's
死
not
した
just
と
because she
思
was
った
sitting in the
のは
electric chair
何
that I
も
think
電
she
気椅
died
子
from
に座ってたからだ
electrocution.
けじゃないわ。ねえ、メル
Hey,
ルちゃん。
Miru-chan, looking
あ
at
なた
Elisa's
なら
body,
ア
what
リ
would
サ
you
ちゃん
say
の
her
死
cause
体
of
を見
death
て
was?
何が死因だと思うかしら。
Well, I'm not an expert, so I can't say for sure.
外傷が
Since
ない
there's
の
no
で
external
体
injury,
の
it's
中
probably
身の問
internal.
題だとは思いま
Illness,
す。
suffocation,
窒息、
drowning,
溺死や毒殺。
poisoning?
そう。
Yes.
つまりアリサ
In
ち
a
ゃん
way,
はある意味
Elisa-chan's
病
death
死
was
の
like
ような
death
もの
by
だったん
illness,
じゃない
don't you
かし
think?
ら。強い電気シ
A
ョック
strong
は止ま
electric
った
shock
心臓を
can
動か
restart
すこともあ
a
るけれ
stopped
ど
heart, but it can also
逆に
stop
止
one.
めることだってあるわ。
電気椅子は長
The
時
electric
間
chair is a
高
device
圧
that
電
executes
流を
by
流
sending
し
a
て
high
処刑
voltage
する
current
器
for
具
a
で
long
す。
time.
なのでちゃんと処
So
刑
if it's
さ
the
れた
proper
場合は
execution, the body
も
would
っと
likely be
黒
more
焦げの
charred.
死体になっていそうですが。でも
But if
短
the
時間
current was
電
only
流を
applied
流され
briefly,
ただ
it
けで
might
あれ
cause
ば
death with
外見上
almost
の変化がほとんどな
no
く死んでし
external
まうことも
changes.
あるかもしれません。
ショック死という
Shock
言い
death
方
might
の
be an
方
easy
が
way
分
to
か
put
りや
it.
すいかもしれないわね。どうもエマ
What
ち
do
ゃ
you
ん。
think, Emma-chan?
現場に他の凶器
Since
が
no
存
other
在
weapon
し
was
ない
found,
以上、アリサちゃんは
it's
電気
natural
椅
to
子
think
に
she
よって
died from
感電死
electrocution by the chair.
だと考えるのが
By the
自然
chair.
そう思わない
Don't you
かし
think?
ら。
アリサちゃんが電気椅子で殺されたなら、そしてアリサちゃんを殺した凶器は僕たち他の人も使えたアリサちゃんを殺せた現場から消えた凶器。それが
Suffocation.
何か分かれば。
アリサ
ちゃんが感電死したと思ったね、メルルちゃ
She
ん。
died from suffocation.
外傷がないので体の中身はそう。つまりアリサ強い電気ショックは止まった心臓。電気椅子は長時間なのでちゃんと処刑された。
It's suffocation.
短時間電流を流されたショック死というどう現場に
他の凶器が存在。
窒息死だよ。
Suffocation
メ
is
ルルちゃん
Miru-chan.
が言ってたように
Elisa said
アリ
she
サ
was
犯人
suffocated.
はアリサちゃんが眠った後布か何かで口
After
や
she
鼻
fell
を塞い
asleep,
で
the
窒
culprit
息させた
oh
んじゃ
shit
ないか
covered
な。
her mouth and nose with cloths and suffocated her,
そ
right?
してその死
And
体
they
を
set
電
her
気椅子
body
に
in the
座らせ
chair.
た。
That would
じゃあ誰
Who
が
did
そ
it?
れをやったのかしら。
え The only ones without alibis are you or Nanaka-chan. If they directly killed her, even if they didn't use the chairs, it doesn't change. Okay. No one might. You or Nanaka-chan could kill Elisa-chan. That situation hasn't changed. She used her power. Actually, she could use. Simple. She used her fire to eat up all the oxygen in the room and suffocate herself.
意味のない反応だった。電気椅子を使わずにアリサちゃん、そして誰がそれを使ってアリサちゃんを殺したんだろう。いろいろな可能性を考
It's
えて。
suicide.
アリサちゃんが感電死したと思ったのは何も電気椅子に座ってたからだ。
If she heated up the room,
ねえメルル。
that would explain the burn from the bottle. She got so hot.
あなた
ならアリサちゃんのした。そうですね。外傷がないので体の中身のもそう。つまりアリサ強い電気ショックは止まった心臓。電気椅子は長時間。なのでちゃんと処刑された場合はでも短時間で。
We can't say drowning. Drowning wouldn't have the burn.
他の凶器。
ちょっと待った。
She was killed by another weapon.
いや、
No,
違
you're
う
wrong,
よ、マーコちゃ
Marco-chan.
ん。
Elisa-chan
アリ
was
サちゃん
killed
は
by a
別の
different
凶器
weapon.
で殺されたんだ。
あら
Oh, then
な
of
んだ
course you'll
当
tell
然
us
だけど教えてくれるのよね。その凶器。
what that weapon was. Yeah.
アリサちゃんを殺した凶器。それ
The
は
weapon that killed Elisa-chan.
これが証拠だよ。これまでの議論で
We've
分かった
discussed
こと
the
や証拠
evidence. It
品。
all points in
そ
one
れらは
direction.
全てある一定の方向性を示していた。ナノカちゃんを信じ
If
る
I
なら、
believe in Nanaka-chan, this is the only answer.
犯人がアリサち
The
ゃんを
weapon the
殺すの
culprit
に使っ
used
た
to
凶器。
kill Elisa-chan is this.
睡眠
Sleeping medicine.
まさか。
You're not gonna
そ
say she
の
was
瓶
beaten
で
with the
殴った
bottle,
な
are you?
んて言わないわよね。
うん。
Yeah,
そ
that
んな
would
こ
be
としたら
blunt.
傷が残るしね。アリサちゃんを殺
The
した
method
方法。それは
killed Elisa-chan
オー
is
バードーズだったんだ。
overdose.
なんです。
What?
オーバードーズって
Overdose.
薬の飲みすぎってこと？
That means taking
薬は
medicine overdose. Any medicine is a lethal dose.
確かに
Even relatively
薬に
safe
も
sleeping
治療が
medicine.
存在するわ。
確かに
Yeah, sleeping medicine is
薬は
strong.
強力なもので
You shouldn't
飲
take
みす
too
ぎ
much
て
of
はい
it.
けないものですが、でもそんな
Was
痕
there
跡
any
あった
sign of that?
オーバードーズされた
Signs of overdose, you could say there were. You could say there
なかっ
weren't.
たとも
But
言えるよ。
that's... Emma! That is not a good sentence. You could say there were, you could say there
だって
weren't.
現場には
Look at the scene.
一
Not
滴
a
も
single
睡眠
drop
薬
of
が
sleeping
残されて
medicine
いなかっ
remained.
たんだから
Oh, now that you mention
そう
it.
いえばあの睡眠薬
That
の色
sleeping
は青色
medicine
だっ
was
たよ
blue,
ね。
right?
はい
Yes.
誤飲や水に混ぜることを防
I
ぐた
think
め
it could
に
be colored
着
by
色されて
accident,
いたものだと
colored
思
to
いま
prevent
す。
accidental
で
ingestion.
も現場には青い
But
液
no
体
blue
なんて
liquid
残
was
ってい
left
な
at
か
the
った。
scene. That means
それはアリサちゃんが飲んだってことじゃ
Alisa
ない
Chan
かな。
drank it all.
ちょ
Wait
っ
a
と
minute.
待ってよ。じゃあエマッチ
So
は
Imachi,
犯人が誰だって言ってん
the
だ
culprit
よ。アリ
is
サちゃんに睡眠薬を飲ませた犯人。
the one who made Alisa Chan take the medicine is this person. Can I?
犯人はアリサちゃんに睡眠薬僕やナノカちゃ
I
んに
didn't
飲
make
ま
her
せた
take
わけ
it,
じゃ
nor
ない
did
し、
Nanaka-chan.
そもそも
And
睡
the
眠薬
medicine
に
was
誤
colored
飲
to
したり
prevent
しないよ
accidental
色も
ingestion.
なら
Then there's only one
それは一人じゃ
person.
ない。犯人は死
The
とアリ
culprit
サ
is
ちゃん。
Lisa Shido
こ
Chan
の子自
herself.
身だよ。
No way.
自分の
I
疑い
ain't
を
saying
そら
this
す
is
ために
suspicious
そんな
for
ことそん
yourself.
なことないよ。これは証拠品を調
No,
べ
that's
て
not it.
何
This
が
is
起
the
こった
result
の
of
か推理
examining
した
the
結果だ
evidence
よ。
and deducing what
仮
happened.
に
But this was suicide.
投票はどう
What
な
about the vote? We select one person to be executed as a witch.
決され
That's
る
the
文字
trial,
を
right?
選出する
Nope.
それがこの裁判よね
That's not how the rules work. I established this ages ago. I established this before the first fucking trial. If the conclusion is unanimously reached that there is no culprit and the administration acknowledges there is reasonable evidence to prove it, the trial be cancelled. There is actually something about this rule that makes me really suspicious. And you know what that means? What that is? So, hypothetically, purely hypothetically, let's say, hypothetically, if we all conclude that a murder is suicide, and the administration says, yep, there's enough evidence to support this suicide accusation, could we actually let a witch go free? Could a witch, if I just have to say, couldn't... There's one other thing I want to say. Sure, you twat! You probably could have gotten away with it. Your obsession with locked rooms overcomplicated the case. Your obsession with locked rooms I just want to say, Sherry could have gotten away with it. I'll be right back, by the way. Wait, so like one person who... The dead can't be voted as witches because witches don't die in the first place. Warden! Okay, yes, I've been listening. This is troubling. I'd rather not make exceptions. Warden, they're in the fucking rules. But it actually happened. Isn't it still just a possibility? But given the situation, suicide is the only possibility. Yada yada. So stubborn, let's do this. Vote unanimously for Elisa Shido. If you can do that, I'll acknowledge the deceased as a witch. If everyone agrees, you'll acknowledge it. Yes, that's fine. Wait a minute. There's a trap in this! Everyone! Don't collude, please. Just so you know, objective evidence is a prerequisite. Got it. If evidence convinces everyone, it's fine. That's how it works, right? Yes, of course, you can change course midway and offer up a witch. Please do your best as you like. I have to do it. If the truth is that she committed suicide, I have to prove it. Emma-chan, you seriously think Elisa-chan committed suicide? Yes, this should explain everything. I see. Then I'll present new evidence. Are you fucking kidding me? Eh? This. This? Aluminum cap. It's a little melted. Why do you have that? Fine, then first I'll explain that. I need to say something! Margot didn't kill him! Because there's a rule here. We have an actual rule. let me tell you what our actual rule here is. And if you let the killer go free, like I can say Margot didn't do it. If Margot actually killed, Elisa, she wins the trial by getting us to vote suicide. If Margot killed Elisa, she wins the trial if we vote suicide. I escaped the scene when I discovered the body. I am the first witness. At the time, Elisa Chan's body was in the same position it is now, sitting in the electric chair. On her face was a butterfly-like pattern. And when I found the cap on the floor, I suddenly remembered Noah Chan's case. If I leave this, I might be suspected. That's what I thought. Could it be a dying message? Yes, like last time. Someone said Elisa Chan left this. If someone said Elisa Chan left this to accuse the culprit, that would be terrible, right? Because it's clearly the same butterfly pattern as my outfit. But Margot Chan is an alibi. We know that better than anyone. With a dying message like this, Margot is definitely suspicious. And she hid evidence too. But I'm not the culprit. That's why I'm consulting Emma-chan. Shit.
マーゴちゃんが証拠を隠していた理由はならそれを証明しよう。昨晩ここで何が起こったのか明らかにするんだ。この蓋は私が現場で死体を見た時、アリサちゃんの死体は今と同じ。そして床に落ちていた蓋をこのままじゃ。もしかしてそうね。あの時と同じく。だって明らかに
You see butterfly pattern is my outfit, right? So I hid it. Is there a problem? There's a huge problem. Hiding evidence is way too suspicious. The burn was Elisa's dying message. Agree or refuse? The culprit was a butterfly? Okay, I have to just say this. Maybe the culprit was a butterfly. I'll ask anyway. How would a butterfly kill her? We're talking about her taking sleeping medicine, right? Oh, well, that is. Someone controlling it? Unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be anyone with insect controlling magic. Unfortunately, I don't think you can order a butterfly to make someone take sleeping medicine. Was that suicide in the first place? Be serious. Yes. I saw. Maybe it was a butterfly? Skitter? That's dope. The burn was an accident. Alisa-chan's burn might have been an accident. Things don't work out that conveniently. But actually it happened. A burn from an accident. That phenomenon. Phenomenon? Yes, with the aluminum cap you presented, Marco-chan. And I think another piece of evidence indicates it. The evidence that Alisa-chan's burn was an accident, it's this. Look at these glass shards. They're scattered very far. If it just fell and broke normally, it wouldn't be like this, right? That might be true. From the aluminum cap being partially melted, I think there's no doubt that the sleeping medicine bottle was heated. But at the time, the bottle broke. Consider the scene. I think it exploded. Exploded? Thinking that way, the condition of the glass shards and the aluminum cap both make sense. Alisa-chan's flames are powerful. The air inside the rapidly heated bottle expanded. The heated cap also blew off from this pressure and stuck to Alisa-chan's face. Thinking it was that way, it explains why a burn mark was left on her face.
おかしくねえかそれ。
Coco.
そんな都合いい推理
Such a
そもそ
convenient
も問
doctrine.
題
Isn't
があ
there
る
a
んじゃ
problem
ね
with
え
it?
の納得できる説明ができないなら
If you can't give a
やっぱ
convincing explanation, then
私のこと
Emachi,
騙そう
you're
と
trying
し
to
てんだ
deceive
ろ
me.
違うって言うなら
If you say it's
証
not
明して
true,
み
then
ろ
prove it.
アリサが瓶を
At least
炎
it
で
hit
炙
the
ったら
bottle
爆
of fire and
発し
exploded.
た確かにそれなら顔に
If that's
根
true,
性焼き
it
み
makes
たいな
sense that
跡
she'd
が
have a
残る
brand
の
like
も納
mark on
得
her
できる
face,
け
but
どじゃあそもそもど
then
う
why would
して
she
あい
heat
つ
the
は瓶を
bottle in the
炙った
first
りなん
place?
かしたんだよ瓶なんて炙っても
Heating
何
a
にも
bottle
なんね
does
えじゃん
nothing.
お湯が
Maybe
必
she
要
needs
だった
hot
の
water.
でしょうか睡眠薬で
She's
火
not
がつい
having
て
a
んじゃ
relaxing
ね
tea
えよ
or sleeping medicine.
アリサに瓶を
At
焼
least
く
there's
理
no
由な
reason
ん
to
て
heat
な
a
いじゃん
bottle.
それよりエマッチが殺そうと
Yeah,
して
there
反
was
撃
an
した時
accident
の
when
事故
Emachi tried to kill her,
とか孫の
and she
発行を
fought
示した
back.
ダーイングメッセージ
or the dying message accusing Margot.
そっちの方がシン
Does
プル
make more
苦し
sense.
いみんなグルになって
Are you
私
like
の
the
こと
Luke's
騙
trying
そ
to
うとし
deceive
て
me
る
or
んじゃねえ
something?
のお子ちゃん
Coco
不審
Chan
者に
seems
なってる
suspicious
み
of
たいだ
everyone.
アリサちゃんがどうして
Why
炎
did
に瓶
Lisa
を
Chan
塗った
heat
の
the
か
bottle with fire?
きっとアリサちゃんのことだから無意味なこと
Knowing
では
Lisa
ないと
Chan,
思
I
うん
think
だ
she'd
け
do
ど
something meaningless.
アリサが瓶を炎確かにそれなら顔に根性やじゃあそもそもどうして瓶なんて炙ってもお湯が必要だった睡眠薬でアリサに瓶をやするよりエマッチが事故の可能性なんてないよじゃあどう事故だそんここアリサちゃんが
Ah,
持っていた
whatever.
のはメルルちゃんから渡された睡眠薬のはず同じものがアリサが瓶を炎で炙ったら確かにそれなら顔に根性やじゃあそもそもどうして瓶なんて炙っても何にもない
To
瓶を
melt it.
炙るとガラスが溶けるんじゃないかな
Heating a bottle melts the glass. When the glass melts, it becomes soft,
じゃあ
right?
ガラスとかしてなガラス職人ね確かにこれがアリサちゃんが瓶を炙るアリサちゃんが持っていたのはメルルちゃんから渡された睡眠薬のはず同じものがあるんだし、何かヒントアリサが瓶を炎で確かにそれなら顔に根性やじゃあそもそもどうして瓶なんて炙ってもお湯が睡眠薬でアリサに瓶をやするよりエマッチが殺そうちょっと待って
Wait a
よ
minute,
ココちゃん
Coco Chan.
僕が反
He's
撃したなん
fighting
て
back.
そんなこと
There's no evidence
そ
that
もそ
Lisa
もアリ
Chan
サ
was
ちゃんに襲
attacked.
われた証拠なんてないし襲われてない
No
証
evidence
拠
she
もない
wasn't
だろ
attacked either.
お前ら
Maybe you
みん
all
なで襲い
attacked her
かかったん
together.
じゃねえの
Wouldn't one of us be
そ
burned?
れならアリサが反撃してその炎がたまたま瓶を
Then
熱
at
し
least
た
it
可能
fought
性
back
と
and
かもあ
the
る
fire
じゃん
happened to heat the bottle by
あの
chance.
ヤンキーが私はここ
I don't believe it.
アリサちゃんが持っていたのはメルルちゃんから渡された睡眠薬のはず
I have the same
同
thing.
じものがあるんだし何かヒントにならないかな
Maybe it's a hint.
アリサが瓶を炎で炙って確かにそ
れなら
顔に根性やじゃあ
I actually don't. You make a roasted bottle.
睡眠薬でアリサの瓶をやするよりマッチが殺そう賛成だよ
It was a dying message.
アリサちゃんが瓶を熱した時瓶の
When
中
Elisa
身
Chan
が空
heated
だっ
the
たはず
bottle,
だ
the
よ
bottle must have been
そう
empty.
じゃないと
Otherwise,
現場に青い
traces of
土
blue
の
medicine
痕
would
跡
be
が
left
残っ
at
てい
the
るはず
scene.
だからねはあ
So
だか
what?
らど
What
う
is
したん
that?
だよだとしたら
That
瓶
means
を
she
熱し
heated
た
the
時
bottle
アリサ
after
ちゃんが
drinking
睡眠薬を
all
飲
the
み干した
sleeping
後
medicine at the
その
moment
間
of her
際だ
death.
ったんだよ
Huh?
はあ何
What
が
are you
言い
trying
て
to
ん
say?
のアリサちゃんは死になが
As
ら
she was
僕たちへ
dying,
のメッセージ
Elisa
つま
Chan
り
might have
ダイイングメッ
left
セー
a
ジを残
message
したの
for
か
us.
もしれない
In other words, a dying
アリ
message.
サちゃんが睡眠薬の瓶を燃やしたのは
I think
この人
Elisa
のこと
Chan
を
burned
伝え
the
たかった
sleeping
んだと
medicine
思う
bottle to tell us about this person. Wait a minute! Are we...
それは
That person is Mirudu Hikami.
君
Gee,
のことだ
me?
私ですかメル
saying
ちゃんが
Meru
殺
chan
したってことアリサちゃんはメルルちゃんが犯人だって
Arisa-san was saying that Mirudu-chan is the culprit. But... She was trying to make us suspect her. Even though Lisa-chan... She tried to frame Mirudu-chan and take her down with her?
巻き添えにしようとした
私が
I was hurting her without realizing it. That would be sad. You were.
それは悲しいですでもそれが
But
本
that's
当
true,
な
it's
ら
not clear at all. Huh?
それならそんなまどろっこし確かにエマ僕アリサちゃんはメルルちゃんということはアリサちゃんはメルルちゃんが犯人だって告発しよう
She
と
was
したん
trying
だ
to
よ
accuse her. Huh? What?
メルルちゃんからも
Burning
らっ
the
た
bottle
睡眠薬
Mirudu
の
gave
瓶を
her
燃やした
was
の
her
は
way of telling
メ
us
ルル
that
ちゃんが
Mirudu-chan
犯
is
人
the
だと伝え
culprit.
ようとしたんじゃないかなでもそれが
If
本
that's
当
true,
な
it's
ら
not clear at all.
嘘だとアリサちゃんはということ
Oh, she
ア
was
リサ
trying
ちゃ
to-
んはメルルちゃんが
She was trying to prevent
僕たち
suspicion?
が勘違いしないようち
She tried to erase the evidence to prevent us from misunderstanding.
サちゃんが消したか
But
らね
Elisa-chan
そ
wanted
れ
to
は
erase
睡眠薬のラベ
was
ル
the
だ
label on the sleeping medicine.
Label?
Label?
なるほど、ね。
I see.
アリサちゃん
The
が
sleeping medicine bottle Elisa-chan received had Mirudu-chan's name written on it.
そう
Yes,
アリサ
right
ちゃん
before
が
she
死の
died,
直前
Elisa-chan
それに気づ
realized
いたん
that
だもしそのラベルが
that
発
label
見
was
されたら
found.
アリ
You
サ
might
ちゃんが
misunderstand and think
ミルルちゃん
Mirudu-chan
が
poisoned
そう僕たち
Elisa-chan.
が勘違いするかもしれないだからとっさに
So in that moment,
炎
she
の
burned the
紙のラ
paper
ベル
label
を
with
焼いたんだ
fire
よメルルちゃんに
to keep
罪を
Mirudu-chan
着せ
from
ないた
being
めに
blamed. For me? Thank you, Irene!
メルちゃんをかばっ
She
たっ
was
ていう
protecting
の
Mirudu-chan?
自分があとちょっとで
When
死
she
ぬって
herself was
時な
about
の
to
に
die?
そうだよ
That's right, Elisa-chan, surely.
誰も巻き込まず
She
に
tried to die alone without
一人で死のうとしたん
involving
だよ
anyone.
そんな
No,
そう
that's how it was.
だったのね。でもエマち
But
ゃん、
Ima-chan, there's still one
私
thing
にはまだ
bothering me.
一つ気になることがあるの。
Uh-oh.
それはね、
That is the motive.
動機よ。納得する
To
た
be
めには
convinced, I think we
そ
need
れ
to
につい
discuss
て
that.
話す必要があると思うわ。人を殺すに
To
は
kill
動機が
someone, you
必
need
要
a
だ。
motive.
たとえ殺す
Even if the
相
person
手
you're
が
killing is
自分
yourself.
自身だとしてもね。どうしてアリ
Why
サ
did
ちゃん
Lisa
が
choose
自ら死を選んだ
Chan
の
choose death by her own hand?
アリサさんが
It's true that Lisa-chan needed sleeping medicine,
だから普
so I
段
think
か
she was
ら
troubled enough that she couldn't sleep at night.
悩んでいたのだと思いますそりゃこんなとこに
Staying in
長
a
くい
place
たら
long,
頭
this
がおか
long
しく
enough
な
to
る
make
っての
anyone go crazy.
飯だってまずいし部屋だって
The
不気味
food
で
is
汚い
bad,
っていうか
the
監禁
rooms
さ
are
れて
creepy and dirty.
ってまともでいられるやつな
I
ん
mean,
てい
you
るわ
could
け
stay
ないじゃ
sane
ん
while being imprisoned like this.
けど
But
何か
wasn't there
自殺
something
に
that triggered her
気になるもの
suicide?
があったんじゃないかしら。見ようによって
Depending on how you
そ
look
れ
at
が
it,
アリサちゃんを
that
殺
could be
し
the
た
one who
犯
killed
人
Elisa-chan.
とも言えるかもしれないわね。
もしアリサに自
If
殺を
someone
そ
pushed
そのかしたや
Elisa
つが
to
いたら
suicide, do you
投
vote
票
for
す
that?
るってこと
私は別
I
に
don't mind
その
voting
人
for
に
that
投
person.
しても構わないと思ってるわ。これは魔女裁
This is a
判。
witch trial.
外
It has nothing to do with
の
outside
世界
courts.
の法廷とは無縁なんだもの。
アリサちゃんがもしかするとあのことが原因かもしれない
Well, that's an easy one. This is actually an easy
人
one.
を殺すにはどうたとえ殺し相手どうしてアリサちゃん
I feel like I had a hard time with Sherry.
そりゃこんなとこに長く飯だってまずいし部屋だって不気味で汚いけど何か事情によってはそれがアリサちゃんもしアリサに自殺をそそのかしたやつがいたら私は別に
その人の動機
Yeah.
これは魔女
魔女裁判。
これだよアリサちゃんが
The
死んだ
reason
理由
Lisa-chan died,
そ
maybe
れは
it's witches.
魔女なんじゃないかな
何か
Do you have
心
something in
アリ
mind?
サちゃんが魔女
Do you
の
have
こ
evidence
とで思い
showing
悩
why
んでいる
Lisa-chan
のを
was
示す
troubled
証
by
拠に
witches? It's
それは
it's her body.
これが証拠だよアリサちゃんの
Maybe
体
do
を
with
もう一度
Lisa-chan's
見てほ
body
しいんだけ
again.
ど魔女化が
Her
すご
witchification
い
is
勢いで
progressing
進行して
rapidly.
るんだあ
Uh,
昨日の夜に
When I
僕
saw
が
her
見た
last
時
night, she
こんな
wasn't
風
like
じゃな
this.
かったそう
Now
い
that
え
you
ば
mention it,
昨日
when
ア
we
キシルが
invited
あ
her
いつを誘った
yesterday,
時
she
に
ran off in a
姿を
hurry,
隠す
hiding
ようにして
herself.
慌てて逃げてったようなもしかしたら
Maybe
自分の
maybe
体
she
見
didn't
ら
want
れ
anyone
た
to
く
see
な
her
かったの
body.
かもアリサさん
Alisa-san is a kind person.
急激に魔女
Maybe
化
she
が
didn't want the
進んで
rapid
殺人
witchification
衝
to
動
make her lose
とともに
control of her murderous
殺意が
urges.
抑えられなくなるのが嫌だったのかもしれませんその結果
I think
ア
that's
リ
why
サ
she
ちゃん
chose
は
to
自ら
die.
死を選んだんだと思う僕たちを
To keep
傷
from
つけ
hurting
ないた
us.
めに
そう
I see.
そんな
No,
それが
that's the truth
ア
of
リサちゃんの死の
Alisa-chan's
真
death.
相だよ私たち
To
を守る
protect us?
ために
そう
Yes.
バカじゃん
What an idiot,
本当
really.
ア
Uh-oh.
リサ
Lisa-san.
みんな納得してくれ
Everyone
たみ
seems
たいだ
convinced.
ところで
By the way, may I ask a
質問
question?
してもよろしいでしょうか。
獄長
What?
何か
Do you have a problem with
結
our
論に文
conclusion?
句でもあるの
The problem he has with our conclusion is that it needs to be unanimous. And there's just one fundamental problem with unanimity. Nanaka isn't here. We can't unanimously vote suicide unless Nanaka is
いい
here.
え、文句とま
I
では
wouldn't
言
say
いま
it's a
せんが、
problem.
一つだ
There's
け
just one thing
気
bothering
に
me.
なることがあるんです。
Uh-oh.
素人質問で
I'm
恐
sorry
縮
if this is an
で
amateur
すが、
question.
よければ私に
But
教
could you
えて
tell
くれ
me?
ませんか。
何に
What
答
do
え
you
れば
want
い
to
い
know?
それは
It's about the
処刑台
execution
について
platform.
のことです。
どういうこと
What about it?
些細なこと
It's a
ではあ
minor
るの
thing,
で
but
すが、不正がないこ
to
とを
ensure there's no
確か
foul
める
play,
ため
please
に、
tell me the truth.
どうか私に真相を教えてください。
Uh-oh. The platform shouldn't move unless I operate it with my remote, or someone operates it to the underground facility.
地下の施設で操作しない限りは動かないはずなんです。ですが、
But the records
実
show
際
it
に
did
動い
move.
た記録が残っています。昨晩から
From last night to this morning, why did it move?
これは一体どうして動いたんでしょうね。
勘違いとか
Or
じゃ
maybe
ね
you're
えの
mistaken.
もしくは
Maybe you're
お前
mistaken,
が
or
嘘
maybe
つい
you're
て
lying.
るか。
私はあくま
I'm
で
just
も
the
この
administrator of
施
this
設の
facility.
管理者
I'm
です。
not lying, though there are
嘘なんて
things
つ
I
いてま
can't
せん
tell
よ。
you.
皆さんに言えないことはありますけどね。
牧長の言ってる地下って、でもだとすると昨日の
Went
晩
underground
に
last
地下
night
に
and
入
up.
って何か
That was
操作
you,
してる
Emma.
人がいるってことで、
Emma, that was you.
それって
That could
も
it
しか
be?
して
It was you. Emma, it was you.
処刑台は私がリモ
Emma,
コンで
it's you.
かもしくはですが、昨晩から今朝にか これだよ。
I think I kind of want to save now
地下で操
before I
作した人
implicate
物がいるん
myself.
だ。それは
Someone operated underground yesterday. That person is. I'm sorry. I'm not going to implicate Nanaka. I'm a good person. I like Nanoka.
それは
It's
僕だ
me.
よ。え、どう
Eh?
いうこ
What
と？
do you mean?
今地下を調
I
べてい
can't
るナノ
interfere
カ
with
ちゃんが邪
Nanaka-chan
魔をする
who's
わけにはいか
investigating
ない。
underground now.
朝に処刑
The
台が動い
platform
たの
moving
は
this
地下
morning
にいたナノカちゃ
was
んなん
probably
だろうけど、
Nanaka-chan
ナ
underground,
ノ
but
カ
I'll
ちゃん
keep
のこと
quiet
は
about
黙っ
her.
ておこう。
I have a question. Is there a bad end? Okay. I have a serious question. Is there a bad end if I implicate Nanohaka? Just hypothetically, they say use Nano. I just want to know.
ダメだ。
If
そ
I'm
れ
mis-
にナノカちゃんが地下のつまり昨晩、ナ
Wait,
ノカちゃん
really?
が処刑台を操作できたとは考え
Really?
エマさん、
Are you having
だから変な疑いが昨日地下で操作した人物がいるんだ。
the game doesn't let you?
それは
That puts me.
僕だよ。え、どう
Eh,
いうこと？
What do you mean?
今地下を調
I
べてい
can't
るナノ
interfere
カ
with
ちゃんが邪魔を
Nanaka-chan
する
who's
わけにはいか
investigating
ない。
underground now.
朝に処刑
The
台が
platform
動いた
moving
の
this
は
morning was
地下
probably
にいたナノ
Nanaka-chan
カちゃんなんだ
underground,
ろうけ
but
ど、
I'll keep quiet
ナ
about
ノカ
that.
ちゃんは
Or
昨日あった
first,
こ
I
と
give
の
the minimum
必要
explanation
最
of what
低限
happened
の説明だ
yesterday.
けして、その
Oh, yesterday by
偶
chance
然
I found a
地下に
hidden
通じ
passage
る過
leading
失路を
underground.
見つけたんだ。そこで僕
I got
閉じ込めら
trapped
れ
and
た
there
ん
was
だ。
something like a control
操作
panel,
パネ
so
ル
I
っぽい
touched
も
it
のがあ
trying
っ
to
た
open
から
the door.
扉を開けようとしてそれを触ったんだけど、もしかしたらその
Maybe
時
my
に僕の
operation
操作
then
で
caused the
処
platform
刑
to
台が
move.
動いちゃったのかもしれない。隠
A
し
hidden passage?
エマッチがナノカの言って
Maybe
た
that's the
黒幕だっ
mastermind
たり
Nanaka was
し
talking
ない
about, are
よ
you?
ね。僕が黒
If
幕
I were
だ
the
ったら
mastermind, I
こんな
wouldn't
こと
honestly
正直
admit
に
to
言わ
this.
ないよ。
なるほど。
I see, so that's what
そ
happened.
うだったん
It
で
seems
す
my
ね。
question is resolved.
どうやら私の疑問は解決したようです。
地下に入ったけ
I
ど
went underground.
僕
Will
は
I
処
be
罰され
punished?
たりするの？
いいえ、
No, there's no.
別に地下の管理室に入ってはいけないなんてルールはありませんからね。
Um, um, but, wow! This is way more fair play than Junko ever was.
よかった。
Good, then maybe then I can
もっと堂々
investigate
と地下
underground
の
more
調査がで
openly.
きるかも。
ちょっといいかしら。
Uh-oh.
待って。
Wait. Eh?
ねえ、メルル
Hey,
ちゃん。
Meruda-chan. Yes? What is it?
アリサちゃんの飲ん
Going
だ
to
睡
explain
眠
again
薬
about
に
the
ついて
sleeping
改
medicine
めて教
Alisa-chan
えてほ
took.
しいんだけど。
Wait a minute. What's going on?
一度に大量に
If it's
摂取
taken
す
in
る
large
と
quantities
ど
at
うな
once,
る
what
のかしら
happens? And that is, and that is...
あの瓶に
If she
入
drank
って
the
いた
entire
瓶
bottle at
を
once,
一気に飲み干して
then I
しま
think
っ
she'd
た
fall,
ら、
first fall into a
まずは
coma, to
昏
the point
睡
where
状
nothing
態
would
にな
wake
ると
her.
思います。何があっても起きないぐらいに。その後、
After that, if not
おそらく
treated properly
24
within
時間以内に
24 hours,
適
it
切
would
な処
probably
置
be
を
too
しない
late.
と手遅れになってしまうかと。
やっぱり
I thought so, so that's how it
そう
is.
いうことなのね。
なんで
Why are
そん
you
なこと
checking that?
確認す
At
る
least I
の？
committed
アリサ
suicide,
は自
right?
殺ってことなんじゃ。
そう思
That's
っ
what
て
I
いたわ
thought.
さっきまで
Until just now.
どういう
What do you
こ
mean?
と？
昨晩アリサちゃんは
Last
睡眠
night,
薬を飲ん
Elisa-chan
だ
took sleeping medicine.
もし昨夜
What
の
if
時
at
点
that point
で
last night,
アリサちゃんが生きていたとしたら
Elisa-chan was... Oh my god! Are you about... Margot. Margot! What if at that point last night, Elisa-chan was still alive?
それは
That's...
その後アリ
Then
サ
while
ちゃんは
unconscious, she
眠っ
was
た
sent
状態で地
underground.
下に送られたそれなら
Then her
ア
cause
リ
of
サ
death
ちゃんの
wouldn't
死
be an
因は
overdose of
睡
sleeping
眠薬に
medicine.
よるオーバードーズではなくて凍死
It would be death by
になるんじゃ
freezing.
ないかしら
That means... Uh,
アリサちゃんの飲んだ睡眠薬は過剰摂取しても即死し
the sleeping med... Wait. What is this song? You know, this isn't like Makoto taking the blame for Kirihiri about Mukudo. I can't refute this. I can't refute this. That's correct, isn't it, Midori-chan?
はい
Yes, it's not
さすが
poison,
にでき
so
る
it
では
wouldn't
な
cause
いの
instant
で
death.
即死するようなものではありません
So last night, Elisa-chan shouldn't have died immediately. And last night, Ima-chan operated the execution platform from underground. Right?
待って
Wait a minute.
そもそも
We
僕が押したボ
don't
タンが
even
処
know what the
刑台
button
の
I
操
pressed
作ボ
was
タン
for
だ
the
ったの
platform.
地下にあったパネルを
If you
操
upgrade
作
the
したの
panel
であれば
underground, then it's almost
間違い
certain.
ないでしょうね。処刑台の
The
昇降
platform's
ボタン
controls are in an easily accessible position.
にありますから。それに昨夜
And that
処刑台
platform,
の
last
昇降
night,
は
the platform
一度
only
しか
moved
ありま
once.
せん
We can
が
confirm from the
履
logs.
歴から確認ができます。
じゃあ待って
I need to say something. By Dangan Rampa rules, this is actually murder. They put Chiaki Nanami to death because of this. Who's it? Isn't this how Komaeda went out? Yeah, I think so. Komaeda basically arranged his own death so that Chiaki Nanami accidentally kills him. I'm a... I don't think I can refute this one, honestly.
手が操作した
The
制御メ
image
ンバー
he
とアリ
operated,
サ
the
が地下
sleeping
に閉じ
Elisa
込め
got
られたっ
trapped
てこと
underground.
もし
If that's true, then the one who killed Elisa-chan by freezing her
殺
is...
した犯人は桜庭エマちゃん
These are not good defenses. None of these will work in court. These don't even work in Danganronpa court. I didn't kill her. I didn't mean to, and I didn't know. It's you.
違う
No, I didn't kill her. I have to point out the mistakes.
指摘間違いを指摘しないと
These are all I didn't
アリ
do
サちゃん
it.
の飲んだ
睡
Actually, that's an interesting point, Snakebird. No. So, if Margot... Here's an interesting thing. Yes, if we're convicted, but here's an interesting thing. If Margot had been convinced by the suicide answer, if she hadn't said, wait, Ama, you did it, Monokuma would have let us get away with this shit. Monokuma would have let us get away with it. I just need to see this again. Monokuma would have let us get away with a suicide if Margot hadn't said anything. If I understand the rules correctly, if Margot had said nothing, Monokuma would have let us say suicide. If you operate the panel underground... It was okay! It was okay right up until Amos... it was okay right up until Margot said, wait a minute, it's Ama. See, the moment Margot said, wait, Ama, it's you, we got fucked. These are, I didn't know. No, I didn't kill Lisa-chan. And I didn't even know what the button was for. Even if Lisa-chan froze to death, Wait, these are all the same thing! I never meant to kill her. Involuntary manslaughter. Hey, Warden, what should be done in the case of an accidental killing? Oh. Oh my god. It's over, we're dead. Game over! Game over! No! Margot? Margot's gonna kill us. It's for you to decide. So, because we're not a witch, and it's an accidental... Yeah, unfortunately, we're playing... By Danganronpa rules, that's still accidental murder is still murder. But unlike Danganronpa rules, the Monokuma's looking at us and saying, you know what? If you want to say accidental murder, go right ahead. Monokuma's putting... I see. Lisa-chan took the medicine herself. She must have intended to commit suicide from the start. At least I didn't kill her with the intention to kill her. But if Lisa-san had been found and treated quickly, she might have been saved. Oh shit. I heard the notification. I heard the sound effect. You're convinced. But this was an accident. It's just that Lisa-chan happened to be on the platform. Is that true? Eh? You can't prove any of that. You're the mastermind. You knew about the underground, and you killed Elisa on purpose. That's not true. Why would you think that? Isn't it possible that Ama-chan put the sleeping Elisa-chan in the electric chair? I was locked in a fucking room, bitch. Then operating the lift to center underground to place Elisa-chan to death? If Ama-chan is the mastermind, she could have done it. I didn't do that! But there's no evidence you didn't. It's certain that Lisa-chan died because of Ama-chan's operation, right? You know, there is only one thing that can save me now. Possible. There's actually only one thing that can save us. Nanoka. Only Nanoka can save us now! Only Nanoka can save us now! There's a sound effect that plays when they're convinced. Coco and Marudu have been convinced by Margot. Nanoka is the only person who can save us. So can you prove that Ama-chan had no murderous intent?
ら
Hey, doesn't
そ
that
れ
make
なら
past
今まで
killing
の殺
suspicious
しだ
too?
疑これまでの
In the
裁判
previous trials,
エマッチが率先して
Amici
みんなを
led the
殺
way
して
in
いる
killing everyone. Wait, what the?
違う
No, I was just trying to
真
uncover
相
the
を明らか
truth.
にしようとしただけで
Wait a minute, Coco! Coco thinks I'm a serial killer
そ
now.
もそもお前が裏で仕組ん
Me
で
were
ただけ
pulling
な
the
んじゃね
strings
え
behind it
の
all from the start.
あんあんとか
None of you. If you hadn't
お
done
前が
anything,
何
she
も
wouldn't
し
have
な
killed
けれ
anyone.
ば殺しなんてしなかったろ
I get what they're doing here. They're trying to paint Margot as the mastermind, but I don't think she is.
僕は
I didn't mean
そんな
to.
つもりじゃみんな
Everyone, why?
違う
No,
僕は
I
や
didn't
って
do
ない
it. Hmm.
きっとみんな
Everyone's
これま
probably
での
lost
ま
trust
た
in
裁判
others
で
from
君の
past
ことを
witch
信用で
trials.
きなくなってるんだみんなの心に
And everyone's heart
信頼
suspicion is
広がって
spreading.
る
It seems everyone's opinions have settled, so shall we move on to voting?
待って
Wait,
僕
I
は
didn't do
や
it!
ってみんな
Everyone,
話を
listen
聞
to
いて
me!
よ
Yeah, Margaret is culprit hunting. She doesn't care. But you know what? There's only one person who can save me.
それでは
Now then, please
投
vote.
票をどうぞ
Please, Nanoka? It's not true.
昨日の夜僕は地下でボタン
Wait a minute!
ボタンを押しただけだった
Are we back to it was just a coincidence? For real? Last night I pressed a button on the ground. It was just a coincidence. That's all I did. I just pressed the
みん
button.
な信じてくれないけれど
Everyone won't believe me,
本当に
but I
僕
truly,
にアリサちゃんを
really
殺す気なんて
truly
なかった
never
ん
meant
だ
to kill Elisa-chan.
おそらくアリ
At
サ
that
ちゃんは
time,
その時
Elisa-chan was
裁
probably in
判
the
所でメル
courthouse,
ルちゃんからもらった睡眠
having
薬
taken
を
the
飲んでい
sleeping
た
medicine Maidadu gave
自
her
殺を
to kill herself.
するためにアリサちゃんは
Maybe
裁
she was
判所
thinking
で
about the
処刑
girls
さ
who
れ
were
た子たち
executed in
の
that
ことだ
courthouse.
けれど
But after drinking all
ア
the
リサちゃん
medicine,
は
she
睡
noticed
眠
one
薬を
problem.
飲み干した後で睡眠
The
薬の
medicine
瓶に
bottle
は
had Maidadu-chan's
メ
name
ル
on
ル
it.
ちゃんの名
If
前
she
が
left
書い
it
てあっ
like
た
that, Maidadu-chan would be
こ
suspected.
のままではメルルちゃんが疑われてしまうだからアリサち
So
ゃん
to
は
keep
メルルちゃ
suspicion
んに
away from
疑いが向か
Maidadu-chan,
ないよう
she hurriedly tried to
慌
burn
て
the
て魔
label
法
with
で
her
ラベルを
magic.
燃やそうとしたんだでもそのせいで
But that caused the
瓶は
bottle to
砕け散っ
shatter.
た
There's something hilarious how half of this isn't even about anything I
そ
did.
の衝撃
The
でアリサ
imprint
ちゃん
left
の
a
顔
burn
には
on
や
Elisa
けどが
Chan's
残って
face, and then she lost
そ
consciousness.
して意識を失ったんだその後
After that, without knowing,
僕は
I
知らずに
possessed
地下
pressed
で
the
ボタン
button
を押してしまっ
underground,
た
and that caused Elisa
そ
Chan
れ
to be
によって
sent
アリサちゃんは
underground.
地下に運ばれてしまったんだアリサちゃんは
While
眠っ
still
たまま
unconscious, she was frozen
地下
underground
で
and
凍り
died
つけ
from
に
the
な
cold.
ってこれは
This
事故だったんだ
was an accident!
そして
And as time
時間
passed, her
経過
frozen
とと
body
もに
thawed, wetting
ア
her
リサち
hair
ゃん
and
の
her
凍
clothes.
りついた体は溶けてその髪や服を湿らせたアリサちゃんが
The
自
reason
殺し
Elisa
よう
Chan
とした
tried to
理由
kill
は
herself was probably
お
because
そ
her
らく魔女
witchification
化が
was
進行
progressing.
していたせい僕たちを
To
そ
keep
の手に
herself
か
from
けない
hurting
よ
us,
う
she was trying to protect
守ろ
us.
うとしてくれたんだだからこれ
So
は
this isn't my fault.
僕のせいじゃ
I'm
ない
not the one to blame.
僕
But,
が悪いんじゃないの
but
に
the one chosen as the witch by vote was Ama. In Ama's ears, thump, 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 her heart pounded
そん
violently.
なそんな
No,
僕が
I
アリサ
killed
ちゃんを
Elisa Chan.
僕が
I'm gonna be
処刑され
executed.
るエマさん
Ama-san. Fuck you, Maidadu.
どうしよう
What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? The world spun before her eyes, her vision distorting. Overwhelmed by it all, her legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Wait, I have to press the fucking button to kill myself? But, are you fucking kidding me? Okay. Let's do it.
はい
Alright,
処
everyone
刑
press
ボ
the
タンも
execution
皆
button.
さん押され
Now
ま
we
し
will
たね
execute the witch.
これより魔女の処刑を執
After
行
supporting
し
Ama,
ま
who
す
couldn't stand from fear, a guard held onto her body.
やめて
Stop it! Stop it! Unable to resist the guard's strength. That would be a funny answer. I don't think... Well, unfortunately, it's a majority vote. Ava was dragged to the execution platform. She looked around at the other girls, but no one would meet her eyes. No! Let's see, which execution platform should we use? Ema Sakuraba-san. Sakuraba Ema-san? I forgot for a moment, so let's use this one. Leave-ho! Oh no. The gears began to turn, and the central platform was swapped out. No matter how she struggled, no matter how she cried out in fear, screaming that she didn't want to die, that she wasn't a witch, the guard wouldn't let her go. It's over. Thump. Her heart gave one particularly loud beat. Is it really okay? Oh my god! It's the voice of our witch! It's the voice of our witch. Is that really okay with you? You should be able to do it. A voice had been whispering in Ema's ear all along. Even now, she should still be able to hear it. Though it was the voice of someone not present, it kept growing louder and louder. To Ema, it was a strange sensation. Her fingertips and face tingled, as if the darkness sealed within her was welling up inside, about to crack and burst out. Startled, she looked at her fingertips. Her nails had grown long and sharp, her fingers slightly deformed. Witchification? No. I'm finally becoming a witch, too. That trembling wouldn't stop. She felt like she might collapse at any moment. She was about to give up everything, about to surrender to the whispers she heard. Before the despairing Ema's eyes, the execution platform slowly rose. Everything before her was pitch black. Not wanting to see anymore, she closed her eyes. Then into Ema's ears came the screams of a girl. What's happening? Confused, Ema opened up her eyes. What appeared before Ema's eyes was Nanaka's body. Nanaka-chan! Dumbfounded, Ema stared at Nanaka, dead on the execution platform. Her mind couldn't keep up, but Nanaka's words flashed through her memory. You're too nice for your own good. Fine, I'll trust you to watch my back, but don't misunderstand. This is a transaction. Transaction? I'm using you, so if something happens, you use me too. Thinking of Nanaka, the tears streaming down her cheeks felt warm. Nanaka-chan was killed! I can't let myself be executed here. I won't become a witch. This time I'll find the real witch! Wait, retrial? Ema glared sharply at the warden. Warden! I request a trial! Nanaka-chan was killed! This is a murder! We have to hold a trial for it! Shit! Shit! This is, yeah? Shit! 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 Do I continue? Like, how long is the end game? Let me get up for 5 minutes. I'll be right back. Just... Be right back. still have a problem. By the way, I still have a problem. And it's not that I've been going for like 7 hours. That's weird. We still haven't done anything with the fucking fountain pen. We still haven't done anything with the fountain pen. Do I continue? Like, serious question, do I continue? Yeah, I don't think it's going to be short. So, this is bad. No, this is actually kind of bad. I don't know how to like... This is actually kind of bad. Like, this is... Okay, this is actually a pretty good twist. They really did. Kyoko Kirigiri! So what does everyone think? Should I continue tomorrow? We are nearing a point where I'm going to have to do stuff. Like, I'm actually going to have to do stuff in 3 hours exactly. Yep, in 3 hours exactly, I have to go do laundry. So if this actually goes over 3 hours, I'm gonna have a problem. Also, I wasn't expecting this continuation like this. So yes, I think it is a good place to stop, but also... Oh my god! I'm glad you're all enjoying this! This is really good! I kinda wanna do more visual novels. Because I think I've forgotten why I started streaming, but in case we all forgot why I started streaming, I stream to inspire myself to write. Anyway, let's see, who can we raid right now? Let's see, there's... It's just red, isn't it? Actually, no. Let's see, is anyone else playing this game? Let's see. We have a Chinese player. And someone Japanese. Yes, my first instinct was, should I raid someone playing the game? But like, I don't know any of these people. Like, I'm more inclined to raid. Okay, let's raid. I keep raiding red because, okay, what is red playing? Wait, is this a fucking speed run? Okay. Thank you for coming, everyone. I'm glad we're... Oops. But raid